Chapter 1633. As the structural rules stabilized, the collapse of the entire cloud continent stopped abruptly. Everyone could clearly feel that the entire world had broken free from the violent, self-destructive state. In an instant, the entire world was quiet. But it was not the time for silence. There were still energy shock waves everywhere, and the turbulent movement of non-order energies could still be felt. But before that, they could clearly see that on the brown land, the blue of the sea, and the crimson of the magma had stopped spreading. The battle between the conceptual level of the rules and the small pillar of creation was at its limit. Both sides were fighting with their lives on the line. If either side let their guard down a little, even if they had the thought, they would lose the moment they let their guard down. Now that they were so tense, a little external force was enough. External force everywhere was just a little bit lacking. That was why Unravel planet had sent out an energy attack without any discussion. It was enough to tip the scales in their favor. However, to be honest, it was quite risky. In the end, if the order energy had not attacked him first and weakened the pressure on the seal in an instant, he would not have used this attack so decisively. They were the same. They were all tensed up in a line. Whoever changed their state first would lose. Rule restriction, change, delete, reshape. When the battle around them had come to a standstill, Yin was still dealing with the last problem. Using the power of starfall and primordial chaos, he instantly pushed the non-order energies back by a distance. He was now frantically urging the primordial energy to reshape the space of the Buyun Academy. The 6 primordial relics appeared and floated around him, releasing the primordial law. He would use the primordial energy to reshape the space of the Buyun Academy. The 6 primordial relics appeared and floated around him, releasing the primordial law. He would use the primordial energy to reshape the space of the reshaped space. Cancel the void law, cancel the time law, cancel. Seal the void, sea of time, primordial realm. UNG, help me redefine the law of this space. Anything will do. The chaotic energy that was recklessly exploding and flowing was separated from this space by the last layer of barrier. The overflowing black aura was the first to contaminate the land around the seal. These were just a small vanguard that was deliberately released by Yin Nuo. The real main force was still behind. A giant magma pillar that seemed to have accumulated pressure for 10 billion years was gathering energy with a deadly momentum. It was crazily rushing toward the surface. Even from a distance, he could feel the pressure that the energy was crazily approaching him. A space created by origin energy and origin laws. Yin Nuo clenched his teeth and stabbed the Netherruin sword into the ground again. A huge amount of laws and divine runes spread out from the ground where the sword touched, then rose up from the ground and rushed into the air like a crazily growing vine, carving countless origin imprints and divine runes in the space. This cage created by the origin laws. If you want it, I'll get it to you. Retreat. The moment the primordial law and primordial energy finished reshaping, Yin Nuo put away the Netherruin sword and disappeared in a flash with Jing Yuanji in his arms. In an instant, an immeasurably vast and violent energy surged out from the depths of the earth, turning into a pillar of energy that shot into the sky. The non-order energy was so dense that it could distort the space in the real world. The non-order energy spread wantonly in an instant, carrying a destructive will that could dissolve the void of order into nothingness. It roared wildly, contaminating and destroying everything in its path. Then it spread wildly towards the direction of the endless mountains. Thankfully, the Buyun Academy had created a space that could extend infinitely by adjusting the law of space. It was so vast that the non-order energy could run wild there. But even if it did not, it would not matter. Without the endless mountains, they would suddenly realize that the destructive will that they had been accumulating for who knows how many years had suddenly disappeared just as they were about to destroy the cloud continent. The world had shrunk into a cage with a radius of only a few 100,000 miles. Locked in the cage was a group of mortal enemies, the Wardens. As for what kind of sparks would come out of their friction, slaughter, that was not something they needed to pay attention to. Even if they wanted to pay attention to it, they would not be able to unless they were crazy enough to open up the space and take a look inside. The origin law has reconstructed the space. Although it's a little rushed to redefine everything, there shouldn't be any problems. This way, the non-order energy will be trapped inside the cage together with the outflow of the origin law. It will sink, slow, and repeat the meaningless flow and impact. Even if the non-order energy attacks the origin law, it will take a long time before it can break through the cage. Not only that, before the non-order energy attacks the origin law, the time and the space will reach its end, and the non-order energy will be released. But before that happens, we will have a long time to deal with what we're about to face. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief and changed the topic. That was really a close call. If it weren't for that attack, if I didn't release the origin law in that instant, and if I didn't suddenly try to force it back into the ground, I wouldn't have had the time to gather the origin energy and the origin law. Especially the origin law, which isn't a power that belongs to me. The space that was reconstructed by the origin energy returned to the closed state it was in when it belonged to the Buyun Academy. The fusion with the space in the real world was cancelled, and it slowly became transparent and melted into the space. Yin Nuoxing and Gu Shijio floated in the sky above ascending Cloud City, watching the space return to its transparent state. This time, it was completely melted into the space and was completely hidden. Unless the seal was broken, it would not appear in this world again. What could they do during the time they saved? Defeat the enemy? Or, he hadn't thought it through yet. Yin Nuoxing's chest was gently poked. He lowered his head and remembered that Jing Yuanji was still in his arms. She was tightly bound by the chains of the origin law. Now that they were in a safe space, he released the chains and asked, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm just a little exhausted." Jing Yuanji nodded. Her jade-like hand stroked the long hair that fell in front of her face. She turned her head away, not daring to look at Yin Nuoxing. Her pretty face was still flushed, and even her ears were red. Seeing her like this, Yin Nuoxing stuck out his tongue. He was in a hurry just now, so he didn't think too much about it. Well, he couldn't talk about this topic now. The stable steps that a group of people desperately built had completely stabilized. Yin Nuoxing kept looking up at the sky that was covered in endless darkness. In less than 2 minutes, the rules between heaven and earth changed again. It was oppressive and resistant again. Even if they had just seized control of the concept level of the rules, they could only hold on for less than 3 minutes before retreating in defeat. Master phoned the rules, I know. Everyone retreat. We've achieved our goal. If they want control, just give it to them. Now is not the time to fight head-on. We can't do that yet. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief. The group of people were so tired that they wanted to die. The only result was that they had built the platform for this foothold as planned. Before everyone recovered, it was almost impossible to attack the concept level of the rules again and fight for control. At this moment, the Cloud Continent's territory that belonged to Order was protected by the small creation barrier, so the power of the rules could still be used. However, if they entered the Ridge origin land and entered the Void, the power of the rules would be far away from them. But in an emergency, they could still use the power of the rules. So now, they weren't in a hurry to attack that place. The real problem was over at the Ridge origin land. They had just heard a report from someone at the critical moment. It seemed like a manifestation similar to the Abyss Death Mist manifestation had appeared. However, it was formed by the condensation of non-order energy. If that was really the case, it would be a little troublesome. Those who are monitoring the Ridge origin land, please report back. What's the situation now? The manifestations that appeared at the Ridge origin land have all been destroyed. At the same time, the surging energy inside has calmed down. No more manifestations have appeared. The barrier is still in a sealed state and cannot be broken through. Master Phone, do you want to attack directly? If you can attack in your current state, I won't stop you. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. Everyone, take a rest first. After that, clear all non-order energy within the small creation barrier. Hui, how are things on your side? Phew, I'm as tired as a dog. Hui lay under the small creation pillar and waved his right hand at the sky. I'm afraid that I just fought with 70% to 80% of the non-order energy in the cloud continent. Phew, I didn't think that it would be so tiring. After all, I'm at the primeval stage. If I don't beat you, who else would I beat? I heard that you were stuck at the mouth of the volcano just now. I was stuck for a long time. Void Stopper. I'll beat you up, okay? Huh. We'll talk about how to beat me up when you've recovered your strength. Ah, no. Wait for me to recover my strength before I let you beat me up. Phew. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and let out a long sigh. It's been hard. Everyone is so tired that they are lying on the ground like dead dogs. Their soul communication is filled with a series of howls and gasps. Oh, that's not all. Min seems to still be active. He seems to be planning to use the small creation barrier to take back control of the void. It seems to be working well. It's effective in preventing the enemy from attacking them from behind. Snore? Yin Nuashing was confused. Hey. I told you to rest, but I didn't tell you to lie down and sleep immediately. There's a lot of trouble right now. We just built a platform to stand on. Don't relax so quickly. Whose snoring is getting into the soul communication? Her words had an immediate effect. A bunch of cries and howls came from the soul communication. Yin Nuashing was even more speechless. Although they were dog-tired and had just gained a foothold, how could they all relax? He was also very tired, very tired. He had to be a void stopper to block the volcanic crater that did not belong to order. In the end, he even had to use the origin law of the origin relic. At this moment, he also wanted to find a place to lie down. Brother Foam, you guys came out safe and sound. While Yin Nuashing was floating in the sky, a shout suddenly came from below. He turned his head and saw the little black snake hurriedly flying up. Some people who saw it also flew up, such as Ji Shuyan, and Ji Shuyan. When the little black snake flew up, he was sweating profusely. He was probably busy with the evacuation of Ascending Cloud City. As for the extent of the evacuation, well, there were too many people. He didn't want to see it. If he shouted that there was no need to evacuate now, he didn't know if he would be beaten to death. However, there was a special large bomb in the space next to him. If they knew about it, no one would be able to sleep well. It was better to evacuate. The evacuation of Ascending Cloud City went quite smoothly with the help of the people from the Academy. We have to find another place to settle down. After saying this, the little black snake took a deep breath. He then stared at Yin Nuashing and took a deep breath. The latter's cheeks twitched. Here it comes, here it comes. A lot of questions came one after another. If possible, he didn't want to say a word now. The little black snake grabbed Yin Nuashing's right hand and shook it up and down vigorously. Thank you, brother. If it weren't for your help, we would have all died in the academy. Yin Nuashing, this was different from what he thought. Wasn't it bombarding him with questions? The dean went to the concept layer with the other families. I don't know the situation now, but it should be the control of the concept layer was seized by us for about 3 minutes, and then it was taken back. Yin Nuashing decided to say a few words. The crucial 3 minutes allowed us to stabilize the worst situation at the moment. We have to think about every step we take. In the darkest time, one wrong step is equivalent to losing everything. Brother, do you know what happened? I know a little more than you. I know a little more than everyone in the Cloud Continent. It's just that we are still in the dark. We don't know the true face of the enemy. We don't know what the enemy is thinking, and we don't know what they are planning to do. Aren't they planning to destroy the Cloud Continent? The little black snake pulled his hair that had a metallic luster in a daze. When you change your mind to this place, you have already lost. It's just a facade. Yin Nuashing sighed and shook his head. It's just one of a series of movements caused by them for something. The real purpose is still hidden in a place that we can't reach. Yin Nuashing crossed his arms and whispered softly, "But you really don't know anything, people of the Cloud Continent, ah? Brother, what did you just say?" "Nothing. I was just talking to myself." As soon as the two of them finished speaking, they saw from the corner of their eyes that the little girl had finally flown over. Yin Nuashing had just turned around when he saw the little girl flying over. "Big brother, when did you recover? Why did you run out by yourself? Why did so many things happen all of a sudden? What the hell is going on? I saw that everything outside has changed." The ground is cracked, the sea is rushing over, and the sky is dark. Did the sun get shot down? Ugh. Big brother, you don't look too good. He hurriedly caught the little girl and was greeted with a barrage of questions. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that the bombardment of questions was left here. He couldn't avoid what was to come. He hated long explanations the most, especially when he was as tired as a dog. By the way, how is the academy now? It looks like the little black snake looked at the academy space that was already out of sight. He still had a little bit of hope. Could it be that the seal has been repaired? You're thinking too much. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him and sighed. That energy exploded a second after we retreated. It should have completely filled up the space of the Bayun Academy. It's following the rules of the endless mountain range to spread over there. Exploded. Exploded. I reshaped the academy space and used it as a cage to trap that energy. However, after 2 months, which is 130 days later, the reshaped space will completely melt. What's coming will still come, if we can't solve the current problem before then. Solve. The little black snakes smiled bitterly and looked at the dark world. They didn't know what had happened, and they didn't know where the enemy was. Their impression of this world was still at the time when the mountains and rivers were inky and the blue sky was picturesque. In less than 2 hours, it had become a scene of hell. The sea was monstrous, and the lava was surging. They could barely communicate with the people in other places of the Cloud Continent. They only heard that the situation was even worse. Now, they couldn't even confirm how many people were still alive, and they didn't know how many people had died. How could they solve this terrible situation? Cheer up, it's too early to despair. Yin Nuoxing patted the little black snake's shoulder and woke him up from his confused state. She said softly, "There must be a way. Now we just need to keep moving forward. Persevere, and we will see everything that we want to see. Whether it's to see the end or to see the person behind the scenes, as long as we keep moving forward, we will see." But Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and looked into the distance. His vision crossed countless distances and layers of terrain before finally pointing at the Gangyuan land. In this paradise created by endless nightmares, it wasn't as easy to go down as one would think. That was the only thing that could be said for now. Ji Xian, who was nestled in his arms, suddenly blinked her eyes and pulled Yin Nuoxing's face with her little hand. "Big brother, I have something to tell you. I just heard it. Daddy said that they have gathered in the ice domain. If you can, he wants you to go there too." "They? What do they mean?" "Oh, it's those people on the Cloud Continent that I've always heard about. The superpowers gathered to discuss what to do. Do they really understand what's happening and what they have to do now?" Yin Nuoxing stroked his long hair and sighed. Here we go again. Sighing endlessly, he was dying again. The world was in turmoil, and the world was changing drastically. It was normal for them to gather together in order to gather their strength. But with the current situation, he didn't know if they could finish talking in a few sentences. He still had to plan the next move and meet with those people to discuss. No. His head was on a split open. Tisk, supporting his forehead with his palm, he messed up his bangs and rubbed his eyes with all his might. Yin Nuoxing shook his head, and his voice suddenly became weak, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked away. So sleepy, Ji Xian saw that something was wrong with him and quickly jumped down from him. Jing Yuanji supported him from the side. Is the after effect of forcefully using the origin relic showing? Yin Nuoxing covered his eyes and nodded. After a while, he slowly put down his hand. "Are we going now?" Ji Xian was supporting him from the other side. She hesitated for a moment before replying softly, Daddy and the others seem to be fighting in the same place. Now that the situation has stabilized, they will go directly to the ice domain. Phew. Yin Nuoxing sighed. "Hui, get up. We have to go to the ice domain." Now. Must it be now? Under the small pillar of creation, Hui reluctantly bounced up from the ground and yawned like him. "I can't get up, but we have to get up. Looking at the current situation, we really need to talk to the people of the Cloud Continent. We can't get in touch with the outside world, so we can only rely on the strength we have now to fight. How can this little strength be enough to fight? I've decided, in the future, when we go out to investigate something, even if it's in the Order Void, we have to bring a large group of people. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh. This guy also has a day like this. Who asked him to act cool and only use a little? But now there's no way to draw too much power from the Void Sealing Circle. At this moment, they're using the elite force. If they draw more power, they're afraid that if the Abyss Death Mist suddenly attacks, they won't be there. Forget it, my brain is about to explode. I won't think about that for now. All right, when you come, help me bring those few origin relic that can be moved. We exclaimed. He was so scared that he became excited. Don't phone, we just did that, and you're already going to do this. Don't need must. As soon as these 4 words came out, Huey's cheeks flushed. His mouth opened and closed for a while. Suddenly, he shouted into the soul transmission. Everyone, get up. Let's put aside the rest for now. Bring Feng's origin relic and go to the ice domain. Yes, the people scattered all over the place habitually responded. Then, they suddenly reacted. Their expressions were as miserable as the frost in June. There was another wave of wailing and howling in the soul transmission. Lord Feng, you're Lord Guanhui. Stop howling. I want to go too. It's annoying. Just as well, all of you come too. Everyone. Okay. They felt that their bodies were hollowed out. But since the 2 lords dragged their tired minds and got up, they could only follow suit. The ice domain. Before they reached the gate, the north wind blew and the bone-chilling cold air blew. Yin Nuashing and the others almost fell down. This temperature is too bad. They're about to fall asleep in this cold wind. The land of winter, shrouded in endless darkness, was as dark and cold as ever. The cold wind was mixed with a disgusting aura. Other than that, there didn't seem to be anything else. Yin Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and sighed. This was probably the first time in history that they had to meet so many people in such a bad mental state. And now, let alone being energetic, they couldn't even muster up any energy. They should be looking for trouble, right? Forget it. What's the point of hesitating so much? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and walked forward. It just so happens that I have a lot to complain about. This is the Cloud Continent, not the realm of the gods. This is their world. Our own world has been raided, and we still have to save the day. In an instant, a trace of spirit rose up in everyone. Their bodies were burning with a hot aura. The accumulation of fatigue and Yin Nuashing's fire ignited the fire of resentment. Their expressions became ferocious and distorted, and the whistling cold wind brought with it the mournful cries of demons from hell. He shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He didn't have the face to receive guests. Now that the fire was extinguished, they all looked like they were here to cause trouble. I hope nothing bad will happen. We couldn't help but sigh and followed them into the ice domain. Chapter 16:34. The scene in the ice domain did not change much. The huge energy barrier and the energy rune array had blocked the impact of the non-order energies. The place was peaceful and normal for the time being. The sunny day in the ice domain had been replaced by absolute darkness and endless coldness. Even the surface of the ice had been dyed black by the reflection of the dark flowing sky. After arriving at the ice domain, Jishuin led Yin Nuashing and the others to the huge temple that they could see upon entering. Although they had already expected to go to that place, when they looked up at the temple, even at such a serious moment, there was still a lazy atmosphere coming from the temple, which made them speechless. Couldn't they just lie down on the table while discussing inside? They were really very sleepy. The atmosphere in the ice region was rather solemn. One could feel the tense atmosphere of preparing for battle coming from everywhere. Traces of personnel movements and preparations for battle flashed past. They did not stop midway and quickly arrived at the temple. They followed the little girl to the main temple. What do you think they will say? Hui poked Yin Nuashing's arm and whispered in her soul. Who knows? Yin Nuashing shook her head. But from the first sentence they say, we can tell how much they know about the current situation. The life aura in the main temple was mixed and rich. It was a phenomenon caused by a group of people of similar realms gathering together. It was the same as a group of people from the heavenly realm gathering in a room for a meeting. The little girl pressed her hands on the door of the main temple and turned back to look at Yin Nuashing, a little nervous. She whispered, "Ugh, big brother, you won't quarrel, right?" Yin Nuashing was stunned. "Why do you say that? I have a feeling." The little girl turned her head and whispered, "It's like how the people who know everything look down on the ignorant masses." Howren did not know what the girl had imagined in such a short time to make her say such things. Well, he himself could not tell if they would quarrel or not. They were in a terrible state right now, and their mentality was not much better. The current situation was terrible. They could not contact the void blockade, could not call for reinforcements, and had to deal with an enemy that they could only judge to be extremely powerful. They only had less than 60 people, and with several factors weighing down on them, it could be said that they came with a very irritable mentality. If the negotiation went well, it might be peaceful, but if it went badly, it might not be as simple as flipping the table. As for why it was only 20 people and not all of them, nonsense, there were a lot of things to deal with in the Yunwan continent. Even if it was to let them have absolute control of the situation, it was impossible to let everyone give up on the things that needed to be dealt with and come for a meeting. About half of the people were already giving them face. It was up to them whether they wanted it or not. Try to be nice. I can't guarantee the rest. Yin Nuashing shrugged and yawned. The little girl murmured and gently pushed the door open. Then, she took a deep breath and took the lead to walk through the door. Yin Nuashing and the others followed closely behind. The door opened, revealing a spacious and well-lit hall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was also shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. More than 30 people were waiting in the room at the moment. More than 10 people were sitting, and more than 10 people were standing behind them. It felt like the commander-in-chief and the deputy commander-in-chief were all present. The atmosphere in the hall was already abnormal. At this moment, when the closed door suddenly opened, it became even more dignified. Everyone turned and locked their eyes in the direction of the door. The first to appear in their line of sight was the little princess of the ice domain, whom they were unfamiliar with but recognized. Following closely behind was a group of people with gloomy faces and emotions that were obviously in a weak state of restlessness. Their expressions and the way they strode and felt like they were about to rush up and flip the table and start cursing. Everyone was a little stunned. They had already tried their best to change their expressions, but that was all they could do. Even the young man who had been sunny for thousands of years, after putting on a sunny smile for a few minutes, collapsed before he could walk into the hall. His face was gloomy. Yin Nuashing raised her head and looked around the hall. The light released by the energy barely dispelled the darkness that descended during the time of extreme darkness. There was not much decoration in the hall. It was obvious that this area was not used often. Many things were temporarily arranged. Then there was the huge table and the person sitting on the table. Cough. Not in order. There were people she did not know, 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 people she did not know. Therefore, instead of having a meeting with them, it was better to have Jihan Shao have a meeting with them, and they could have a private chat with Jihan Shao. What was the point of having a meeting with a group of strangers? Wouldn't it be better to let him rest and recover his strength? Although Jihan Shao definitely knew this group of strangers, they were still a group of people in power in the Cloud Continent. Even if they weren't familiar with each other, they would definitely have met each other, or at least heard of each other's names. That didn't seem to be the case. Boom! As soon as they entered, someone they didn't know slammed the table and stood up, glaring at them and Hui. "It's you. How dare you come here?" Hui was stunned by the sudden stare. He glanced at the middle-aged man who slammed the table and stood up. He recognized his angry hairstyle and slightly distinctive clothing. After a moment, he said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Who are you? Do you know me?" The middle-aged man in luxurious blue robes was so angry that he laughed. The energy in his body was rioting. "Not long ago, you turned the Cloud Continent upside down. This time, you actually dare to break into the ice region. Who gave you the courage?" Part of the memory was vague and fragmented, especially when something of great importance happened. What was happening now would occupy most of the capacity of the brain. The remaining part would only pay attention to the past in a slightly delayed time, but it did not mean that they had forgotten it. After being yelled at by the middle-aged man, all the people in the hall turned their attention to Hui. Then, they looked at the group of people behind him. Their expressions changed slightly, and a faint hostility suddenly rose in the hall. Hui still couldn't remember. They came here with their real faces. Since they were recognized, it could only prove that they were people who had an impression of them the last time they came. Even if he couldn't figure out who the middle-aged man was, he knew how he knew him. He couldn't help but smile faintly. "Oh, you're one of those people, right? I'm sorry, but I still can't remember who you are." After all, in the experience of being chased by 80,000 people, other than running, I didn't have much of an impression. Even if you rushed to the front and were thrown out by me, I might not remember who you are. We smiled faintly. Jihan Xiao pondered for a moment and also fished out the key information from the fragmented memory. He couldn't help but let out a sound of realization. At this point, if he still couldn't remember, he was really old. He was also at the scene of the big battle, but only a few people from the ice region were present. He personally went to the front line and happened to see Hui. He didn't recognize Hui when he came to the ice region last time. He probably used some method to obstruct his recognition. "You." The middle-aged man glared at Hui angrily. If this wasn't the ice region, he might have already jumped out and slapped Hui. "You brought your people to the Cloud Continent again. If you want to start a war, we are not afraid of you." "War?" Hui sneered and shook his head helplessly with his hand on his forehead. He looked at him indifferently, as well as everyone else present. "Don't tell me that you think I'm really afraid of you, because you chased us away last time? Although I'm just a shield in front, it's not difficult to deal with 80,000 inferior people like you. The reason why you're still sitting here is because there's no need for that little fight," and Hui waved his hand and pulled out 2 chairs. He didn't care about everyone's hostile gazes and sat down without permission. "And because you're all from the lawful faction, if you plan to attack us at this moment, I don't mind first." Seeing Huey's slightly arrogant and slightly disdainful expression, the middle-aged man and the others all frowned. This fellow's arrogant attitude really annoyed them. They didn't know why the master of the ice region would invite them over to discuss such a big matter. "All right, now's not the time to talk about this." Jihan Xiao stood up and changed the topic. If he didn't say anything, they would definitely quarrel today. "I know about what happened last time. I was there too. I've always had some doubts about this, so in order to let the people from the ice region fight, what I'm going to say next might let you know what I'm puzzled about, but before that..." He cupped his fist and bowed to Hui and the others. Everyone was shocked. "Allow me to arrogantly apologize to you on behalf of everyone for what happened before. Hui Jun, I'm sorry for using force to expel you before the matter was settled or even fully understood." Hui saw that he didn't hesitate and was slightly stunned. The strongest person in the Cloud Continent had said so, and he still had to continue talking about important matters. He said, "Since you've said so, let's put this matter aside for now. Hui Jun is magnanimous." Jihan Xiao smiled. After Hui Gang finished speaking, he let out a big yawn. When Yin Nuoxing and the rest saw this, their cheeks also trembled. More than 20 people yawned together, causing the cheeks of everyone in the hall to redden. This group of people really came here to cause trouble, right? The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. as if he didn't plan to give up. We saw this inside. I say, you should at least understand the situation clearly. When it's necessary to say something, and when it can be put aside, it's impossible that you can't tell. Last time, you mobilized such a large force, but did we kill anyone? I've already said so much. Can you still not understand? If you can't, we're leaving. We stood up as he spoke. Yin Nuoxing also slowly stood up from her chair. The middle-aged man saw this and said in a low voice, "Wait, you, I still don't believe you, but this matter can be discussed later." I was too impulsive. Yin Nuoxing, who was already in a semi-conscious state, was about to leave the chair. We pulled him back again and pressed him onto the chair. He slapped his face and made him raise his head and close his eyes to rest. Xing LV and the others saw that they were all seated properly. Only then did they disperse and stand behind the two of them. We said, "That's good. Now let's get down to business. First, I'll ask, how much do you know about order, void, non-order, or chaos?" This question is also related to the arrangements and plans for the future, so try to be clear. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Ji Hanxiao frowned slightly. This opening question was already a headache, and he had only touched a little. Void is the chaotic place before all spaces were born. Ahem. Hanxiao, I can hear that you've tried. You're quite a pioneer, but this answer still makes me worried. Hui waved his hand to stop Ji Hanxiao from answering. The latter could not help but smile bitterly. Second question, what's happening in Union Continent to you? It seems like the abnormal energy hidden under Union Continent suddenly exploded and caused serious damage to Union Continent. Third question, where are the people from King's Palace? Ji Hanxiao's eyebrows twitched. They haven't responded. The inside and outside of Gangyuan Continent are completely isolated, so we don't know what's happening inside. Maybe they're thinking of a way out. Hui slapped his head, and Yin Nuoxing's head tilted to one side. He went from resting with his head tilted to a semi-paralyzed state. The group of people behind him also covered their faces and sighed. Their faces were distorted. Ji Hanxiao also scratched his head awkwardly. Only the second answer barely passed. What are you trying to say? The middle-aged man's face was filled with anxiety. I want to say, Hui rubbed his eyes and was short of breath. In this war, you can already be listed in the list of casualties. Don't worry. I don't plan to quarrel, at least not now. I'm just stating a fact, and this fact is not your fault. There's nothing we can do about it. Hui sighed. It was probably because Union Continent was in Black Nest, or maybe Union Continent was Black Nest itself. It was isolated and completely isolated, so the people of Union Continent did not understand the concepts of order, void, and non-order. They had not reached the stage where they could see through the problematic King's Palace. The enemy had all the advantages, so there was nothing to be done. Even if there was a miracle, there was nothing to be done. If they were not here, it would really be over. King's Palace is the mastermind behind this. Based on the information we received, this is the case. We found many energy wells in King's Palace's June thrones all over Union Continent. Their purpose is to nurture the dark energy that is wreaking havoc all over the world. Although the source is not clear, this is the only thing that is 100% credible. After all, we destroyed their king's June thrones and energy wells. With your status, I'm sure you know that a group of people who can't even be seen wiped out all the King's Palace's palace. Everyone looked at each other. This information was really hard to believe in such a short time. King's Palace had existed on Union Continent for so long. I believe what Hui Jun said. Ji Hanxiao nodded, and what I want to say is also related to King's Palace. The information that was suddenly relayed to everyone here, including my ice region, was targeted at Hui Jun. It also came from King's Palace. I always felt that this information was problematic. It was too targeted and too absolute. Yin Nuoxing was suddenly energized. He placed his hands on the table and asked, "What's the specific content of the information?" Ji Hanxiao turned to look at him and said word by word seriously, "People from beyond the heavens. They're the disaster that destroyed Union Continent. So, you're treating us as those strange people from beyond the heavens?" Hui Jun's expression froze. This was not right. Ji Hanxiao nodded. Jihan Xiao nodded. At first, I felt that something was wrong. When I saw you on the battlefield that day, although I felt a faint different aura from you, it definitely didn't belong to the power from beyond the heavens. It could be someone from the lower continent. That was my judgment. So when they insisted and sent out the same information 17 times in a row, he spread his hands. What happened after that happened before he could stop it in time. The only thing he could do was to go to the battlefield and take a look from afar. Then, he led the people from the ice region who acted without permission and left the battlefield, adding on the fact that we lost all contact with King's Palace this time. It's indeed very suspicious. But compared to them, we feel that you're more problematic, someone said. We're unable to confirm which lower continent you're from. About this, we should have a chance to talk about it. However, this matter really has nothing to do with us. Anyway, I've already said it. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Hui Jun replied vaguely. Hui responded vaguely. He tilted his head and looked at Yin Nuoxing. Their eyes flashed with complicated energy. The direction of this matter was beginning to become strange. The king's palace seemed to be hiding more things that they did not know, but were more deadly. Yin Nuoxing continued to raise his head and close his eyes to rest. The irritation in his heart was rising rapidly. Now he just wanted to find a place to rest and settle down to organize his thoughts. Yin Nuoxing's tiredness and rising irritation caused the atmosphere in the hall to change slightly. Everyone who sensed it looked at him attentively. However, after a while, they looked at Hui and Jihan Xiao. The latter was also curious when they saw him like this. Ji Shuyan, who was beside him, saw her father's confusion. She whispered a few words in his ear, and Jihan Xiao understood. So, what do you plan to do now? Knowing that Feng was already impatient to a certain extent, Hui once again brought the topic back. You know about King's Palace and the location of the enemy. I think you should know about the current state of Cloud Continent. You know how bad it is and how complicated it is. In the darkest time of Cloud Continent's millions of years, how do you plan to solve it? You're the ones in power. We're responsible for pouring cold water on you. As for whether you can't stand the cold or shiver from the cold but endure it, it depends on your tolerance. Sarcastic words. This sentence was full of sarcastic words. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Jihan Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of ice water. His face was red from holding in. How else can we solve it? The middle-aged man stood up and looked around. He said in a deep voice, "This is our world. Take control of the current territory and gather all the forces to save this world and end everything. Our justice will win." Zheng. Huey's smile froze. His face was full of disbelief. Was this guy's brain fried? Ha! Hee! Ha 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 ha! A crazy laughter that contained endless irritation suddenly echoed in the hall. It made Hui and the others tremble. Oh no, it's out of control. Yin Nuoxing stood up with a bang. The chair under him was sent flying by the irritable energy and smashed a big hole in the wall. His face was ferocious and crazy. His eyes that reflected reincarnation stared at the middle-aged man. Save this world? Huh? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? The crazy laughter stopped abruptly. Yin Nuoxing's low murmur echoed in the hall. Every syllable made the void and the void fluctuate. His sudden voice stunned everyone. Just listening to his voice made their hearts tremble uncontrollably. Yin Nuoxing's figure flashed fiercely and appeared in front of the middle-aged man. His eyes were filled with endless madness as he stared at the middle-aged man. That pair of eyes almost banished the middle-aged man's soul into the cycle of reincarnation. A crazy roar accompanied by hundreds of echoes struck the souls of everyone present. Look into my eyes, bastard. This is the war between order and chaos. There is no redemption, no salvation, no hope in this war. There is only the reality of eternal slaughter and madness. You're talking about salvation in front of me. You can't save anyone. You can't protect anyone. Here, this is the battlefield of madness and death. The permanent node that continues the De Yuan realm. Stepping into this place is only allowed to have the awareness of certain death and endless madness and destruction. People with other wills don't even deserve to have death and reincarnation. You dare to step into the battlefield with such naive fairy tale thoughts. I will first sink you and the world you want to save and protect into nothingness and completely destroy you. You will never be reincarnated. The crazy roar that directly hit the soul heavily hit every part of the body with the will of the descent of death. The faces of the people in the hall turned pale. Just this roar alone almost made them fall into reincarnation. Her beautiful face, that was filled with madness and malevolence, slowly recovered. Yin Nuashing stood up and looked down at the middle-aged man with dull eyes indifferently. With a flash, she floated towards the direction of the main door. Her cold voice sounded again. I thought it was just an undeniable ignorance. I thought you would understand after seeing each other in the concept layer of laws. I thought. Salvation? You won't be able to save anyone. You'll only cause your own death and everyone else's. You think you're saving and acting on your own, but in the end, you won't get anything. You'll only lose everything. You think this is your justice? You're fighting for your own justice. You're shouting about salvation and redemption. This is a battlefield of justice that belongs to you. That's just your own wishful thinking. There's no justice in this war. There's no justice or redemption. People who have these thoughts. Bang. The heavy sound of the door slamming echoed throughout the hall, making everyone's soul tremble violently again. At the same time, it also made everyone come back to their senses. Unknowingly, their clothes were soaked in sweat. Just now, all of them felt the aura of death. Half of their bodies felt the atmosphere of death. Jing Yuanji was stunned for a moment. She quickly opened the door and chased out. They had to appease this explosive and flammable person. Otherwise, it was hard to guarantee that he would not do something to vent his anger. Chapter 16:35. The whole place was silent. No one knew what had just happened. Before they could react, they saw him suddenly become crazy and violent. He was so violent that he seemed to be about to destroy everything. When they faced him, it was like facing the incarnation of madness and endless darkness. His aura and aura were enough to drag everyone into the darkest abyss and be annihilated. Even if he had already slammed the door and left, he could not recover from the shock of death so quickly. Hui also rubbed his face in annoyance. What kind of time was this? Was this person a fool? Was he stupid? He had already reached such a realm. At such a time, in such a situation, he still dared to mention the word save in his heart? Did he really think that he was a savior who could save the world? A partner of justice? Cursing everything in the world? Cursing. Then what should he do next? Did he have to sacrifice everything first? Sacrificing his companions, sacrificing his own people, and then sacrificing himself? In the end, he would end up losing everything. He would not be able to protect anything, not even a trace of air in his hands. In the void, the dissipated energy of such a person could fill up half of the void. Therefore, everything that was involved could fill up the other half of the void. This peak of the realm of origin was really a waste. Damn, the more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Seeing Feng slamming the door and leaving, he also wanted to slam the door and leave. He was such a stupid guy. Hold it in. He could not leave now. First, he had to put on a smile, and then suppress the group of violent killers behind him. Waving his hand behind him, Hui asked everyone to calm down. He took a deep breath and put on a fake, half-dark smile on his face. He said lightly, "Well, although I expected it, I did not expect it to be so fast. Feng is in a bad mood and is a little irritable. Please forgive him." Huey's half-black face turned completely black in an instant. He smiled faintly and said, "But that's the truth. You can have any prejudice against us. You can distrust us. You can treat our words like farts. Of course, you can also treat your countless hours of cultivation as if you fed it to a dog. This has nothing to do with us." Just as Maple said, I also thought that after you saw those things in the concept layer, well, at the very least, you should have maxed out your ability to recognize half of the leopard through a tube. I just didn't expect that after seeing those things, you could still be so confident and calm and say those words with such vigor as if they were a hot knife cutting through butter. I never, ever thought that you could say those words with such confidence. Hui suddenly scolded. That energy destroyed most of the structural rules of the cloud continent in an instant. Stupid beep. The collapse reaction that followed almost made the entire continent run towards destruction. With this level of order power in this world, it can only be suppressed by the dark energy. Even if you can't recognize it, you should be able to recognize it by looking at the speed of the cloud continent's collapse. If I give you 5 minutes, do you think you have the ability to destroy the cloud continent to its current state without even showing your face? Do you think you have the ability to destroy the cloud continent to its current state without even showing your face? Then, do you think you have the ability to suppress the cloud continent to the extent that it is now without even showing your face? Yes, I admit that this is because they have all the advantages. That's why the current situation is happening. No one knew how many years they had been hiding in the cloud continent. But weren't you one of the rulers of this world? They had been trying their best to refine the evil water, and they had left a clear mark on your face, but no one had noticed it? Do you think that this world is too peaceful and too comfortable, so your realm is still at the peak of the source realm, but your brain has already run to a place below the sky god realm to avoid the heat? Stupid beep? The situation has already reached such a state. I already said that it's the darkest time, and you still want to save it. I'll save you beep my beep. God's realm, Yuanshu's realm, God's generation's language. The moment these 2 words were said, the chess game had already exploded and spiraled into the sky. It had already collapsed to the point that even the void couldn't save it. I'll save you, stupid. Do you want to go out and beat me up now, so that you can see the violence of the void in order? We didn't know why he was so irritable. In short, he was full of anger. Perhaps it was because he was too tired and didn't have time to rest. Then, he even came here to be bullied. He knew that he hadn't seen many people explode like this in history. That Hui Jun. Jihan Xiao raised his trembling hand and tried to speak calmly. Restrain your aura. Calm down. Otherwise, we won't be able to talk later. Shuiyan was almost scared to tears by their aura. It seemed that even though she was familiar with them, she hadn't seen them get angry before. Hui was stunned. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw everyone's stunned expressions. He was wondering why there wasn't any reaction when he started scolding them. He accidentally released his Yuanshu's aura, so he pressed down on everyone's faces and scolded them crazily. He didn't even allow them to talk back. Phew! Hui let out a long sigh of relief. After the silent hall calmed down for 5 minutes, he waved for everyone to be on standby, opened the door, and walked out of the hall. Then, together with Jing Yuanji, he dragged a grumpy observer back to the hall, pressed him down on the seat, and let out a long sigh of relief. Then continue. Mister, please shut up. If you don't clean up the innocent fairy tale thoughts in your mind, or if you haven't recognized the current situation, please don't speak rashly. There's an explosion with the word unstable in front, an emotion called unable to contain, and a situation called abandoning everything. Then, let me ask you again. In this situation, how far is the distance between life and death? Well, I know you can't answer, but the answer is that there is no distance. Right now, all of us are dead people. So please recognize all of this first, list all the matters in your mind, arrange a more suitable answer, and use it to brainwash yourself dozens of times before you speak. If for some reason you ignite the topic again, we can only physically silence you. Where were we? Jihan Xiao. How should we deal with the current situation when abandoning everything? Let the topic jump a little. This was to avoid a minefield, so it wasn't a big problem. Furthermore, for a short period of time, no one would dare to speak. So, Hui Jun really didn't contribute at all in the previous battle. 80,000 people chased after less than 60 people, and there wasn't a single casualty. However, based on what happened just now, if he released his aura, it was still a problem how many of those 80,000 people could come back. Oh, Hui nodded. The Gangyuan is the most important battlefield. We have to go there to hold the line. This way, I'll leave the concept layer to you guys. The 2 battlefields can only start at the same time. If one side is forced into a corner, the other side will enter the same state. The battle will change at any time. What's wrong? Feng, did you think of something? Yin Nuoxing waved her hand to interrupt him. Hui and Ji Hanxiao both turned their heads and saw that a certain person had calmed down a little. They heaved a sigh of relief. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head to look at Hui and said, "Between you and me, one has to suppress the Gang Yuan, and the other has to help the concept layer." Then it's more or less decided. With this arrangement, I can only go to the Gang Yuan. Hui scratched his head. Yin Nuoxing shook her head lightly. You go to the concept layer, and I'll go to the Gang Yuan. The existence there requires all of the origin power to fight. Huey's expression suddenly changed, and his voice became low again. You've already determined that the situation is so serious? What's the accuracy? Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and raised her head. Her gaze pierced through the ceiling of the hall and saw the completely dark sky outside. 100%. Why do I feel that there's no way to revive the dead this time? Indeed, it's very difficult. Yin Nuoxing nodded gently and heaved a sigh of relief. She rubbed her forehead and eyes to refresh herself and began to sort out the information for Hui. The world created by the god of origin, the location of the relic of origin, the suspected suppressed non-order energy that is related to the relic of origin, the non-order energy that is almost the same level as the origin and annihilation energy, and almost 80% of the non-order energy is converging towards the Gang Yuan. The energy used to destroy the Yunwan continent might only be 20%, and at most 30%. If there's no accident, the people from King's Palace should have the same level of understanding as Han Xiao. They should be able to tell that we don't belong to the Yunwan continent. I think something big has happened. Hui was dumbfounded. Could it be that there's something behind King's Palace that's controlling all of this? If that's the case, someone who can instantly understand where we belong, which means that our original body doesn't belong to the Yunwan continent and is related to origin. Isn't this going to be over? Speaking of which, there's someone at this level. Could it be that they're like Jing Yun and the others and have survived for some reason? It's not human. Yin Nuoxing shook her head. After sorting out the information in a short period of time, the uneasiness in his heart had already reached its peak. Yin Nuoxing crossed her hands and rubbed them lightly. The substantial light in her eyes flickered. There's something I haven't told you guys. It should be just a guess. Because there aren't many of them, there's no way to confirm it. Now, we can basically confirm it. Have you lined up the following things? My annihilation energy, the demon shadow scene in the graveyard of gods and demons, and the non-order energy at this very moment. What the F asterisk CK? There's already a third type of energy that's comparable to the origin energy. The first two types can basically be confirmed to have appeared on the battlefield 11 years ago. What we've discovered now can't be confirmed, but I don't think there's a need to confirm it. You're not going to say that there are many types of energy similar to the annihilation energy, or that there are many types of demon shadows, right? Yin Nuoxing raised her head and looked him in the eye. Perhaps it's the same as the origin heavenly god, but the position is reversed. Huey's expression froze. His whole body slid under the table. When he climbed up, his face was already pale. So that's how it is. The smallest even number can't be seen as a rule and theorem, so there's no way to completely confirm it. It can only be suspected. However, now that there's a third one, this can be considered a certainty. How do we deal with it? Play with our lives. Chances of winning, 1 in a trillion. You first or I first? I'll go first. Walk slowly and wait for us on the road. It'll be very crowded at this time. I have to lead the way first, so I can't wait for you on the road. However, I can wait for you at the end. Jihan Xiao, walking together on the path of reincarnation. The next life won't be lonely. Well, that's the situation anyway. It's a situation where death is certain. No matter how they deal with it, it's basically impossible. If everything was lined up, what they had to deal with was an existence that was comparable to the origin heavenly god, but completely opposite in nature. This group of people would basically be lining up to die. Even if they were in the realm of Yuan Shi, they couldn't do anything about it. Well, take it easy. Hui patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder. There were a few times when he wanted to laugh, but in the end, he could only put on a broken smile. Perhaps. Sigh. There's no perhaps, but we can't accept our fate. When Yin Nuoxing heard this, the gloominess on her face faded away. She smiled slightly. That's true. Although the outcome is clear, it's not the time to accept our fate. Jihan Xiao. That, Feng Jun, Hui Jun, what are you talking about? We're discussing the issue of dying first and dying later, so? Hui smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Suddenly, he was stunned. Yin Nuoxing was stunned as well. The two of them recovered from the atmosphere at the same time. They looked at Jihan Xiao and said excitedly, perhaps there's still hope. Jihan Xiao trembled under their fiery gazes. What hope? What do we have to do? He only heard about dying. Just as they said, in this situation, they would only discuss about dying or how to die. If they didn't have this awareness, they wouldn't be able to participate in this war. Well, that was all he heard. He didn't understand anything else. Ancient relics, Hui said excitedly. He turned to Yin Nuoxing. Feng, if we collect all the origin relics, Yin Nuoxing nodded. Then I'll have to die alone. That's right. Only. Hui nodded excitedly. Then he was stunned. You don't really think that you'll get a perfect ending if you get all the origin relics, do you? Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly as he poked Hui's head, his hands folded over each other as he gently rubbed them. It can be determined that the demonic shadow that exists here, or the energy will of the chaos energy, is suppressed and sealed here by the origin relic. However, it is still a life form of that level. Even if all of the origin energy and the origin relic were to bet, the best result would be mutual destruction, a 30% chance. After all, it is of that level, and the difference between heaven and earth. Furthermore, it had been brewing for who knows how many years to escape. Even if that's what I mean. Hui Jun, Jihan Xiao interrupted this strange topic. He frowned and said, ancient relics. Although Feng Jun can handle ancient relics, can ancient relics release power? Won't that cause? That's the most important question. Hui waved his hand and nodded. Ancient origin spirit. That's what you call it here, right? That's why you call the relics, they left behind ancient relics. But, forget it, I'll put it simply. I won't explain too much. Hui reached out and patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder. As the direct heir of the ancient origin spirit, Feng Jun can use the power of ancient relics. It's very difficult, but it's a trump card that can be used. No, it's a trump card that must be used. It's probably the only way. A few days ago, you felt violent energy fluctuations all over the continent. It's actually because he's subduing and activating ancient relics. Every energy fluctuation means that he's playing with his life. After all, to Feng Jun, even if he's the direct heir, it doesn't mean that there's no danger at all when he comes into contact with ancient relics. It's something that belongs to them, to us and other life forms other than them. The existence of ancient relics is a disaster. It's a static disaster. Even Feng Jun would cause such a destructive disturbance when he comes into contact with it. If it's someone else, just look at what happened tens of millions of years ago. Those people who wanted to obtain power that belonged to them ended up suffering the consequences of their own actions. Jihan Xiao said, so that's what happened. That's why you've been collecting ancient relics. The Yunwan continent that you're in is a space created by the ancient origin spirit, the heavenly god of origins. They left the ancient relics here to seal the person behind the scenes in the king's palace. After a long time, although the relics left behind by the heavenly god of origins won't be damaged by the erosion of time, it's probably because it's been maintaining the seal for a long time. The energy gradually decreased, and it gradually entered a state of deep sleep. It lost most of its power to maintain the seal, so it escaped. Perhaps it hasn't completely escaped yet. It should still be under control, but it won't be very seriously affected. Without a long sigh. The other things are as you guessed. We're not from the Yunwan continent, nor are we from the lower continent. We're from the outside world. There's a barrier that you need to cross. The world you're in is within our control. Due to the abnormal movements, you broke into our security area, so we sensed that something was wrong. Then, we came to investigate, but we were chased out by you. Ahem. Ji Hanxiao was speechless. We belong to order, and it belongs to non-order, which is chaos. The two camps have been opposing each other since the birth of the world. Even when we sensed the abnormality in the Yunduan continent and came here to fight, it's also part of the war between order and chaos in the entire world. It's just a small splash, but it contains a lot of things. The two camps have nothing to do with right or wrong. They're fighting because they exist here. If we're chaos beings, we'll sweep the Yunduan continent instead. That's what it means. The coexistence of the two only exists on a small scale. Among the people we know, there's a small number of them who are chaos beings. They're all very special examples. It's because they chose order that we can coexist. As for the bigger picture, forget it. Even if we think about it, they won't think about it, so there's no need to think too much about it. The battle between the two has lasted for 51 years. It has nothing to do with preferences or other things. It's just because it's how it is. It's as if it's decided by the void and the void of the great Yuan realm. We let out a long sigh. If you can understand this, you should know why we were so irritable just now. Ahem, I'm sorry. I was too rash just now. In order to create a platform for the Yunduan continent to stand on, we've exhausted all our mental and physical strength. When we came here, we weren't in a good state and our emotions were unstable. So I'm sorry. Yin Nuashing looked at the people who were still in a half-daze and nodded. I'm sorry. However, just like what I've said just now, that kind of beautiful fantasy will not work. With that kind of thought, with the thought of saving everything, in the end, nothing can be done. Even we have to fight with the will to die. We have to fight nonstop and hang on. Not to save anyone, but to save our own lives that have slipped into the abyss, to save this world that is about to be destroyed from the brink of chaos. Even if it's for ourselves, we have to do it. We have to put ourselves beyond redemption and fight with our backs against the wall. If we don't do that, we won't be able to win, cutting off all means of retreat, disregarding everything, and turning defeat into victory. That is the foundation of the Order faction, the faction that we are in right now. Hui yawned and quickly said, that's how it is. We're almost at our limit. The stable platform can support us for a while, but it won't last forever. For now, let's focus on collecting the relics of origins. We'll do our best. Please do us a favor. By the way, is there an empty room nearby? Can I borrow it for a rest? While he was in a daze, he arranged for Shui Yin to lead Yin Nuashing and the others to the temple to rest. As they left and the door closed, Ji Hanxiao took a deep breath. They had received too much information in a short period of time, so they couldn't react at all. Now, they were still a little confused. The only thing they knew was that the current situation was very, very bad. They were in a situation of certain death. It was easy to say that they were fighting against death, but to force themselves into such a state was not something that could be done overnight. They didn't know how many years they had been fighting in such a state before they could get used to this mentality of treating everything in the world as nothingness. It didn't take too long to tidy up a few rooms in the shrine. Moreover, Yin Nuashing and the others didn't really want to lie down and rest. They just wanted to find a quiet place to rest and recover the energy that they had just squandered in a short period of time. But it was also very necessary to recover their strength. Hui, Jing Yuanji and the others followed Yin Nuashing into a room. They still had some things to discuss. It was better to talk face to face than to communicate through their souls. While they were helping to tidy up the empty room, Ji Shuyin pulled Yin Nuashing to the side. She carefully took out a snowflake made of ice from her waist token and handed it to the latter. Oh, big brother, this is for you. Probably because he was still a little unconscious, Yin Nuashing's reaction was a little slow. He took the snowflake subconsciously when he heard her words. When he came to his senses and saw it clearly, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Ji Shuyin with a little displeasure and asked, "You made this?" No, I accidentally left it behind in the past." Seeing that he was a little angry, the little girl waved her hand and lowered her head. She clasped her fingers together and said, "I'm also from the ice domain. I think I should help, but there's nothing I can do. I just want to give Big Brother a little help." Yin Nuashing sighed, squatted down, and patted the little girl's head. He comforted her. "We all have our own mission. Your mission is to grow up happily. You just need to listen to the things here. If you understand it, take it as an eye-opener. If you don't understand it, don't pay too much attention to it. Seeing the little girl mumbling with her head down, Yin Washing smiled helplessly and said, I am very happy that you care about me. Thank you. Ji Shuyin shook her small body slightly, her hands clutching her green skirt and mumbling. When she saw Yin Washing stand up, she suddenly said, Big brother, can you see me clearly? Chapter 1636. Origin was a very mysterious phenomenon. It was something that could not be seen or explored. The great elemental realm, the void, the birth of life was always later than the birth of the cradle. No matter what kind of life it was, even the god of origin and the others, they only appeared after the birth of the great elemental realm. It was already a time phenomenon that could not be directly seen or touched. The only thing that could be replaced was the great samsara that happened once every 20 years. When the great elemental realm woke up, that scene was more or less similar to the real origin of the great elemental realm. However, it was only similar and could not be completely the same. At the moment when the world was created, there was only a murky darkness between the heavens and earth. However, the darkness itself was also a phenomenon. At that time, it did not exist. There was nothing that could be observed. There was nothing that existed. It was just like a mixed pot of thick soup that was still desperately building what should exist in the future. Part of it floated on the surface of the soup, and part of it settled at the bottom. The two looked at each other from afar and no longer touched each other. This chaotic and meaningless ocean had two completely opposite extremes at the same time. Even so, it was not the only thing that was complete and unchangeable. It was a phenomenon that was still in the process of evolution, containing everything that could be described and indescribable in this world. Everything that could be described and indescribable in this world undulated in that ocean. And even though the two were completely separated, they would occasionally inadvertently come into contact with each other due to great winds and waves. They would confront each other, annihilate each other, or leave behind something that was in an even more inexplicable state. It was more or less such a simple phenomenon. Its existence was deliberately created by the will of this world itself. Therefore, the subsequent evolution would also follow this will to the only place. A voice that was mixed with chaos and annihilation suddenly sounded in the void. The great elemental realm had arrived, but some things had also arrived along with it. They were allowed to exist in this extremely empty place at the same time, just like when they were still in their mother's womb. They were separated by two places, facing each other from afar, and would never interact with each other. That's right. Now is not the time to elaborate on the creation of the great elemental realm. What he wanted to talk about was just some trivial matters related to order and non-order. He rambled on in his mind so much just to draw out the last part, which was the beginning of everything. Following that, with the strong winds and waves in the great elemental realm, they finally met each other one day. No one knew when it was. They had already existed before the will of life was born. When life observed them, they, order and chaos, were already in a stalemate state of war. It was just that what was known and seen at the beginning was not a real war that could be observed with the naked eye. It was just two types of energy entangling, colliding, and annihilating each other. In the time that followed, they attached themselves to the void of reality and handed the task of carrying out the war to each other. The life, will, and energy that were derived from them replaced their pure selves in carrying out the endless war in this world. Fine, this was actually a beautified version. Order and chaos didn't have any orders, or missions to hand over. It was just that when they fought, they unintentionally dragged things that existed in the real world into it. Up until now, the battle between the two of them that only existed in concepts and the void had been brought into the real world. Once it started, there was no stopping it. The endless battle was unfolding without end, and everything was out of control. As for why he suddenly talked about this, that's right, why did he talk about this? It seemed that the little girl Ji Shuyin suddenly asked a strange question. His thoughts went wild uncontrollably, and half of the things that he thought about seemed to have nothing to do with the little girl's question. Alas, it wasn't the first time that he had let his thoughts run wild when he was tired. As for what the little girl had asked him, he didn't really want to ask that question. He didn't know how to answer it. He used the snowflake that Ji Shuyan gave him last time. If he didn't use it, he would have been killed in the void of illusion. Just like what the little girl told him at that time, he would know what thing she was after he used it. It was just that he didn't have the space in his mind to think about it. Ji Shuyan was still looking up at him. There was a hint of anticipation in her sparkling green eyes. It was as if she couldn't wait to let others know what she was, but she didn't want to explain everything herself. He could understand this feeling. There were some things that were better understood by oneself than by others. I know. I already know. I've known since then. I completely understand. Yin Nuoxing squatted down and patted the little girl's head. Although I don't know why you're so eager to let me know. No matter why, no matter what you want to do, you're you. To me, to your father, Ji Hanshao, Ji Shuyan is Ji Shuyan. There won't be any distortions because of other reasons. The little girl looked at him with her green eyes and giggled. Big brother, you're really good at talking. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. He's good at talking? No, little girl, you're wrong. He's the kind of person who doesn't talk nonsense when he's fighting. Hui and the rest are the ones who do the talking. He's just used to it, because he knows too many non-human things. Even he himself is the same. What he said just now was just the views and thoughts of non-human things towards other non-human things. Perhaps it was mixed with a bit of pity and something else. It was just a habit. It wasn't to the extent that he could talk. But looking at the little girl's happy face, he felt that it was enough to just flash these words in his mind. There was no need to explain. Ji Shuyan swayed her body, and her green dress swayed. She seemed to want to do something. She kept looking up at Yin Nuoxing. This gaze made him feel a little surprised. It was as if she wanted him to do something. Hey, he had taken care of too many children. This gaze was too familiar. Do you want me to explain? Ji Shuyan pursed her lips and nodded gently. She lowered her head again. I've heard too many words like non-human, abnormal, strange, and so on. I've searched everywhere in panic. When I look back inadvertently, I still can't find anything other than the traces left by time. Yin Nuoxing sighed softly. He patted the little girl's head again and stroked her long hair. Unlike the non-human things around him, the little girl obviously hadn't met anyone who was slightly abnormal. Yes, normal people. Even in this world, those who were too abnormal would always be rejected. He just didn't expect that Ji Shuyan, the little princess of the ice domain, would also have such a little trouble. Concept, origin, creation, origin, rule creation, this is you. From the moment you were born, these marks are a part of yourself that you can't get rid of. They are a part of you, a part of your body. However, as I said before, everything that the God of origin has, no matter what, is not a blessing from God when it falls into the hands of mortals. It is a test, a fate that cannot be erased. Whether they did it deliberately or unintentionally, it has become a reality. It is useless to look into the cause of the past. What you need to do is to keep moving forward until you reach the end of origin. Yin Nuoxing's voice turned from gentle to slightly heavy. She was supposed to be an ordinary little girl, but her rule construct had the aura of the rule of origin, the power of Wenqim's rule. The culprit that turned her into this was the relic of origin that was originally kept in her house. He could only speculate that when she was still in her mother's womb, the rule construct was still in a state of chaos, and the boundaries were not obvious. She was somehow tainted with the rule of origin, or when she was very young and her own rule construct had not completely solidified, she came into contact with the rule of origin, and a part of it was eventually replaced, resulting in her current appearance. But as he had just said, the process wasn't too important. He couldn't rashly judge whether the little girl who was chosen by the origins was lucky or unlucky. If she was one of the inheritors, he would probably make some arrangements. If she wasn't, that would be for the best. Fate or whatever, before it is revealed, before it is clearly observed, it is an unknown and blurry black fog. This is not some kind of self-deception, nor is it a distorted definition. It is a fact. Patting the little girl's head, Yin Nuashing stood up. If you feel lost, just keep moving forward. Just don't keep moving forward to find the origin. Turn around and look at your future. Maybe it won't be as bad as you think. The little girl replied in a low voice. Perhaps she got the answer she wanted from him, or perhaps she was comforted. Big brother, don't you think I'm strange? That's an interesting question. Then let me ask you. The relic of origin that no one in the Yunduan continent can easily come into contact with has a second appearance on my body. I am more. I don't need to say this. Do you think I'm strange? Different from ordinary people? Not normal people? Yin Nuashing opened his arms and asked calmly. Ji Shuiyin raised her head and looked at Yin Nuashing from head to toe. After a while, she said, You really don't look like a normal person, but I don't think you're strange. Then, that's my answer too. Yin Nuashing nodded. You're just a little girl who is a little special. Other than that, there's no other meaning. Ji Shuiyin smiled happily when she heard this. It was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. It was a smile that was more meaningful than usual. I understand. Thank you, big brother. After saying that, the little girl bowed slightly to Yin Nuashing. Then, she ran out of the room like a wisp of smoke. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw her jumping and dancing. What an easy little girl to deal with. Can't she just smile like this? What's the point of thinking about those complicated things? There's no need to care about the strange existence in other people's eyes. You sent the little girl away? Seeing Yin Nuashing close the door, we couldn't help but ask. I saw that she seemed to have something on her mind. Did she talk to you about it? Well, that's it. It's just a small matter. Yin Nuashing nodded and gave a general idea of the matter. Hui and Jing Yuanji couldn't help but smile bitterly. This kind of thing was indeed a little too shocking for ordinary people. It was understandable that it wasn't accepted. When the little girl grew up and met other people, she would be, judging from the people she met now, it was almost the same. After talking about the little girl's matter, they went back to what they were going to face at the moment. Seeing Hui and Jing Yuanji sitting quietly with tea, he couldn't help but ask, Why? Are you waiting for me? The protagonist isn't at the table. What should we say? Hui took a sip of tea and rolled his eyes. Although we should pursue the matter of a certain silly girl running around restlessly, even in the state of a seriously injured body, seeing that you have recovered and what we have to face now, let's forget about it first. Yin Nuashing scratched his head. He had dodged a bullet. Fortunately, the candlestick in the Buyun Academy had accidentally restored his state. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to quibble. He meant to explain. Don't be in a hurry to be happy. Judging from the situation just now, the key this time is still with you. Hui rubbed the teacup with both hands. The land of spring. From the news I just heard, there are changes there again. Combined with the appearance of something similar to the spawn earlier, I guess you don't need to say what will happen. Is there something more powerful than the abyssal death mist spawn? Yin Nuashing muttered. If there was a tide of this level on the cloud continent. However, the numbers should not be so shocking. The reason why the abyssal death mist spawn was endless was because its base camp was really very big. The endless army that took several eras to nurture and build had powerful regenerative abilities. Their numbers were also close to endless, and it was almost impossible to kill them all. He actually wanted to find out if the number of abyssal death mist spawn that they killed every day was more than the number of abyssal death mist spawn that they recovered. A group of army has joined forces with the Spectre, who is ready to make a move behind the scenes. Soldiers against soldiers, kings against kings. Unfortunately, we don't have enough people. Most of the pressure is probably on you. It's a very difficult battle, and the chances of winning are not particularly high. Hui said in a low voice. Perhaps his mood was affected, but now just looking at the situation made him a little depressed. As expected, nothing is easy when it comes to dealing with non-order. Yin Nuashing calmly accepted it. Anyway, if he went all out, even the tide would quickly evaporate. But before that, we have to deal with the matter of the origin relics first. Although it was very straightforward just now in the hall, collecting all the origin relics is a disaster in itself. The origin relics have a resonance with each other. Their gathering is a variable, and it is difficult to predict and predict. Under such circumstances, to collect all of them, and we only have 2 months. At the worst, we might only have 1.5 months or less. If that's the case, on average, we will get one origin relic a day. We could not help but smile bitterly. I don't want to fight anymore. Just kill me. Yin Nuoxing's face was full of despair. It was known that the origin relics that were in a sealed, triggered, and released state would cause great damage to him. It would take a long time to deal with the sequelae caused by one of them. However, the origin relics in this state were very conspicuous and easy to find. The number of origin relics was also less. As for the other part, they were hidden deep in the mountains, forests, wilderness, and glaciers, pretending to be very serious garbage, so that people would completely ignore their existence. They might not even be able to find one in a few days. It was already very rare for Hui and the others to find a few of them. Fight! We still have to fight. How can we stop fighting just like that? Huey's disappointed look quickly disappeared. He put on a serious poker face, swung his arm, and pointed at the sofa and table beside him. Let's go eat before we fight. Eat? Yin Nuoxing was startled. He turned his head, and his pretty face suddenly froze. On the table, there was a plate that looked like a plate, a cover that looked like a pot lid, a pair of chopsticks that looked like a spear, and a teapot for making tea. The point was that the tableware on the table made his origin energy stir and forced him to accept this reality. You really found a teapot? Don't tell me I didn't find it. I was also devastated when I saw it. Hui tilted his head and covered his face with a bitter look. What he said at the beginning had come true. Next, he could probably try to find something like a teacup. Oh, there were pots and pans and maybe a few knives, forks, bowls, and spoons. But even if his mentality was broken, Yin Nuoxing still had to praise these origin relics. Ah, these exquisite shapes, these beautiful lines, these patterns, these runes, these imprints, this surging energy. Damn, he could already imagine what would happen in the future. When the battle with the enemy reached its climax, he would wave his sleeves, and a large number of pots, bowls, ladles, knives, forks, chopsticks, and spoons would rush towards the enemy. The more he thought about it, the more he could not continue fighting. As he had expected, the origin relics in the state of silence, and silence would not resist. They would be thrown into the origin mark to recuperate after a slight contact with his origin energy. So there are 12 of them. Yin Nuoxing counted. The origin crystal on his body was still slowly changing. The ring behind his head, the sun, and the 6 crystal pillar-like wings on his back were all broken and melted into the origin mark. There were other changes on his body, but I don't want to throw them out at all. While I was fighting, I suddenly took out the origin relics. It looks like they rushed out of the kitchen. It's over. This impression has been imprinted in my mind. Who can help me to spell it? F***CK. I want to seal this memory completely. Hui and Jing Yuanji could not help but smile bitterly as they watched Yin Nuoxing frantically running in circles in the room. They were almost as devastated when they first saw it. So far, they had not found a spatula, a spoon, or an iron pot. Oh no, they cannot think about it anymore. If they did, they would have to sort out their own memories. The origin crystal completely solidified after 5 minutes. During that time, it seemed to have gone through 7 or 8 stages of changes, appearing, disappearing, emerging, and fusing. It went through several changes before it was fixed into its current state. The reason and the judgment of the situation were probably difficult to understand. When the heavenly god of origin and the others were not around, Yin Nuoxing could only figure it out by himself. There was no one in the void who could help him, but to say that he had to figure it out by himself. He really did not know how to figure it out. Could it really be like what CU wrote? A certain crystallized part fused with another crystallized part to form. His thoughts were getting more and more out of control. Other than the 2 mentioned just now, there were only 4 transparent, pale green energy concepts that spread out from the shoulders and waist. They were like streamers that fluttered like ribbons. They did not solidify into crystals. For some reason, they did not solidify. Looking at how they were like air currents and how they were tumbling with energy and laws, it seemed that something was missing that prevented them from taking shape. Phone, you're becoming more and more flashy. Hui could not help but say as he looked at the origin energy surrounding his body. Yin Nuashing. This had nothing to do with him at all. It was not like he wanted to become like this. They changed on their own. After dealing with the 6 origin relics, they briefly talked about what to deal with next and entered a state of recovery. A few hours passed unknowingly. During this time, Jihan Xiao came over once and happened to meet Hui, who was more energetic, so he passed the information about the origin relics to him. From what we know now, other than the ones in everyone's houses, these are the only ancient relics in the desolate land. Jihan Xiao thought carefully for a moment and sighed. I can't think of anything else. Oh, Hui flipped through the information recorded on the talisman paper that Jihan Xiao gave him and murmured softly, 27. Counting the one that's in your hands, there's a total of 42. There's still quite a bit to go. The turmoil of the ancient relics in the past caused a drastic change in the Cloud Continent. Many places that should have been there have become bizarre. The ancient relics in those places have also disappeared. Jihan Xiao waved his hand and shook his head helplessly. I'll try my best to send people there. No, don't let your people come into contact with the origin relics. Hui shook his head and interrupted him. Get your people to gather as much information as possible and confirm the location of the origin relics. I'll get my people to retrieve them. The origin relics are not as easy to deal with as you think. Even if you have witnessed the disasters that have erupted from 100 million years ago to the recent tens of millions of years, it does not mean that you have seen them truly rioting. Those disasters may not have been caused by them, but they were just slightly frightened. Now, the world is filled with non-order energies, and I'm worried that they would have a more violent reaction. Your people would not be able to return after encountering it once. If an origin relic really exploded with energy, a mere cloud continent would not be enough to be destroyed, let alone hundreds of origin relics scattered all over the cloud continent. Even if it was the god's world, it would be blown up and sunk in a matter of minutes. Jihan Xiao was silent for a while and nodded gently. I understand. This isn't something that we should force ourselves to do. If that's the case, leave the collection of information on the origin relics to us. As you said, this is our world. It's terrible if we don't do anything and just wait for others to be busy here. At least, we'll do our best to be responsible for this. Not bad. For now, this is enough. Hui nodded. Chapter 1637. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Cloud Continent was rather quiet during these 2 days. There were no troublemakers who came out to cause trouble. The situation inside the mountain origin was still unknown. Through the barrier, they could still feel an intense energy reaction coming from inside. There was nothing they could do, even if they wanted to find out. Yin Nuashing and the rest had fully recovered from the time they rescued the other day. At the same time, the team that Jihan Xiao and the rest had prepared was ready. Tens of thousands of experts had already been arranged. With the ice region as the starting point, they swarmed out and carried out a thorough search on the Cloud Continent in an orderly manner. They dug 3 feet into the ground and even turned the hidden space upside down. With such a large-scale search, the ancient relics hidden in the Cloud Continent were dug out one by one. However, as agreed at the beginning, one person was left to guard the place where the ancient relics were found. After that, the news would be sent back to the ice region to inform Yin Nuashing and the rest. Then, the warriors from the realm of the gods nearby would collect them and send them back to the ice region. The people who were still alive in the small creations barrier had already caught their breath. Those who were still a little confused about the current situation could only focus on recovering. Then, they sent people to investigate the cause of the heaven and earth anomaly. In the end, as soon as they went out, they saw a large group of experts who were usually not seen searching the entire Cloud Continent like a typhoon passing through. They were stunned for a moment. What was even more frightening was that they had to work together to deal with the crisis. This made them even more silent. After a moment of silence, they spread the news. Those who still had the energy to pay attention to things outside of themselves left with a pensive expression. No one knew what they were thinking. This was also within Ji Hanxiao's calculations. This was a big matter that concerned the entire Cloud Continent, could not be hidden. After all, this was the place where they had lived for generations. Everyone had the right to know. As for whether there would be any repercussions if they spread the news, they had already made preparations to deal with it. Even if there was a huge riot, they could completely suppress it. It's not normal for them to be yelling and screaming about killing and jumping off buildings every other day. Most of the weak mortals are like this when they find out that the world they live in is about to be crushed to ashes. This is something that can't be completely avoided in the Eight Elements realm. The people of the God realm are quite strong-willed, so they can still hold on. I wonder what the situation here is like. When Yin Oshing learned that the situation of the Yunduan continent hanging by a thread had already reached the ears of almost everyone who was still alive, he could not help but lament in his heart. He was not exaggerating this point. He had seen similar things many times before, so he was touched by it. He did not really like to talk about the frailty and changeability of mortals. While the entire cloud continent was in chaos, some of the other forces in the corner only realized it after a long time. Just as Yin Nuoshing and the others expected, they very accurately entered a weak state of panic with the people who were still alive. Regarding this, they had no plans to deal with it at all. They would just let them panic. This was the first time the Cloud Continent was attacked by the non-order camp. It was also the first time they entered a territory outside of a novice village. Although this territory was a little too exaggerated, meeting the characters who stood at the top of the non-order camp as soon as they stepped out of the door was undoubtedly the highest level of difficulty in the void. It was at the level of 1 billion points higher than the difficulty of hell. That's why we're here. In order for you to deal with a battle of this level, the void threw us here, we said to the people on the Cloud Continent. To be honest, let alone you guys, even if we were to encounter such a level, we would have to mobilize all our forces. However, Black Nest, cough, your family's Cloud Continent has been suppressed in the cradle by that force. It's completely impossible to call for reinforcements. We can only act with the strength in our hands. We have 30 to 40,000 people in the Origin Realm. We should be able to combine our forces at least. Ugh. When Jihan Xiao saw Hui raise his hand, he habitually interrupted his words. He knew that this old senior was about to express his opinion. He wanted to pour cold water on them. No, it was ice-cold water. Hui shook his head and sighed. Your Origin Realm cultivators. You're the only one who can understand a little. You guys don't even understand the void, order, and so on. All you can do is play around with the power of laws. However, the other party's laws and power of laws completely overwhelm you guys. If that's the case, you guys won't be able to use any tricks at all. Jihan Xiao and the others could not help but smile bitterly. That's right. This was an extremely difficult problem. Even if they started to cram on the void and order now, it would be too late. Knowing was not enough to make up for it. If that was the case, the Empyrean God of Origin would be worthless. You bunch of Origin Realm cultivators have too much water mixed in. It's like you put in an ocean. It's probably because of this half-finished product and incomplete product that it's easier for you guys to reach the peak. The peak that's mixed with water. Just a poke and the mountains and seas will collapse together, leaving nothing behind. Seeing that everyone was so disappointed that their faces had faded, we shook his head and looked at Yinhua Star. So, leave the main battlefield to us. Although 58 people are not enough, we should still be able to put up a fight. As for the rest of you, just act as a flank cover. Bet on your lives, bet on the survival of the Cloud Continent, bet on the position of the void and order. Yin Nuoshing sipped her tea and said calmly, "It's fine even if we lose. See you in 10,000 years." Everyone, this sentence sounded even more horrifying than the previous sentence. Dying once, and then being reborn after 10,000 years. How's the search team's progress? Yin Nuoshing turned to look at Jihan Xiao after she casually said that. The latter touched the talisman and replied, "The progress is good. We found a considerable number of ancient relics in 3 days. Including the ones we counted at the beginning and the ones we kept in our houses. We've found 69 ancient relics. As for the rest are hard to find." Yin Nuoshing put down her teacup and stood up. "Including the one I have, there's a total of 81. The Heavenly God of Origin has a total of 140 or 50. Uh, I'm not too sure if this is the exact number. Anyway, it should be the base number. I have 147 origin energy and origin imprints on me, but I can't guarantee that this is all of them. So, we're still missing 66. Jihan Xiao touched the other talismans and said softly, it said that there were signs of ancient relics in the lower continent. If we want to find all of those places, I wonder how much time we'll need. We can only pick up the pace. If we can't even collect the origin relic before the time limit is up, we might as well just surrender. Also, because of the other time, we have to start fighting 10 days before the time limit expires. We can't really wait until that day to fight. Otherwise, the space that traps most of the non-order energy will collapse as we fight, and the Cloud Continent will be declared the end of the world. Hui spread out his hands and sighed. He turned his head and looked at Yin Nuashing. Feng, shouldn't you go and prepare? You have to deal with the unstable bombs that you can see and touch first. This part is very dangerous. You have to deal with it quickly. Prepare? I've been preparing for a long time. Yin Nuashing flicked her finger on the teacup, making a crisp sound. Her lazy voice was heard slowly. Accumulate energy, prepare origin energy, then wrap the origin rule around her body. Then Hui shook his head fiercely. All right. Don't tell me anything about origin. I don't understand. Yin Nuashing, this guy's always lazy in these places where he shouldn't be lazy. He shook his head helplessly and stood up. He stretched and scanned the whole place. Let's go. Hui and the others were stunned. Where to? Where else can we go? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. Let's go and collect the origin relics that are close at hand first. Those origin relics that are sealed and suppressed by a large amount of energy are very unstable bombs. Let's quickly collect them before they have more variables. Which one of you is closer to the ice region? Jihan Xiao and the others looked at each other. The middle-aged man in the blue robe walked out and said in a low voice, the Flying Feather Hut is closer to the ice region. Let's go to my place first. Hui and Yin Nuashing tilted their heads and looked at the guy who was scolded by them 3 days ago for his naive and beautiful dream. The atmosphere was not very tense when they met again. The latter did not even refute much. He probably kept a lot of words in his heart. In fact, he was probably scolding the two of them in his heart. As for whether he was convinced or not, well, the two of them were too lazy to bother about it. Unless they smashed him down, the probability of persuading him verbally was quite low, especially for people who were in power at such a high level. Anyway, he handled his expression very well, as if he did not take it seriously at all. That side is indeed closer. Jihan Zhao's face twitched when he said this. He glanced at Yin Nuashing and the rest before looking at the middle-aged man. He sighed inwardly. I'm afraid that blood will splatter within 5 steps. He still remembered the scolding from 3 days ago. He used his imposing manner to shock everyone and then pressed them down to give them a torrential scolding. Jihan Zhao's face twitched when he said this. He looked at Yin Nuashing and Hui. After seeing them nod slightly, he sighed and said, Then let's go to your place first. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, then said, Brother Ji, I don't think it'll take much time over there. I suggest you prepare a teleportation talisman array in the ice region first. Gather the center here and build a passage from each clan to the ice region. It'll be easier to deal with the ancient relics. Jihan Xiao nodded. Actually, I've already arranged it. I was just about to tell you about it. Then let's do that first. We'll be back soon. The middle-aged man nodded and turned to look at Yin Nuashing and the others. Please follow me. Yin Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and shrugged. Jing Yuanji also followed from the side and whispered in their souls, We won't fight halfway, right? Probably not. We're not afraid, even if we fight. We have nothing to fear, Yin Nuashing said casually. Jing Yuanji smiled bitterly. This was not a matter of fear. The situation in the Union continent was unstable. If they really fought, who knew if there would be more unexpected situations? Flying Feather Embrace was located in the Buyun continent. They had just come to the ice region from there not long ago. Now, they were running there again. They sped all the way and looked at the current situation of the continent that had fallen into panic and darkness from the sky. Yes, it was indeed quite bad. The cloud layer that was formed by the non-order energy had completely covered the sky of the cloud continent. Even if one could see the shadow of the sun through the cloud layer, it was almost impossible for the sunlight to reach the ground. Even the appearance of the sun that could be seen was faintly distorted. The long night would continue until the day that the end arrived. No matter which aspect of the end it was, there would probably be no daylight during this period of time. As for the life on the cloud continent, the non-order energy was so dense that it had shrouded the entire cloud continent. Even the pure energy between heaven and earth seemed to be a little sickly. It was hard to say how much life would be left in nature after this period of time. Even the small creations barrier could not completely isolate that energy. This was a catastrophe of slow death. It was still unknown whether they could survive or not. The middle-aged man looked at the land below, and his frown deepened. He seemed to be in deep thought. After a while, he turned around and looked at the three people who were also looking at the land below. However, unlike him, the three of them seemed to be very familiar with this kind of scene. They did not show any special expressions. Even if they did, it would be an expression of, this kind of scene again. We're already used to it. Pity for the world. All right, he knew it was nonsense. I know what you said may be right, but I don't want to change my mind. The middle-aged man suddenly spoke. His weak voice caught the attention of the three people. Look at the terrible state of this world. I can't turn a blind eye to it. I want to change all of this. After saying this, he took a deep breath and prepared himself for another storm of abuse. He was ready. He could feel the slight change in the atmosphere behind him. It's here. Idiot. A pure newbie. Huey's voice came from behind. He sighed faintly. Well, there will always be people like you who have such naive thoughts in this world. Like I said, if you don't encounter a battle of this level, this world may be as you wish one day. What a headache! Yin Nuashing covered her head and shook her head. However, newbies are always like this. I'm used to it. Listen carefully. Your goal, your thoughts, your most naive thoughts will only lead to two endings. One is to make a heroic sacrifice in self-satisfaction. The other is to watch the world fall apart in front of you and be completely annihilated. Phone, aren't these the same endings? The way of death is different. It counts as two. The former is a good ending. The latter is really tragic. Well, according to my standards. Huh? The middle-aged man was a little stunned. He was ready to accept the anger of the two people. He was even ready to be beaten up. In the end, this surprised him. Why? I thought you two would. Yin Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and scratched their heads in distress. We stepped into the most dangerous battlefield in the void without any preparation, and were caught in a battle where life and death hung by a thread. We stepped into the worst situation without any preparation. To be honest, we were quite dissatisfied with the way you guys protected your own world. It was terrible like shit. The enemy had been wreaking havoc right under your noses for so many years, and none of you reacted to it all. You didn't even know about it, and we had to clean up your mess. That was our biggest grudge. We were chased all over the world by you guys, and even if I closed one eye and pretended that it didn't happen, I still felt very, very, very grudge. Even if we closed our eyes, we still can't stop nagging. We nagged as soon as he opened his mouth. We exhausted all our strength to save a platform to stand on. Before we could even catch our breath, we were so tired that we ran to the meeting with you two. We were already full of resentment and wanted to complain. When we came in and found that you two were more or less in high spirits, our resentment grew. We wanted to have a friendly conversation, but before we could sit down, we were choked by you. In the end, you even mentioned the most terrible word. The middle-aged man. Am I the one who bumped into the tip of the knife? Yin Nuashing and the other two nodded in unison. It made him smile bitterly. We scratched his head. Although that's the case, it's also true that we were angry that day. Anyway, let me say it again. I'm sorry. I may have gone too far. Same here. We've said what we needed to say. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't be angry just because of your naive wish. Yin Nuashing shrugged. They had seen more situations and had seen more naive and daydreaming thoughts than this. Some of them could even be labeled as young and ignorant. To put it bluntly, they were just idiots. Newbies who have just stepped on a battlefield between order and chaos will always have some unrealistic thoughts. This is very normal, very normal. It's just like how we still have some dreams from when we were young. It doesn't matter if we want to say it out loud or if we want to pursue it as reality. These are all allowed at the beginning. But at the beginning, it's only at the beginning. When you truly enter the depths of this war, we don't even need to say much. These thoughts will automatically be buried in your heart and will never be mentioned again. There will only be one type of thoughts left: life or death, slaughter or destruction. We said, we've seen a lot of newcomers. It's meaningless to lecture them one by one. It's better to give them some pointers and let them walk on their own. Right now, it's not the most critical time yet. We haven't reached the point where we're being strangled by the neck and perishing together with the enemy. So these things are temporarily allowed. For us, these ideas still have time to correct them. So, well, that's what I mean. I won't say much. As a senior, I'll give the newcomers a lot of care. It's just that you just said it at a bad time. Senior is there. Yin Nuashing nodded and sighed in a melancholy manner. Let's talk about you. Your skill of bumping into the tip of the knife is probably one of the best in the void. We could not help but tease. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and scratched his head hard. From the two of them appearing in different states, he felt that they were quite easy to talk to. It was just that his heart could not take this shock. You want to save this world? It's a very grand project. It's very unrealistic. But as I said just now, we don't plan to correct it for the time being. We just want to remind you of the most important thing. Don't mistake the battlefield you should be in. Don't mistake which side is the most important. You're also at the peak of origin. There are some things that you can judge by yourself even without us telling you. What's the most important thing to do? If you can't do it in this battle, what's the point of being allowed to be included in the list of choices? Yin Nuashing's voice gradually became heavy and solemn. Treat your ideals as the light in your heart that guides you forward. Then, just bury them deep in your heart. Remember, don't walk into the battlefield of order and chaos with these thoughts. Every shred of kindness and innocence you have will become a spear used against you. It's a fatal weapon. If you hesitate even once, you won't be able to come back. The continuous warnings, either directly throwing the cruelest reality in his face, or solemn advice, or direct guidance, made him feel the brutality of this battle that belonged to another level again. Just from the memories of the two of them, he could feel that this was a battlefield where mistakes were not allowed, where jokes were not allowed. He could only give it his all. Right now, he might not be able to completely understand it and engrave it into his soul, but since he had already come here, he should face this endless darkness and madness head-on and let him experience it for himself. It's enough to have this kind of awareness. Now, you've officially become a new recruit in this endless war, Hui said with some relief. Hui noticed the change in his mentality and said with a little relief, keep it this way for the time being and go slowly. Also, guard the light in your heart at all times. It'll be the last light against madness in your darkest moment. I've learned something. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped, turned around, and solemnly bowed to Yin Nuashing and the other two. Yin Nuashing curled her lips and waved her hand. All right, I don't think there's even a need for etiquette at this time. In this situation where we're racing against time, we should get rid of all the things that are hindering the change of the situation. Just kidding. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. The three of them followed the middle-aged man and arrived at the space of the flying feather embrace in just a few minutes. After passing through a thin layer of space, what they saw was a sea, a wilderness, and an endless forest under the cover of darkness. The land of this space was divided into 3 types of land. It looked quite good, but the darkness had caused the bright sunlight to fade away. At this time, it appeared a little lethargic, as if the scattered sunlight of a dying sun shone on the land. It was just as bleak and desolate. The flying feather embrace's main body was a large structure that looked like a large bell. It was a huge structure that floated in the air. There were 4 covered bridges that extended from the middle of the structure to the 4 large floating structures at the side. The disciples have all been sent out. The places that used to be lively in the past are now a little deserted. The middle-aged man led the way in front as he spoke to Yin Nuashing and the others. Actually, I should be thanking all of you. Chaos has descended. Even if you use your prestige to suppress the panic, everyone is still panicking. They don't know what to do. Asking them to help search for the ancient relics can at least make them forget about the chaos for a short while. I'm afraid that all places in the Cloud Continent are in such a state right now. We looked up at the dark sky and sighed. The numbness won't last long. We have to let everyone know about this matter. We have to let everyone in this world participate. Yin Nuashing was startled. Isn't this a little too big? After a moment, he reacted. No, everyone is involved. No one can run away from something of this level. That's why. But there will definitely be trouble. But we don't have to worry. These things, we revealed a sinister smile as he looked at the middle-aged man. Just leave it to our little savior. Yin Nuashing nodded and said to the middle-aged man, well, I'll let you deal with it. Let this world quiet down. Everyone deal with what they can do. If you can't do anything, just stay at home and don't add to the chaos of the already tense world. Just do it. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Chapter 1638. A ray of light in the dark. When this phrase was mentioned, Yin Nuashing would often subconsciously list a lot of concrete or abstract things behind it. Something like the light that guides the lost, the only hope in the dark, and the ability to forcefully extend one's life. Well, it was not a problem to mention such a phrase when the above scenes appeared. But when he really experienced it, he could not help but sigh. Ah, at least there is still light. He had once seen a world. He had forgotten the level and type of civilization and era of life in that world. Probably because there were not many memorable things that happened in that world. Only fragments of memories flashed through his mind. At that time, the sky was still very blue. The clouds and the sun were reflected in the clear water. The children in the village were noisy, chasing each other as they copied the childhood memories of countless people. A child squatted next to them, watching them, and was responsible for copying another part of their childhood memories. In that village, surrounded by forests and water, it seemed that every day, other than eating, drinking, and sleeping at most, there was nothing more to do. So, why did he go there at that time? Well, this question was very fresh. He also wanted to know the answer, but he could not figure it out. In fact, when he looked at the things in front of him, he remembered the lazy time in the village, watching a group of little kids slowly grow up. He could not help but sigh with emotion about time and youth. Well, his thoughts went astray. After all, at that time, his brain was not normal. A ray of light, a lantern. That's right. What he wanted to say was that he vaguely remembered that on every paved and inlaid bluestone street in the village, there would always be a lantern hanging 3 meters above the ground between two buildings. It was a lantern that provided light when the night fell. Surrounded by woods and lakes, it seemed to be a small village on the edge of a wetland. It was surrounded by giant trees that were thousands of feet high. The canopy of the trees covered the sky and the sun. The light of the sun and moon could rarely directly pass through the gaps in the sky and fall on the village. Only when the sun and moon were about to set could the light from a slanted direction. It was very dark at night. The lights of the lanterns were not bright enough. When the wind blew, they would make a clicking sound and sway in the wind, and the light and shadow they cast would also sway. Looking from afar, at first glance, the lanterns on the entire street were swaying very rhythmically from left to right. It looked like a haunted place. It was very creepy, especially those swaying shadows, which were like shadows lurking in the darkness. Lantern. He wanted to say that it was a lantern. Until now, he had not forgotten the appearance of that lantern. It was round and had a wide base. The higher it went, the smaller it became. The lid at the top was 1 or 2 times smaller, but both the lid and the base were designed very beautifully. The complicated shape and the exquisite patterns engraved in this place did not look like something that a small village would have. It looked more like something that was placed in a solemn and ceremonial place to light up the place. Well, this was not a prejudice. That was his first impression. He could not help but remember it himself. In short, it was such a lantern. He remembered the gorgeous decorations and the significance of it, but he was not clear about the specific situation. He was impressed by the huge and exquisite of the lid and the base, just like the thing in front of him. In the dark energy storm, a golden light with the brilliance of the stars was the only light in this dark storm. It was a lantern, black with a bit of cyan in it. The lid and the base were flashing with cyan light. Both of these things were particularly huge and complicated. They seemed to contain a lot of meanings, but they were all very ancient meanings that he could not understand at all. The thin glass cover in the middle was completely transparent. Inside, there is only a golden flame shining with the brilliance of the stars in the sky. It was a relic of the origin. As soon as he saw it, someone who had recovered to his full state began to become embarrassed again. Just now he was in a daze. Although the lantern in the small village in his memory was completely different from the one in front of him, he himself had no idea why his thoughts could run so far away. As for why he digressed from the topic, when he encountered the matter of the origin, his mind was like a runaway monarch Qing Jun running all over the void. How could he pull it back so casually? Well, in fact, his mind had run elsewhere in order to escape. It was purely an accident that he touched the memory. He had never thought that there was still a slight fear of the origin in his heart. There was probably no way to suppress this fear for hundreds of billions of years. The dark storm was still blowing in his ears. The lantern in his hand was still stubbornly resisting the contact of him, the impure person of origin. While resisting loudly, it came into contact with the same origin energy as it, and then gradually relaxed, allowing him to take it into the mark of origin. Cough, cough. I ran too fast. I haven't gone in yet. The process is not so fast. It will take a while. So this gust of wind has no intention of stopping for the time being. Speaking of this lantern, the flame was really bright. It seemed that the void, the galaxy, and billions of stars were all gathered in the flame and projected on the transparent glass cover. If he took this thing out and let others see it, they would probably enter a state of enlightenment immediately. Countless shining lights in his mind turned into a brilliant river of energy that surged around him. That would be Tao assimilation. The rules and concepts contained were too complex and too powerful. He would not be able to withstand that level of impact with a single glance and would directly disappear. He had the protection of origin energy and several origin rules that were not under his control. So, he would not disappear. However, his mind was so scared that it had flown away to escape. It had been running off topic for half a day because it was trying to find its way back. Now that it had finally returned, it was unwilling to return to its original position. Scratching his own hair, Yin Nuashing stared straight at the lantern and tried his best to mobilize the newly activated origin energy to touch the lantern. Perhaps it was because of this absent-minded state that he could vaguely sense a little bit of thoughts, little emotions from the origin relics or the origin energy. The more he came into contact with the origin relics, the more he could sense those little emotions. It was as if when the origin energy activated them, they in turn made the energy in his body a little more lively. Wait a minute. The end of this lively. Wouldn't that be over 140 origin energy essences? God, do you have to torture me like this? Yun Nuashing slapped himself in the face and pressed his mind that was about to drift away back to its original position. He could not feel those little emotions. When the origin energy essences tortured him, and when the origin energy reshaped the continent of origin, they were the most abundant. The entire continent of origin was filled with some kind of lingering sound that sounded like weeping and complaining. And when he came into contact with the origin relics, he had already suffered a lot when he came into contact with the sins of the world. They were the condensation of the dark side of all things in the world. But those were not as destructive as the little emotions gathered in the origin energy. Phew! The sound of the wind in his ears gradually subsided. Yin Nuashing looked around. The storm that was as dense as a wall had a gap and was about to stop. If there was rain, it should have turned from heavy rain to light rain. It was the time when the wind and rain stopped. The quaint black lantern with a tinge of blue dimmed its light, and the light of the stars inside gradually became brighter. His mind would not run away in a panic when he looked at it again. You are also reminiscing? Like your 100 brothers. Are you all waiting for someone to come and find you? Yin Nuashing whispered softly as he held the lantern that was larger than usual. The light of the stars in the lantern flickered as if responding to his question. At the same time, the other 12 origin relics that were already living in the mark of origin responded one after another, each of them recounting the pain of countless years in their own way. Well, he suddenly felt that he had gotten used to it. It was probably because he was using the divine body of spiritual absorption in the 139th era. At that time, his body was also full of little beings, and the ones here were even more excessive. They were all of the origin class. Well, from now on, he only needed to go out alone to create a lively atmosphere. What kind of divine skill was that? A few minutes later, the storm completely stopped. The energy that permeated the world quietly returned to the lantern and drilled into his mark of origin. This time, there was no crystallization on his body, but the color of the 4 energy streamers became more brilliant, as if something was brewing. Phone! How are you? How are you? Are you hurt? Are you tired? Are you going to die? Yin Nuashing said, I would have been touched if you had just said those words. Hey, when have you ever come back unscathed from an origin relic that was forcibly activated? Hui smacked his lips nonchalantly and went forward to pinch his arm, pulling his origin crystal and looking left and right. He was a little surprised. Amazing. There seems to be no accident this time. Even your aura did not fluctuate. Why do I feel like you are hoping that something will happen to me? Hey, I didn't look carefully when you turned small last time. Ahem. Sorry, I was wrong. Don't hit me at this critical moment. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and put away the nether void sword in his hand. He put the lantern in front of Hui, Jing Yuanji, and the middle-aged man who had caught up from behind and explained, this time it was surprisingly smooth. Although I don't know if there is any hidden danger, at least for now. Well, I will keep an eye on it for a while. Hui held the lantern in his hand and looked at it over and over again. After a while, he handed it back to Jing Yuanji. How is the situation now? With the addition of the origin relic, has there been any change in the resonance with the origin relic? Yes. Yin Nuashing's expression became serious when he mentioned that. The resonance of the relic of origin has become clearer. Over at the barren plains, there is a huge energy storm forming. Its movement and scale are completely like a smaller version of the storm of divine destruction. Its nature is completely opposite. If that thing continues to gather, it won't be fun anymore, a chaotic version of the destructive storm of gods. Huey's cheeks twitched violently. He crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. That's not fun. If things have gotten to this point, I'm afraid the life in the origin relic. Yin Nuashing and the other 2 looked at each other and fell silent. The middle-aged man could feel the seriousness of the situation just by listening to a few words. He could not help but sigh softly. His heart was a little heavy. There are trillions in the origin relic. If other life forms are included, I'm afraid it's in the trillions. Those can basically be put on the death list. We scratched his head. Previously, in order to cleanse the origin relic and force the sovereign's palace out, we had set up a one-time energy barrier in every city. It was supposed to be used to resist our attacks. If it's just a normal attack, it can still hold on for a long time. He turned his gaze to Yin Nuashing. The latter shook her head. The chaotic storm has gathered an endless amount of non-order energy. The law of chaos. Even the void will be restored to its original state in front of that level of power. Those mere life forms that live in the void are not even considered collateral, let alone a one-time energy barrier. Even if our creation's barrier comes, it will only be a matter of time before it breaks through. I'm just afraid that the chaotic storm will do some superfluous things. Superfluous things? Hui was stunned for a moment. Looking at Yin Nuashing's solemn expression, he was shocked. Are you saying that the chaotic storm will turn all life forms into those derivatives? If it doesn't just do destructive things, and the possibility of that is very high. Yin Nuashing nodded. They hadn't specifically discussed the chaos spawn in the beginning. Even though it was theoretically stronger than the abyssal death mist spawn, the chaos spawn's greatest weakness was their numbers. Now, if the trillions of lives in the ridge primordial were all transformed by the chaos spawn, then this, then this. Hiss, then they would have to think carefully about how to break into the ridge primordial, or how to deal with the chaos spawn that rushed out from the ridge primordial. There was another long silence. The few of them looked at each other and thought in their hearts. Then, they sighed in their hearts, their faces full of bitterness. Yin Nuashing and the others felt sad that they did not bring enough people with them when they went out. The middle-aged man felt bitter because he had allowed such a thing to grow, and one day it would become such a disaster. Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. Anyway, let's go and collect the other origin relics first. Yin Nuashing waved his hand to disperse the gloomy aura that pervaded the place. As the number of origin relics increases, I seem to be able to vaguely sense the vague aura scattered all over the cloud continent. It's very vague, but a few more should make this feeling clearer. We asked the aura of the other origin relics. Yin Nuashing nodded. Let's go back to the ice region first. There are many things that needed to be discussed. The matters regarding the cloud continent still needed Jihan Shao and the other local rulers to handle. The cloud continent was still in a state of chaos and slight panic. The changes in the situation, as well as the handling of various places, were things that this group of natives had to do. This group of outsiders was responsible for handling the matters regarding the void in order that the natives could not handle. As for the other matters, they would just treat it as training for Jihan Shao and the others before they stepped into the void domain. After building the teleportation portal to the ice region in the flying feather embrace, Xing Lu and the others sent some news as soon as they returned. The energy defense line built around the Gangyuan continent was ready. It was a miniature version of the Void Seal. Although it looked like they had surrounded the Gangyuan continent, it was hard to say who was the one who had surrounded whom. In fact, it was another matter whether this level of seal was useful or not. It was set up by Hui. Yin Nuashing thought that he should have his own considerations, so he did not bother about it. He just treated it as a layer of primary barrier. In an area surrounded by hundreds of thousands of energy towers, the firepower could cover any place in an instant. If all the energy towers were overloaded and focused fire, Yin Nuashing believed that the specter, whose existence was unknown, would lose a layer of skin. It's a pity that we don't have enough energy crystals. Xing Lu shrugged as he reported. Moreover, the reserves of the energy towers have been used up. I'm still rushing to make more with 4 others, but I don't think we'll be able to make too many energy towers before the time limit is up. Perhaps there would only be enough for each person to use as backup weapons. Taking out hundreds of thousands of energy towers in one go had really used up the reserves. Well, it was the reserves of more than 50 people. From that one sentence, one could see how sick they were. If all the warriors of the Divine Realm were present, they could use the energy towers to surround the Gangyuan continent so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. With hundreds of millions of energy tower cannons rumbling, and with Hui maintaining the origin energy and origin precepts to create the domain of creation, they would have a 40% chance of winning even against the Spectre's true form in the graveyard of gods and demons. That's right, after half a day of effort, their chances of winning had increased by 10%. Don't underestimate this 10%, okay? The Spectre was of the same generation as the God of Origins, a mythical being of the same level as them. That 40% chance of winning was just a rough calculation, and he himself was not sure how much of an error there was in reality. If there really was another Spectre in the Gangyuan continent, he could only pray that it would be slightly weakened by time. Just use whatever means you have to deal with the energy crystals. I reckon that the primary barrier won't be of much use. Even though that's the truth, it's still too annoying for you to say that. Xing LV smiled bitterly, scratching his head and asking Yin Nuashing, is it already that bad? Maybe it'll get worse. Yin Nuashing yawned, and through the new information he had just received to everyone. Everyone who received the information fell silent at once. This was really an earth-shattering change. Sigh. It's useless to think about that. I'm going to make energy crystals and energy towers. Xing LV curled his lips and waved his hand. Then he grinned and said, who cares? Let's go all out. I don't believe that we won't be able to break through a layer of its armor. Yin Nuashing, Maybe after he went back, he could hand over this 100 million-year newcomer to Qing. In a few years, there would be another powerful fighter in the large army that was rushing through the void. After this sentence, Yin Nuoxing clearly felt a fierce restlessness in the soul transmission. It was as if the atmosphere had been ignited, and it was inexplicably a little hot-blooded. He glanced at it and felt that there was no harm, so he didn't care anymore. Let them slowly get hot-blooded. Just treat it as a warm-up exercise before the battle. After hurriedly reporting the situation to Jihan Xiao and the others, Yin Nuoxing pushed the middle-aged man in front of everyone and let him explain what he had just said. Then, he went to another place with another person to subdue another suppressed relic of origin. The task of collecting all the relic of origin was still a little long. In the beginning, he didn't even dare to think about it. He didn't expect that he would be dragged to Black Nest like a strong man by Hui, and in the end, cause such an earth-shattering move. By the way, I don't know about her relic. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Yin Nuoxing trembled fiercely and shook his head hard to stop himself from thinking about it. She was probably still living in a daze in some corner of the Deyuan realm, as a reincarnated body. At present, he shouldn't treat her as a dead person. Although she did die once. Compared to this, he was more afraid of himself, who could subconsciously and naturally drag his thoughts to her. It seemed that he had begun to get used to these things. He was used to the existence of her things, used to looking for those things by himself, and used to the stupid matter of the origin. If he continued to think about it, he felt that he would really become very strange, so it was better to stop thinking about it quickly. We stayed in the ice region to discuss other things with Jihan Xiao and the others. Only Jing Yuanji still followed Yin Nuoxing to other people's houses. Actually, it was only when he saw that Jing Yuanji was still following a certain fellow who risked his life every day that Hui felt slightly at ease and stayed in the ice region. If he really went out alone, who knew when he would come back as a 3-inch body again? That would really make him laugh until he collapsed. So, regarding the concept layer of rules, I will take the lead. Those of you who carry the rules of this world will have a great advantage if you come together. I will confront the forces of chaos, and you will deal with the forces of sovereign palace that may exist. As long as one side wins, the concept layer of rules will be controlled by us, and our chances of winning will increase. You're back. Hui, who was discussing those matters with the others in the ice region, suddenly turned his head and saw the open door. 3 people walked in slowly. Yin Nuoxing yawned as she walked. Even her body had dimmed a little this time, but it didn't seem to be a big problem. She then abandoned the battle meeting that was in progress and went over. How is it? What is it this time? Yin Nuoxing yawned and pushed away someone who came too close. She slowly took out a necklace from her lapel and waved it in front of his eyes. It was a silver necklace with an amethyst-like gem hanging on it. It was very gorgeous, and the surging origin energy was also quite gorgeous. It's a different accessory this time. We took a closer look and couldn't help but say, this style, this structure, it's basically for women to wear. Ugh. As he said, he looked up at Yin Nuoxing's face and then calmly lowered his head. With his face, what's wrong with wearing a woman's accessory? Yin Nuoxing looked at him with gritted teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that I need to conserve my strength now, I would have pressed you into the void. Hey, you don't have the strength anyway. You there, take him away. Hurry up and don't let him be lazy. Hui smiled and waved his hand, pointing at a person, and then turned around to send Yin Nuoxing out of the door. If you have the strength to talk, why don't you take the opportunity to rest more? You look dimmer again. Jing Yuanji, remember to keep an eye on him. Don't let him do anything. Yin Nuoxing, Kanzaki swear. Chapter 1639. On a certain morning, there was no morning. The entire world was covered in smoky, dark clouds. Even if the sun and the moon appeared at the same time, there was no wonder in the sky. It was now a certain morning when the sun rose. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion of energy that spread across the entire cloud continent, causing everyone to turn their attention to it. Following the first sound, there was a dense explosion of energy. It was as if an entire meteor had landed head to tail on the ground. The tremors were spreading across the entire space. The sudden tremors drew everyone's attention to the ridge origin. They saw the defensive circle formed by the energy towers launching a series of energy attacks at the ridge origin. Hundreds of thousands of energy crystals shone at the same time, lighting up the sky. Every energy torrent was powerful enough to end the history of any land in the cloud continent. The energy torrents rained down on the ridge origin's energy barrier, but they didn't even cause a ripple on the barrier. The only thing that could be seen was endless energy fireworks exploding madly, tearing apart the surrounding land layer after layer. Amidst the dazzling energy explosions, it seemed as if something was spiraling and being torn apart by the energy torrents. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, detected the appearance of chaos spawns. Strength low. Due to the urgency of the situation, we have made the first move. Not long after the energy tower rumbled, a report came from the Soul transmission. Huey's expression froze. The weak chaos spawn said, "That's them testing us. They're testing our strength. In other words, this is a declaration of war." His gaze turned to the outside of the Wellspring's barrier. The number of chaos spawns that came out was not particularly high. It was like throwing out some converted cannon fodder to test the waters. The defensive line, formed by hundreds of thousands of energy towers, reduced them to ashes before they could run more than 100 meters. It was a pity that they could not break the energy barrier. He wanted to see what was going on inside. They are also beginning to test our strength. We have to hurry. By the way, I have two news. We raised two fingers and shook them. They're either testing our strength or deliberately throwing out some cannon fodder to try and weaken our strength. After all, if they use too much energy in a short period of time, the energy crystals will collapse. Of course, the spare ones are stored in the energy towers. Whether they know about this is still a question mark. As for the other, Hui was silent for a moment. He looked up and sighed. Let's just say that we are praying. Maybe they are not as strong as we think. Otherwise, they would not need to use such a pointless method. Listen, the sound of the energy towers is about to stop. Everyone looked in the direction of the Wellspring land. Compared to the dense energy bombardment from before, the energy towers now only released a torrent of energy that swept across the land every 2 to 3 seconds. This also indicated that the enemy's probing cannon fodder was about to run out, or at least this batch of cannon fodder. Using an energy barrier to isolate the Wellspring, and that guy is obviously brewing something inside. There is reason to believe that they have not achieved their goal. Like us, they are also buying time. Hui sighed. That being said, we also need time. It's not rational to rush in and fight just because the other side seems to be holding back. Feng, how's the situation on your side? I want to die. Usually, people who say that won't die for a while. So, how are the origin relics? 77. Let me rest. Don't disturb me. Yin Nuoxing's image appeared in front of Huey's eyes with a face full of pain. Compared to a few days ago, he looked a little smaller now. He looked haggard, his hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. He couldn't help but complain, "You look like a ghost." Yin Nuoxing's hand pulled half of his face down. His blood-red eyes stared straight at the blabbermouth guardian. "If it wasn't for my lack of energy, all right. I know you want to push me into the void, but now is obviously not the time." Hui waved his hand and ignored the death stare. "You must have heard the commotion in the Wellspring." Feng, are you all right?" Although he saw someone's ghost-like face, he subconsciously thought that he just suffered a little too much and wanted to escape. However, after observing for a while, he found that it didn't seem to be the case. Hui suddenly froze and asked in a low voice. The dark room was so dim that he could barely see anything. His eyes that were used to the darkness and the faint light that shone from behind allowed him to catch the edge of the shadows. It was a mess. The entire room was in a mess. The entire room had signs of being ravaged by violent energy. The bed, the table, the chairs, and some of the things that were arranged in the room had all fallen to the ground and were piled on top of each other in a disorderly manner. Yin Nuoxing maintained the appearance of his soul projection and said in a faint but weak voice, "I won't die, but if I have to die, if you're willing to send me on my way, it's not impossible." After saying that, While Hui was still in a daze, he stretched out his hand to grab the edge of the bed and used all his strength to pull himself back onto the bed. Yin Nuoxing gasped for breath. Her pretty face was even paler. She no longer had the strength to pick up the quilt that had fallen on the ground. She curled into a ball on the bed. Her eyelids were so heavy that she wanted to close them several times, as if she was going to fall asleep. The matter of the wellspring. You can deal with it. The origin relic. Give me some more time. Hui looked at his weak soul projection and was suspicious. Buddy, are you really going to die? There is still time. If you really can't do it, then don't push yourself so hard. The projected Yin Nuoxing gave a long yawn and rolled his eyes. I know. If there's nothing else, you can go and rest. I'm, studying the origin relic. After saying that, he turned and disappeared. Hui always felt that something was not right, but he could not put his finger on it. According to his intuition, that guy must be hiding something, a small problem. It was the kind of small problem that could be barely hidden. As long as he went over now, he would definitely be able to see through it. Well, as a close friend for a few eras, let him be stubborn at this time. Feng knows what he's doing. If something really happens, he'll obediently call for help. Hui thought of this and sighed in relief. Although he could not give Feng much advice regarding the origin relic, if he could let Feng be stubborn at this time, nonsense, the origin relic was the most important thing now. 5 days had passed, and a total of 77 unknown origin relic had been collected. According to Feng's bottom line, he had 147, which corresponded to the 47 known heavenly gods of origin. If he could not even collect this number of origin relic, he would have a 30% chance of winning. If he could not even collect this number, there was no need to fight this battle. Hui muttered to himself for a moment and looked at Jihan Xiao and the rest, other than leaving some energy to continue monitoring the land of Gangyuan and speed up the search for the origin relic. Do your best to find it. 147 might just be a base number. In reality, we're not very sure how many there are. Have the legends, myths, and rumors left behind in your world mention this part? How many ancient origin spirit relics are there? Even if it's just a guess. Jihan Xiao frowned and pondered for a moment. He shook his head gently. Ancient relic? From what I know, among the ancient legends in the past 10 billion years, there are not many that mention ancient relic. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the others, and they all nodded. Hui sighed. Although he did not have much hope, he was discouraged too quickly. However, it was as if they did not completely understand the realm of the gods. At most, their understanding of their own world was 40 to 50% more than Jihan Xiao and the others, so it was not appropriate for them to criticize others. The massive Soul Conference. At this moment, a group of leaders and authoritative figures scattered across the Cloud Continent and several lower continents were gathered here to conduct daily exchanges and reports. Their consciousnesses in the modern realm were constantly busy. What happened in the Wellspring continent only caused them to pause and observe for a moment before they continued to work. Phew, I've finished reporting today's matter. Although there's nothing wrong for now, it's this kind of situation that makes me even more worried. Jihan Xiao looked around and finally glanced at Yin Nuoxing, who had only shown her face for less than half a minute. He then looked at Hui. I'll try to find some ancient information about the ancient origin spirit. I'll tell you guys if there's anything else. Wait. Min suddenly called out to Jihan Xiao, who was about to leave. He said to everyone, this batch of recruits have reached the point where they can be of use. Let's exchange for the next batch. Everyone became more spirited. At such a terrible time, other than the good news of origin relics being discovered, this was the only news that could make them more spirited. Using the power of the void to catalyze a portion of high-level origin realm people so that they could be of greater use during the battle in the concept layer of laws. This plan was proposed by Min. Most of her power came from the void. The strength of her energy, the nature of laws, the power of laws, and the nature of order. These levels were much stronger than the people of the Cloud Continent and were weaker than Hui and the others from the God World. However, the latter's special model could not be cultivated quickly. If they were divided into a few stages, they could not even reach the first stage. Min's power just happened to be within the limits of what the life forms of the cloud continent could endure. It was the kind of pressure that would cause trouble if she was just a little bit stronger. Most importantly, she could speed up to 2 or 3 stages, directly using the power of the void to irrigate and forcefully change a part of the body, soul, and structure. It would allow everyone to specialize in the power of order, law, and void. It would make it much easier for them to deal with order and chaos on the battlefield. Min's void god court's power was cultivated slowly using this method. However, it was naturally not catalyzed quickly. Witch family's core power was not cultivated slowly. However, they did not have that much time now, so they could only choose to speed it up. The speed of it made her feel that something was wrong, but there was no better choice at the moment. Every bit of power was better. Anyway, she was not the one who felt strange. As for the things that happened after that, she had already said it. Since everyone agreed, they should be mentally prepared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When they were about to leave, Min suddenly thought of something. Remember to replenish the things that you have used up. The group who had just retreated and turned around to leave staggered. They could not help but smile bitterly in their hearts. The things that they had used up referred to the materials that they needed to replenish the last time. The spiritual materials that were born with the laws of the cloud continent. At the moment, they did not have more strength to directly change the power of the rules. It would be best to use the power of the rules that was more suitable for themselves. In other words, they had to desperately use the reserves that they had accumulated for countless years to create a batch of effective forces to deal with the upcoming battle. They were already mentally prepared when the plan was proposed. However, when they heard men saying that they had used up all the materials, they still felt their hearts bleeding. The last time they sent so much of it, it only took a few days for them to burn it all. Watching the group leave, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 people left. Hui shrugged at Min and said, "It's just a money-burning thing." Although everyone is very motivated, the current conditions are still not comprehensive. There are many aspects that we can't take care of. There's not enough time to change the rules in the mark of order. We can only use the ready-made things. Min said faintly. She raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the empty space in Yun Nuashing. "How is he? You've really stumped me." Hui scratched his head in distress and turned to look at Jing Yuanji. "You want to see Maple the day before yesterday, right? How is he?" Jing Yuanji's pretty face had been filled with worry and worry. She had not spoken during the Soul Conference. At this moment, when she heard Huey's words, she quickly perked up. "Yes. In fact, Lord Maple has been closing the door. I'm not too sure what's going on inside. Lord Maple has also temporarily entrusted Ming and the others to me. Now, that means no one can know about Maple's situation for the time being." Hui rubbed his forehead in distress and looked at the little angel standing beside Jing Yuanji, who was also absent-minded. The 2 of you should be telepathic. You can sense through the air. Well, I know I'm messing around, but now I'm a little worried about that idiot. I'm afraid that he'll cause trouble." The little angel looked to Hui with a strange gaze. After a moment, her eyelids drooped slightly as if she was really sensing. He's struggling on the more dangerous boundary. His spiritual world and spiritual senses have been completely sealed. I can only make a rough judgment. The limit of danger. Hui lowered his head and frowned. As expected, there are too many primordial relics. Is the body and soul unable to bear the burden? Or is it that there are too many primordial precepts and primordial energy activated, causing other problems? The little angel shook her head. When he was dealing with that batch of origin relics, they were asked to leave the spiritual world by him. Only the Ice Princess was still sleeping inside. The latter could not be moved. As for them, he was afraid that if they came into contact with too many origin relics, there would be an accident. He could not protect them, so he could only let them go out first. In the end, there was no way to know about Maple's situation. Hui let out a long sigh and waved his hand. "Let's wait and see. Don't worry about him for the time being. Right now, he should need to find a place to hide and do something by himself. Just treat it as a long-lost seclusion. The collected origin relics will be placed in the same place, as usual, and let him deal with them himself. We'll go our separate ways and arrange the future before he's done with his preparations." Jing Yuanji and Min nodded. The four of them turned and disappeared. In the dim room, Yin Nuoxing opened his eyes weakly. His blurry eyes scanned the darkness in front of him. He could not remember how many times he had fainted and then woke up. He vaguely remembered that there were several times when he was lying on the floor. It seemed that he was restless even after he fainted. He did not show up much during the Soul Conference, but he insisted on listening to the report every day until the end. However, he fainted immediately after it was over. Huey's guess was not wrong, but only half of it. At this time, because he was carrying 77 origin relics, his body was affected by the origin rules and origin energy that had been activated beyond his tolerance limit. His body and soul could not bear it anymore. In fact, he could not bear it anymore when he was carrying the 61st origin relic. He only managed to increase it to 77 with all his might. As for the reason why he put his body in contact with the origin relics, it had to do with another part, the changes in his body and soul. Primordial chaos. The primordial chaos he had obtained in the 4th rank area. Earlier, before he left that area, he had slightly suppressed the evolution process because he had determined that the timing might not be good. At this moment, it was probably stimulated by the origin rule and could no longer hold back. The primordial chaos, the origin rule, and the origin rule, together with the large amount of void power that the former had seized when the primordial realm rift exploded, were causing trouble in his body. When he noticed that the primal chaos was becoming more active, it was already too late to strengthen the suppression. He might as well let it loose and let it come into contact with more of the primal chaos. He wanted to see what it could evolve into. Anyway, the result of combining the primal chaos and the primal chaos did not look bad. It could not possibly turn him into the primal heavenly god. All right, he was dreaming. However, the changes that happened might make his nature slightly closer to them. As for how much closer, he could not deduce it at all. If I'm swallowed by origin like this, in a daze, he looked at his hands that were constantly shaking. He wanted to force his palms to close. He thought that he was using a lot of force, but he only made his slender fingers bend a little. I have to stay awake. Stay awake for me. He stubbornly controlled his body that was gradually losing strength. He desperately wanted to turn around, but his body that was suspended in the air fell to the ground again. He stared blankly at the dark ceiling and could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. This feeling his body losing control bit by bit, becoming unfamiliar little by little, no longer his original appearance, made him feel bitter. In the 139th era, the ancient era, in this very moment, he had the clearest memories of the 3 periods. The common memory was that he had turned himself from the origin into something that was neither human nor ghost, active and passive. Now that he thought about it, it did not seem that he had intended to do that. Although he said that he hated people, it was not to the extent that he had to separate himself from the race and become a class of his own. Thinking about it, he felt a little distressed. What was he doing? He seemed to have forgotten himself in his days, lost in the endless trouble that the void had caused him, and gradually lost his original intention. Speaking of which, what was his original intention? It seemed that he only intended to do it every day. I can't remember clearly. Forget it. I don't care. Besides, he was not stable from the beginning. Anyway, his nature was fickle. What was there to stay? He was just a troublemaker. But he still hoped for that kind of feeling. In the end of this era, turning the tide is a joke. That's all. It's just a dream. What's the point of struggling? It feels like I'm making things difficult for myself. Looking at the void, I can't just give up. There's still someone beside me. No one could do anything if I only care about what I say. But I don't care about what I have in my heart. There's no other way in this world. Arg, I can't take it anymore. My mind is in a mess, and even my consciousness is about to be devoured by chaos and origin. Chaotic thoughts are running around in my mind at the speed of light, and my consciousness is about to be drowned out by my own thoughts. In my mind, there seems to be a million little people jumping, shouting, and roaring with their lives on the line. The dust that brushed past my ears is like the sound of an earthquake in the void. My consciousness was about to collapse. Before his constantly shaking vision disappeared, he saw three things that were neatly placed on the ground side by side: a vase, a whale-shaped crystal sculpture, and a bronze hand warmer. He used the last strand of uncontrollable and unstable strength to control his body and threw himself at the three things. His head hit the crystal sculpture and he fainted. In his chaotic consciousness, he heard countless muffled whispers. The noisy little people in his mind seemed to be trying their best to keep their voices down. They were talking, but it also sounded like they were praying. There were a few meaningless mutterings. What remained unchanged were the few remaining but extremely deep unwillingness, resentment, and regret. No matter how much time passed, the things they represented could not be forgotten. Those unfinished wishes and unfinished business could never be completed by them. No matter what existed, it could only be let go with the wind and vanish with time. Unforgettable. He was already familiar with it. He was already used to it. He was their listener. As he listened subconsciously, the chaos in his consciousness abruptly vanished. It was as if he had been startled awake from the deepest dream. Opening his eyes, he looked around. There was a gray mist. He was already used to it. He was already familiar with it. He did not feel lost when he came here again. I've come to find you. Chapter 1640. His entire body was shrouded in thick fog. Subconsciously, he could smell a large amount of water vapor. He walked in this place once again. He had already forgotten how many times he had set foot in this place, even though he could not tell that he had entered the same fog-shrouded place every time. His senses and cognition were very easily deceived. He was only a puny peak reciprocity cultivator. In front of those truly ancient existences, he was still a weak little being. Putting aside the fog, he really did have a feeling that he was moving forward. Every time he came here, it meant that he had taken a step forward. Every time, he was getting closer to the end of the journey in the fog. He was getting closer and closer. There was something waiting for him at the end of the journey. He calmly took a step forward. He walked forward fearlessly. With just one step, he felt like he had passed through a blurry boundary. The sound of wind chimes, ancient bells, and drums rang out in his ears as if they were accompanying his arrival. All right, he was just being crazy. It was just a simple accompaniment. It was not like he was in some high-end restaurant that would play music for the arrival of guests. Cough, cough. He had heard this melody once before. When he heard it again this time, he immediately determined where he was. He could not help but take a deep breath. The thick fog in front of him began to dissipate. The scenery in the distance gradually became clear. The earth, mountains, plains, and huge floating islands in the sky were like the splendid scenery of the clouds in the sky. In the center of the earth, there was a group of white palaces with a sacred aura. They were like the ancient palaces of the entire primordial realm, the continent of origin. If there were no accidents, what he saw this time should be the real deal. He did not panic when he set foot in this place again. In fact, he did not even have any emotional fluctuations this time. The last time he came here, he was still in a state of frenzy. The reason for this change was very simple. His worldview was brutally destroyed and then violently reshaped in the cloud continent. Now, he could calmly and peacefully look at the origins mess. Well, 50% of it was his mentality, and the other 50% was forcefully suppressed by himself. So, let's just pretend it didn't count. He looked around the real continent and compared it with a model of the continent of origin in his mind. He thought that he could find some small differences, at least in the terrain, but there was really no difference between the two. There was no difference in appearance or aura. Even the floating islands of the sequence were floating in the same place. It was as if they had set out to create two identical continents at the same time from the beginning. They did not hastily create a mirror image later. Ding! The crisp sound of the wind chimes rang through his soul, making Yin Nuashing a little stunned. This time, the sound of the wind chimes did not come from his continent. It came from the relic of origin on him. Subconsciously turning around to look at himself, Yin Nuashing was surprised to find that all the origin crystals on his body had disappeared. He had returned to his original appearance without so many fancy things. The swaying wind chimes were sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was a very gentle and rhythmic sound. There seemed to be some accompaniment of the relic of origin in the middle, but it was very weak. Like the former, sometimes loud, sometimes low. Yinuashing stood here and studied for a while. Suddenly, he found something. It seemed that when he looked at the pure, white, sacred palace, the sound would become louder and louder. When he looked at other places, the sound would be slightly weaker. It seemed to be guiding him there. "Where do you want me to go?" Yinuashing asked himself. Ding! It was still the same crisp sound. In fact, there was no change in the syllables, but he could hear a faint response from it. Yinuashing scratched his head and let out a long sigh. This time, there was no resistance or unnecessary struggle. He lifted his feet and flew toward the palace where the heavenly god of origin lived. As he approached, the relic of origin in his body gradually reacted. At first, only the wind chimes were swaying, and a few others were playing accompaniment. Now, 77, no, 80 relic of origin gradually responded. There was a chaotic sound in his mind. He seemed to feel that everything in the world was humming with energy in his mind. It should have been a rather chaotic sound, but for some reason, it did not sound so chaotic. It was quite rhythmic. Well, it wasn't just the origin relic. Even the origin energy was faintly responding. More than 200 things in his body were happily beating gongs and drums, making a racket as if their lives depended on it. Although he didn't find it too noisy, the high-pitched response and the intense activity made him feel scared. He was afraid that some guy would suddenly jump out of his body and torment him to death. Naturally, there were other buildings on the continent of origin apart from the white jade-like palace. But when he looked at the other buildings, the latter would become transparent in 3 seconds and gradually hide in the air. The space was so clean that it was as if nothing had ever existed. Eyes, soul, spirit, consciousness, several methods of observation all gave the same result. He could barely see the appearance of those things that would disappear from the corner of his eyes, but only that palace. Well, that was a clear indication. The entire world was urging him to go to that pure white palace. Now is not the time to see the continent of origin. Yinuashing breathed a long sigh and gave himself a reasonable explanation in his heart. This place was like the place where they left their images. They seemed to still exist here, knew of his arrival, watched his actions, took in his every move, every panic, and every slight change in his expression. They even controlled him and guided him to where he should go. The phantoms that remained in the world, after discarding their unwillingness, resentment, and regret, were engraved in the space, leaving only the same endless sentiments, reluctance, and regret. It was their immortal will, another kind of will that was engraved in the space apart from annihilating non-order. That was probably the meaning of this place, and probably the reason why they wanted him to see this place. Yinuashing shook his head and threw those strange thoughts aside. He then looked at other places and saw that they were hidden in space because of his gaze. He smiled helplessly. After that, he no longer slowed down because he wanted to observe other places. He simply used a spatial teleportation to throw himself in front of the pure white palace. Creak! He gently pushed open the door with both hands. The door had been closed for an unobservable amount of time, and the sound it made covered the swaying music on the continent. The hall was quiet, and when he passed through the door, he felt as if he had passed through a layer of light. The energy in his ears played a melody that rose in pitch and then quickly faded. Gently closing the door with both hands behind his back, he looked at the space of the hall in front of him. It was empty, quiet, and isolated from the music outside. It was the same as the last time he stepped into this place. The only difference was that he came here with the mentality of being in a hurry to be reincarnated, galloping past without stopping. This time he walked slowly in the hall, slowly passing through the corridors and side halls. He even pushed open the window to look at the scenery outside with interest. Although the scenery disappeared after 3 seconds, it was not a problem. He wanted to have a peaceful mind. It was as if he had returned to the big house he lived in after traveling for many years. Naturally, he would take a slow walk around to calm his mind. Wait a minute. This was not his thought. This was the thought of the 200-plus troublemakers in his body. However, he did have the mentality of looking at the scenery, slowly wandering around. Anyway, they did not urge him, and he was not in a hurry to go to the main hall. He was sure that there would be some kind of shock later. He had to be prepared first, in case the ball of light under his chest suddenly exploded. A pleasant and light laughter suddenly penetrated his mind, causing Yin Nuoxing to shiver and break out in a cold sweat. He turned around abruptly and scanned the entire room. The side hall was quiet. The furniture on display was spotless and had been here for countless years. The doors on the left and right walls were also tightly shut. The hall was silent. The only sound was his breathing and the chatter of the 200-plus things in his body. However, only he could hear the latter. Even so, he felt that this was definitely not an illusion. This could not be an illusion. He was 100% sure that he heard a happy chuckle just now. It was the chuckle of a girl. When he turned around, he saw that it was silent. He had goosebumps. He swallowed his saliva and carefully moved toward the door. At this moment, he missed the noisy girls who lived in his soul. If they were around, he would not have to be so scared. At this moment, he thought of a terrible thing. The gods of origin were a group of existences that could scare him at any moment, especially her. While although the voice just now had nothing to do with her, the tone was different. After taking a deep breath, Yin Nuoxing slowly pushed the door of the side hall open. He stuck his head out and looked around. The long corridor was empty and silent. He then pulled his head back and looked at the hall again. There was still no one. The atmosphere was fine just now. Why did it suddenly become like seeing a ghost? Yin Nuoxing hugged himself and shuddered. He quickly went out of the hall and closed the door silently. He walked quickly in the direction of the main hall. Forget it. I better go to the main hall quickly. If I delay any longer, I think I will fall sick from the fright. Well, the ghosts who live here, I am just an innocent passerby. Please be magnanimous and don't come out for no reason. After a few days, when it is quieter, I will burn some incense for you. Let's just pretend that nothing happened here, okay? If you don't say anything, I will take it that you agree. The empty corridor echoed with his rapid footsteps. The energy mark that he left behind sneakily observed the situation after he left. However, it did not find anything unusual until it naturally dissipated. This made Yin Nuoxing a little relieved. He thought that the thing might just be passing by and laughed out loud, which scared him. Anyway, it was still peaceful now. There should be no problem, right? This time, without her energy mark to guide him, he walked all the way to the main hall in the deepest part of the main hall. He looked up at the huge door of the main hall. He stretched out his hands and pressed on the door. After hesitating for a while, he put down his left hand and gently knocked on the door with his right hand. Of course, there was no response. Crazy. With a self-deprecating smile, Yin Nuoxing shook his head and gently pushed the door open. Then, he poked his head in and muttered to himself, "I'm coming in. Is there anyone?" Nonsense. This place had been abandoned for God knows how many years. How could there still be anyone here? If he continued to be so crazy, even if this place was not haunted, he would create a haunted house atmosphere. Be careful. That door is a little broken. You must be gentle when you close it, or else. Clang. There, or else it will be like this. It is so noisy. Yin Nuoxing's forehead was covered in white sweat. It was so noisy because you scared me. Just now, he politely knocked on the door and asked if there was anyone inside. In the end, there was no response, so he walked in without permission. Yes, he was scared. He was really scared. Just as he turned around to close the door, a sentence suddenly came from behind him. It was a sentence that he could understand. If it were not for the fact that there was no sea, he would have jumped in on the spot. With cold sweat on his forehead, he turned around. The main hall was still the same. There were no decorations. It was just a huge hall with a few rows of pillars. There was also no phantom floating in the sky in the depths of the hall like he saw the other day. There was only a person standing in front of him. The two people were less than 5 feet apart. "I see. You have been here once. The place you went last time seemed to be a pocket dimension that we kept as a backup. You have remodeled that place. Well done. Standing in front of him was a figure that only reached up to his chest. It was a shiny, miniature version. He could tell that it was a girl wearing a grand long dress with neat bangs, just by looking at the outline of her face. Yes, he could not tell anything. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but size her up. Finally, his gaze fell on her white face. Of course, he couldn't see any expression on her face. Her voice sounded directly in his mind, and he directly understood the meaning of that sentence. This also saved him the trouble of not being able to understand the language. The last time he came, he had to borrow Jingyan to translate their conversation. "You care about my appearance?" Yin Nuashing was shocked. "A little. You can read my thoughts directly? Don't worry, I won't look at your past." She stared at him for a while and suddenly nodded as if she had confirmed something. "Welcome, the one who is favored. We have been waiting for you for a long time." "No, us?" The ball of light in Yin Nuashing's heart shook violently again. He almost fainted because he had run into the wrong place. The one whose name he could not hear should be her. The one whom she favored. Damn it, the one who was favored. Damn it. The direction of the mistake was too ridiculous. It was as if she had run him from a near-Earth planet to a far-Earth planet. If she had not controlled her strength well, she might have even sent him out of the star system, and he would wander aimlessly in the empty and lonely stars until the moment of his death. Speaking of which, this was all because of a mistake on his part. Why are you heavenly origin gods paying attention to him for no reason? He's just an ordinary heavenly origin god. At the very least, he's just an ordinary heavenly origin god in front of them. What's there to pay attention to? Could it be because of her? Your thoughts are very strange. Did I say something that made you feel bad? She seemed to frown and said in a flat voice, "No, it's my problem." The impact was a little serious. She tilted her head and looked at Yin Nuashing indifferently. After a moment, she turned around and walked into the depths of the palace. "Follow me." Yin Nuashing reflexively followed her. "Oh, but where are we going?" In the depths of the main hall, he thought that she was going to bring him here, but it seemed that she was just passing by. She reached out and gently brushed the wall in the deepest part of the main hall, and the wall in front of her suddenly became transparent, exposing the outside sky in front of his eyes. There was a passage made of golden light that stretched forward from the ground under her feet, slanting towards the sky. She lifted her feet and walked on the golden passage, tilting her head to look at Yin Nuashing. Only then did he hurriedly follow. The passageway cast by golden light. If he was not mistaken, it seemed to lead to the floating island in the sky. Yin Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly. Even so, he could have just gone there. Why did she have to lead him to the palace and give him a fright? The floating island is cast by 2 layers of space. Only from here can you go to the other layer of space. "Oh, I see," Yin Nuashing replied in a daze. Then he smiled bitterly. He was still not used to having his mind read. You said that you have been waiting for me for a long time. Can I ask who you are specifically?" He could not hear their voices once they opened their mouths. He could not recognize their names at all. However, it seemed that there were only 4 of them, which made him feel slightly more at ease. He had thought that he would really have to face 1 or 200 origin heavenly gods. That was truly unimaginable. He might have fainted from nervousness. The others are not here right now. If you want to see them, you might have to wait patiently for a while. Yin Nuashing, if possible, I don't want to see them. Don't let so many strange people appear in front of him again. My heart can't take it. That's hard to say. Everyone is quite interested in you. When they will meet you depends on their mood. After all, you are someone who is favored. This has never happened in countless years. Yin Nuashing covered his head with a grief-stricken expression. He really shouldn't have gone to the void crack that day. He shouldn't have had such thoughts. Who exactly did he offend among the heavenly gods of origin? Did he attract the attention of the gods just because he had a relationship with her that he didn't even know if it was solid? Speaking of which, when he saw where she stood during the meeting that day, he could more or less guess her position. He vaguely knew the general idea, but did not know the specifics. However, it did not matter much whether he knew or not. After all, they were the origin heavenly gods. You know, she suddenly stopped and turned around. She raised her head slightly and looked directly into his eyes. You know who she is. Otherwise, you would not have come here. Heavenly destruction god? This was the only thing he knew. Yes. Isn't that her divinity, divine title? Does knowing this count as knowing? Yes. Divinity is the name of a god. Although it does not mean that it is everything, it is the only name we need to walk the world. There is no need to say anything else. Yin Nuashing. It was just like how not many people in the divine realm knew who he was. However, when it came to the observer, everyone in the divine realm definitely knew who the observer was. It was just that they did not know who he was. That was probably the extent of it. That is the extent of it. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. After a moment, his expression changed drastically. The divine realm. He had always wanted to ask about the divine realm. Why did the emperor appoint a miserable guy like him to be that thing? And why did he have to be the god for life? Could it be that this was also because of some changes she made when she met him now in the 30th era? Was he going to talk about the troublesome topic of fate? We're here. Just as a bunch of questions and complaints were about to burst out, the woman walking in front of him stopped and stood by the side of the passage. Only then did he notice that they had unknowingly arrived at this floating island. If you have anything to say or ask, you can ask for yourself. I think it would be better if she explained it to you personally. After saying this, she quietly looked down at the land below and did not say anything else. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing nodded lightly at her and once again stepped onto this floating island. If he had to describe his feelings, it would be nervousness. Yes, very nervousness. Right now, he was very, very nervous. What was this called? A meeting in life. That's right, they had crossed countless distances and crossed countless times to meet here. He did not know what kind of feelings he should bring to this meeting. Before he could sort out his emotions, by the time he reacted, he had already walked into the plaza. When he came back to his senses, he saw that it was still a slightly familiar place. The golden throne in the depths was still there. Nothing had changed. Everything was still the same as when they first met. The only difference was that in front of the throne, there stood a figure emitting a white light. Her back was facing this plaza. Her back was facing him. He vaguely remembered this back. Bright crystal, real life. That's right, it was the bright crystal that he had discovered in the 139th era. He had seen her guarding the tomb, like a shadow in the origin world. That was the real origin world, the origin continent. It was not a pocket dimension, nor was it a perfect and beautiful reflection of this place. It was a real, scorched earth. I'm here. Yin Nuashing walked forward and stood 10 meters behind her, speaking softly. The person in front of the throne raised her head slightly. Her clear and gentle voice carried a slight sense of ethereality and energy. You're here. Chapter 1641. The sound of the wind was still the same. The throne was lonely and empty, as if something was missing. It made Yin Nuashing feel incomplete. Out of the 4 times he had seen it, this was the only time he felt this way. The sound of the wind chime reverberated in his ears again. It was no longer crisp, but a little dull. It sounded like it was covered with a piece of cloth. It was low and mellow. The sound that originated from the entire land of origin had a slight change at this moment. Only the tone of the voice did not change. It seemed to be telling him what happened here from the beginning. Yin Nuashing saw that she had no intention of turning around. He thought for a while and took a few steps forward. He walked up the stairs and slowly stopped 2 meters behind her. He glanced at the throne from the corner of his eyes and then looked straight at her back. It was completely sparkling. Sure enough, the shadow that stayed there at that time was left by her. There was a bit of silence in the air. After the 2 of them said that sentence to indicate that their consciousness existed here, there was no movement. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes, and his eyeballs rolled around randomly, aimlessly. He had also imagined what it would be like to meet with her. He had thought of many scenarios, but he had never thought that they would meet here. The real meeting was in the continent of origin. It was quite mysterious when he thought about it. No, it's not a real meeting. The soft and slightly ethereal voice rang directly in his heart. Yin Nuashing was stunned. He fixed his eyes and saw the person in front of him slowly turning around. It made him a little nervous. But the next second, he smiled bitterly. Her face was white. Only her nose was in the middle of her face. He could not see anything else. It was completely white. Ah, it was expected. The girl who brought him up just now could not see what she looked like. Then there was no reason for him to see her face. Well, he did not expect anything. He really did not expect anything. But they could read his mind directly. He was not used to it. By the way, what did she say just now? What do you mean? This doesn't count as a real meeting. Could it be that there's something else? She nodded softly. The me and us that exist here is nothing more than a shadow. A shadow born from your thoughts, and thoughts as zero. Shadow, shadow. Since when did his will become so strong that he could even project the heavenly god of origin from the river of time? Wait a minute. Why did he seem to have heard of this before? Thinking about it carefully, if he returned back time 100 million years at that time, the abyssal death mist had not broken through the first void seal. At that time, he was in the distorted world, in the graveyard of gods and demons, and that demonic shadow. It seemed to have been born because of Chong Kong and the others. Could it be? It's as you think. She lightly nodded, confirming his thoughts, but he couldn't help but feel shocked. What exactly is going on? Just as I said just now, we appeared in this world through your will, but that's not all. Just as you said, you can't restore us with your will alone, but when you come into contact with more things that are related to us and are closely related to us, the conditions will be met. From the beginning, it was blurry and chaotic, to the later fog, from the illusory to the real, gradually manifesting more and more consciousness. Every time you fell asleep, you made the creation of this world become closer to reality. Until now, she waved her hand in front of her. This place, as you wished, appeared in your construct of nothingness. And thus we appeared, a person and a world recreated with your thoughts as zero and our fragments as a puzzle. Yin Nuoshing understood. It was impossible for him to make this place manifest by himself, because he had come into contact with too many things related to origin. Until he had accumulated enough, this continent of origin was naturally born from his thoughts. It sounded a little scary, and although it was related to him, he had only given it the beginning. So, this is not a real meeting. Yin Nuoshing scratched his head, looked at her, and said, Then, where are you now? I don't know. She shook her head slightly, and her white face seemed to have a pair of deep eyes that contained the entire void. She looked into his eyes, and he could not help but shudder. This realm exists only because of you. Chaos, unknown, independent, jumping out of the control of time, existing here independently. Time has no meaning. We could be said to exist in the past, meeting you now, or we can be in the future, meeting you here in the past. Yin Nuoshing scratched his head. To put it simply, this world that was born out of his thoughts for some reason was very independent. It was completely independent and completely sealed off. It had no connection with the external space in terms of cause and effect. This place had its own time, which was calculated from the beginning of its formation. Because it had no connection with the external space, everything inside was chaotic. They who existed in this place were also chaotic. He used external thoughts to connect with the internal space. Naturally, he could not get any results. In a word, he was a person in the box. Because the process of birth tended to be chaotic, many of the situations that arose were the same. Yin Nuoshing could not help but smile bitterly. He could only roughly judge the situation because in his memory and cognition, they had already passed away long ago. Therefore, he believed that they existed in the past to him, but they appeared at this moment. To them, he was in the future, and both of them coexisted in the present. His brain, at an asterisk yen%. How should he judge a person who existed in the box and outside at the same time? But judging these things did not seem to be meaningful, right? Why did he start to think about the meaning of this world again? Yin Nuoshing slapped himself hard in his soul and shook his dizzy head. However, I didn't expect you to really come here. She turned around and continued to stare at the throne. Were you very resistant at the beginning? At the mention of this topic, Yin Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. He took a deep breath and a stomach full of resentment was about to burst out. Then, he was instantly discouraged. He suddenly realized that, well, he could not say anything. If he wanted to complain, he would encounter all those big and small things because of them, those things that tormented him to death. He did not expect that when he really wanted to say something, he would find that he could not say anything. Forget it, it doesn't matter. In the end, Yin Nuashing ended the struggle in his heart with a long sigh. Even if there are a lot of things that I want to say, I don't know how to say them. Even if there are things that I want to ask, it is difficult for me to open my mouth. I have already made up my mind. You have made up your mind to die? Yes. He nodded calmly and laughed softly. He quietly let go of the countless grievances in his heart. Perhaps those grievances were not as heavy as he thought. When he really saw the person's shadow in front of him, he did not expect to feel a little relieved in his heart, although he himself did not know where this relief came from. Are you going to press it down just like that? She tilted her head and glanced at him. If you really have something to say, you don't have to hold it in. No need. Yin Nuashing shook his head. Even if I say it, it won't change anything. Just let me go on like this. Is that so? Then let's skip this topic. She turned her head and was silent for a while. Then she said softly, the cloud continent, the things that we left behind, they were originally a whole. They are our... There was no sound behind her. She felt a little strange that his thoughts had disappeared. She turned around gently and saw that Yin Nuashing had fallen to the ground. He seemed to have fainted. His consciousness and soul are too tired. A faint and deep male voice suddenly sounded. She tilted her head and looked to the side. A white and slightly sturdy figure walked out of the space and squatted in front of Yin Nuashing. He reached out and touched his forehead. It was already very tiring to deal with the fragments that we left behind, relying on the source chaos to complete the evolution of the soul, and at the same time, to form this in advance. It took too much effort to be able to walk in front of you and say a few words, perseverance. He should have something to say, but I don't know why he let it go. She nodded and continued the second half of the sentence. She also walked over and squatted in front of him. She reached out and brushed away the long hair in front of his face. Her palm suddenly trembled slightly. The flickering red and black light gathered in her palm and turned into a broken red and black crystal. It's broken. The young girl slowly walked over from the edge of the floating island. Seeing the broken red and black crystal in her hand, the white light on her body trembled slightly. Her voice was a little serious. They or them, who knows? She seemed to sneer. She waved her hand and placed the crystal into Yin Nuashing's soul. She sighed deeply. Perhaps I was already affected at the very beginning. I just didn't know. The young girl crossed her arms and looked at the guy lying on the ground. So, is the one you were looking for? I'm not sure, but he is probably the one. She replied softly. I don't know how many years have passed since the first time we met. We are just shadows left in the world. Some things are hard to be sure. Since this item is on him, then it is most likely him. The first time? The young man was slightly stunned. He seemed to have thought of something. Oh, are you talking about that time when you suddenly did that strange action during the meeting? She nodded. Her gaze was fixed on Yin Nuashing's soul. The young girl confirmed that the red and black crystal had completely melted. She sighed. It's a long road. Are you sure he can walk on it? Just let him walk on it. Since he has already come this far, why not try to believe? She stretched her arms and said faintly, the resolution to walk on it. That's what he said. Do you intend to put him under our name? It's hard to say. He is an existence. That makes me feel unexpected. She whispered softly. She paused several times as if she was constantly deliberating. Although there are arrangements, in the end, it can't be finalized. Even you have things that you can't be sure of. She tilted her head and glanced at the young man as if she was speechless. She skipped the topic and said faintly, we are crowned as the origin of the world. Standing beside us, this responsibility is too heavy and too harsh. He should not replace us. We should not make decisions on our own. That would be too cruel. At least, we should follow his wishes. In short, let him walk on it slowly, right? Perhaps we will see the answer at the end. It's too early to say these things now. The young man scratched his head and looked at Yin Nuashing again, but it's really amazing that he can completely mold this place. The clan in his memory used the lives of the clan as the skeleton to mold its shadow. We are in the same situation as it, but only he alone. This was a very powerful thought. Perhaps even he himself did not think of it. Although he always talked about the origin and those damn things, he really missed them in his heart. Perhaps he just wanted to see them, or perhaps it was just a kind of spirit that was entrusted due to confusion. There was certainly a little resentment in his heart, but it was not as deep as he imagined. In short, it was probably this situation that allowed them to manifest. He felt that it was very inconceivable. She glanced at the young man and reached out her hand to touch Yin Nuashing's forehead. See for yourself. Ah. The young man turned his gaze. What's so strange? This thing. Could this be the sea of consciousness? The girl heard him and suddenly turned her head. Isn't that just a thing that exists in theory? It should only exist in an illusory fantasy. Although it's just a prototype, it is indeed that thing. The young man nodded. I didn't expect that something that only exists in theory would really manifest in the world. Ah, I see. No wonder we would appear here in advance. This is a broken land that was born by relying on the sea of consciousness. Therefore, he alone is enough to manifest this place. His yearning alone is almost equivalent to the yearning of countless lives. This thing is not a good thing. Are we just going to leave it here? She looked up at the young man and then down at Yin Nuashing. She shook her head. It's neither a blessing nor a curse. Let's keep it. After the three of them were silent for a moment, she waved her hand and lifted Yin Nuashing up. All right, I'll bring him down first. His soul needs to rest, and the fragments we left behind need to be dealt with. The young man and the girl nodded and watched as she brought Yin Nuashing away. The young man looked at the backs of the two who were gradually moving away and could not help but say, but they do look a little alike. Because of his words, the shadows of the two appeared in the mind of the girl who was about to leave. They flickered and quickly overlapped with each other, causing her to stop in her tracks. Indeed, the flickering composition in his soul is very similar. Don't you think that their personalities are also a little similar? The young man smiled. Sometimes they're equally reckless, just like, so, that's why he was chosen. The young girl sighed softly. However, time was truly a mysterious and complicated thing. Even now, she still couldn't figure out who had chosen who. Or perhaps it was actually the two of them who were getting closer to each other. Where is everyone? Somewhere else. The girl walked forward without looking back. Everyone is waiting in their own place. Being derived from the chaos, it might need some time to stabilize a little. Or perhaps it might need some time to calm down. The young man held the back of his head and laughed. This world, shadows, after all, were just shadows. Some things that were engraved in the void could not be changed. Their matters. Hell, whatever. The fog in the distance gradually dispersed. The two of them stopped and looked into the distance. The fog in the land of origin had completely dissipated. The fog outside the land of origin was rolling as if something was brewing. It was gradually breeding something that did not originally belong to this space. It would be great if there could be a slightly better ending this time. His eyelids were still a little heavy. He tried his best to open a slit to look out. Everything was very blurry. There was always a certain degree of faint light in the darkness. It was not enough to make the whole world look very dark. The faint light that flickered in his soul made Yin Nuashing turn his attention in a daze. He lowered his head and took a look. A line of words was engraved in the light that he could not understand, but he could understand it directly. The fragments of the cloud continent were originally one. Waving his hand to make the line of words in front of him dissipate, Yin Nuashing slowly breathed and sat up from the bed in a daze. The shadow of the sun was already hanging on the horizon, and the color of the sky was an absolute darkness shrouded by black clouds. He was in the cloud continent, and the conversation just now, everything in the origin continent seemed to be something that he experienced in a dream. There was no sense of reality, but that sentence engraved in the original divine language let him know that this was not his whimsical dream, but something that happened in reality. Just like that demonic shadow, manifesting in the form of chaos. My thoughts. Yin Nuoxing laughed bitterly. Only God knew what was going on. He was still a little confused and couldn't come back to his senses. Whatever happened in that world, there matters, he didn't understand at all. But since it had happened, then so be it. Even their shadows seemed to have a lot of limitations. First of all, they were not real life. They were just a kind of afterimage that was born from the heart and supplemented by countless primordial laws. Although this shadow could leave traces and have a certain influence on him, this influence, Yin Nuoxing looked at his body. All the primordial crystals had disappeared. There was a mass of chaotic light surging in his soul. The transformation was still ongoing and had not solidified yet. She said that they were one. If he wanted to see its true form, he would have to collect all the primordial relics first. In addition, there was a delicate red and black mark on his forehead. It was a diamond-shaped mark that had melted in the flame. The tiny flame and the diamond-shaped mark were vivid and lifelike. From a distance, it looked like a single flame. Well, it was not the feeling of seeing a flame, but a destructive will. Her mark? Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. It seemed that the piece of her divine crystal had been pressed into his soul. He glanced at it. Well, it had completely melted, leaving only a mass of red and black light that gave him a feeling of imperfections. Just one look was enough to make him give up completely. Since he had confirmed that the thing had completely merged with his soul, there was nothing to struggle about. It seemed that he could only be busy looking for the fragments of her divine carrier in the void. What busy life! Speaking of which, he fainted in a daze. Before he woke up, he seemed to have heard some vague words. Well, he could not tell clearly. He did not know what they were talking about when he fainted. Something about looking for someone, something about that. He did not know where the space in them that were created by his mind were hidden. He could not find any trace of them in his soul. Well, it felt weird, as if there were 100 or 200 undead living in his head. He shuddered and smiled bitterly. What was going on? Things had developed to this point. It was not as simple as just being weird. This was simply, there was no way to understand. Whenever he tried to understand the truth of this place, his mind would feel dizzy. Forget it. I don't care. Let him be. Next, I need to confirm his source chaos. Well, the aura that carries the law of origin is evolving. Well, I have a feeling that it has temporarily come to an end. However, I can't tell what happened at all. The aura of origin on his body seems to have become a little thicker. According to this trend, if I let it slowly evolve, I might become an existence that is even closer to them. Speaking of which, should I have discussed something with her instead of acting cool and saying, "Hey, what's the matter? I can solve it. Forget it. I don't care about this anymore. There is really nothing to talk about." Speaking of which, why did he appear on the bed? Before he fainted, he remembered that he had fainted after hitting his head on the crystal statue. Logically speaking, he should still be lying on the ground. Forget it. I don't care. It's not something I need to care about. A shadow that remains in the world. A trace that remains in the world. Yin Nuoxing murmured softly. She let out a long sigh of relief. First, I need to collect all the fragments, the relic of origin. As for the rest, let's talk about it later. It was probably not a relationship where he could meet her often. However, she might occasionally appear in his dreams. If there was anything, he would talk about it the next time they met. This time, he would not act cool. Chapter 1642. Out of nowhere, there was a dimension built by his own thoughts and the fragments of the primordial god. How should he put it? It sounded creepy, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Ever since he met the demonic shadow that day and heard the answer to why it appeared in the graveyard of gods and demons, he might have been mentally prepared. It was a very vague mental preparation. At that time, he might not have known what he was preparing for, until they met at this moment. Well, just like what her shadow said, he had not really met her yet. There must be some differences between her and her shadow. In terms of time, her shadow began to solidify from the moment it was born. Perhaps it was because it was imprinted with part of her existence. But as for her real body, well, he did not know where she was or what she was doing at the moment. the two of them would probably develop in different ways. After all, one was a real body, while the other was just a body of thoughts. The essence was just the combination of thoughts and fragments, which was different from the real body. It was probably because of the relationship between the two soul avatars that Crescent Moon had created. Him and Zero, who had returned to the Age of Darkness, probably had this kind of relationship. The two of them had been different from each other ever since they parted ways, and what they had achieved in the future was also very different. Well, let's skip this topic and let his mind return to the reality of this moment. Yin Nuoxing had seen the direction of the evolution of the primordial chaos. After coming into contact with the laws of origin and assimilating it, she planned to evolve him in this direction. As for the future, he really did not know what he would become in the end. This was the clear thought that he had sorted out in the 3 days after he woke up. Of course, he did not just stay in bed thinking about it. He also dealt with a new batch of primordial relics. Originally, when he came into contact with a certain number of primordial relics, even if he came into contact with inactive primordial relics, it would cause great damage to his body and soul. His body's capacity had long been overloaded. But after that dream, he did not know what her shadow did to him when he was unconscious. The burden had disappeared. At this time, when he came into contact with the primordial relics again, he did not have the feeling of dying like a few days ago. It wasn't a bad thing to suffer less. He wasn't a masochist who really liked to torture himself. The main thing was that he was very curious about what had happened to his body. Unfortunately, there was no way to see her shadow now. He could only suppress this thought and pretend that nothing had happened. Digression. He had really collected a complete set of tea sets. This was sorted out when he was tidying up the primordial relics. He was stunned like a statue on the spot and did not recover for a long time. And when he recovered, he placed them on the table. At this time, sitting at the table, Yin Nuoxing fiddled with colorful teacups, teapots, and a teapot. Although they were in the same style, they were dyed in 7 or 8 different colors. Well, probably because of the primordial energy or to distinguish which one was who. Of course, there were so many of them. Every single one of them was a primordial relic, and including the teapot was dyed primordial relics. Holding the teacup in his hand, he studied it. There were no patterns. It appeared to be an ordinary 3-finger-wide teacup made of jade. It was cold to the touch, and he could feel the surge and resonance of the primordial energy and primordial precepts. Aside from recovering his body, he really could not do anything else. Moreover, looking at the tea set made his heart itch. It was as if after millions of years of painstakingly collecting a tea set scattered across the void, he had to burn incense, bathe, and change his clothes to brew a pot of tea. Ah, tea lovers would know what that meant, which was why he really used the tea set to brew a pot of tea and took a sip. This mellow, this mood, well, he could not say anything else. In short, mortals would not have the fortune to enjoy it, not even gods. The cup of tea contained faint primordial energy and primordial precepts, and 1 cup down his throat would rot his intestines and stomach. Setting aside the indecent tea set, he was still going through the primordial relics he had collected over the past few days. Most of them had been put away without even looking at them clearly. He was in agony at the time, and his spirit was dispirited. How could he have the time to look at so many things in detail? He simply shoved them into his body and was done with it, before continuing to endure the next round of pain. It was already fortunate that he did not break down at that time. After all, most of the 97 primordial relics were certainly home decorations. Those that were not, such as a tea set, trinkets for the body, pots and pans. Oh, that was not there. That seemed to be the bottom line. There was no kitchen utensils at present, but whenever there was a pot or a basin, his next step would be to collect a complete set of kitchen utensils. Then he would use them to cook a table of dishes, brew a pot of tea, and drink it himself. That was not something that others could use. Wait a minute, this train of thought was not right. Yin Nuoxing pressed his head and shook it gently. The light on his face dimmed a little. The damage had been reduced, but it was not gone. The source of chaos was brewing the next stage of evolution and mobilizing the energy in his body. Now that he had collected more than a dozen primordial relics, he still felt mentally and physically exhausted. But compared to the half-dead state he was in before, this level of exhaustion now only needed a little rest. TSK. Damn it, I'm tired again. Lowering his head and shaking from side to side, Yin Nuoxing could not help but smack his lips. The situation now was like a fragile human shell. He felt tired after moving for a while, and he would die if he did not rest for a few days. 70 to 80% of his body's energy was used to maintain basic consumption. What a fragile shell. He did not intend to lie down and sleep at the moment, but his body was so weak. It was better to find a place to lie down and not think about anything. Just as he was about to do so, there was a soft knock on the door that had been closed for a few days. It was so soft that it did not disturb the people in the room. It seemed that the person just wanted to see if the person in the room had woken up. The fatigue and laziness that spread to half of his body made Yin Nuoxing unwilling to get up and walk over. He simply waved his hand and opened the door. The person outside the door even exclaimed softly, as if he was a little surprised. He looked at the dark and dim room that looked like a basement and hesitated for a few seconds before walking in. He did not make a sound when he walked. Yin Nuoxing sensed a faint golden light in the corner of his eyes and heard a faint energy buzzing in his ears. He did not need to look up to know who had come in. Before he could think of what to say, the little angel had already seen him lying on the bed like a salted fish. She could not help but be stunned. Why do you look so haggard? Yin Nuoxing tried to raise his head, but his neck was so lazy that he just raised his head slightly and buried his face in the bed again. After all, it's this kind of thing. What's going on outside? Why did you come here? The little angel shook her head and sat down by the bed. Her white wings stretched out and covered him. Her jade-like hands gently gathered his long black hair that scattered on the bed like black petals. I saw that your flame of life was flickering. I was a little worried, so I came to see you, although you seem to be fine now. Oh, Yin Nuoxing responded softly. I also brought other relics of origin over. There are 10, or more than 20 of them. I didn't count them. Yin Nuoxing. Most of the relics of origin are in a state of being placed. Only a few of them are active or rioting. You have dealt with most of them. There are only a few left in other places. You may have to go there yourself. Yin Nuoxing. I will really die of overwork. This way of dying is too ridiculous. Can you let me cry for a while? The little angel nodded gently and turned around to lie on the bed. She folded her wings and pulled Yin Nuoxing into her arms. Please, Yin Nuoxing. He was obviously joking. He didn't know how many years it had been since he cried. How could he cry over such a thing? Well, it was very warm and comforting, since he might fall asleep lying like this. Yin Nuoxing struggled a little and broke free from the gentle embrace. Then he told the little angel what happened a few days ago in detail. The little angel listened quietly and acted as a qualified listener. She only said a few words at the important points and pointed out a few things that a certain guy in a state of mind might have overlooked. However, the disappearance of the origin is something that is destined in this world. We have always thought that the origin is gone forever. Now it seems that maybe we will have a chance to meet again in the future, said the little angel. Yin Nuoxing stared blankly. Why? The demonic shadow in a graveyard of gods and demons said, see you next time, but it also said that it was already dead. So, do you think it will come back to life? The little angel shrugged. It was hard to say. This was related to the same generation as the god of origin. Other than the god of origin himself, no one could say for sure about the things that the god of origin and the others had dealt with. Reincarnation and resurrection. Such things were not uncommon. The god of origin himself had reincarnated hundreds of millions of times, so it was not surprising that others had reincarnated once as well. While that was the case for now, it would be a little serious if it really happened. They would meet again in the void after a dozen epochs, with two groups of people pinning each other down in the void and pummeling each other. It would definitely be much more exciting than the void sealing circle. Still, there was no memory of such a scene in the ending, which meant that it probably did not happen, and there was no need to worry about those groundless things. Listening to the girl's series of calm conjectures and analysis, Yin Nuoxing's expression gradually became serious. However, he did not expect that the last sentence would shatter his thoughts into pieces. He suddenly deflated and could not help but smile bitterly. This conjecture, well, it was indeed terrifying. However, it was not completely impossible. It was not surprising that anything could happen in the void. This time, they had to face a group of guys who were completely fooling around with the laws of the void. Even the heavens did not know what was going to happen. Even if something did happen, it would happen according to their thoughts. It was already very impressive that the mortals could survive in the violent confrontation between the two sides. Oh, right. At this time, there were also mortals. This level of battle was not something that could be watched by those below the realm of Yuanshi. Fortunately, there was no such thing happening in the void. Judging from the current rules of the void, no one could get involved. After the conversation, Yin Nuoxing stuffed the 21 origin relics brought by the little angel back into his body. His face was so haggard that it almost lost its light. "You're pushing yourself too hard." The little angel rebuked him. She grabbed his hair and shook his head from side to side. "There's still some time. You don't have to be so anxious. Yes, there's still time." Less than 10 days had passed. 10 days was not even 1/6 of a month in the Yunwan continent. Yin Nuoxing held her hand with a bitter smile and said softly, "I can't not force it. I feel uneasy, and it's in this situation now. And some things are relative. If I don't force it, others will force themselves." The little angel frowned. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. "If I don't force myself, I won't be able to play here. Absolute disadvantage. Unknown enemies. The power of the mythological era. We can't think of a second solution to this situation. Since the most important part is given to me, you can only force yourself to death." She sighed softly. "I'm worried, but I'm also worried. I hate that things are out of control. I have to find a way to salvage the situation. Only in this way can we slightly regain control of the situation." And Yin Nuoxing was silent for a while. He shook his head. "I don't know if it's because of the contact with them, but I feel a haze from a Yunwan continent that I've never felt before. So we need to speed up. It's unfortunate to be involved in this kind of thing, but it's also fortunate that we discovered their plan at the beginning of the implementation." Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he raised his head and reached out his hand to touch the little angel. Seeing that, she leaned forward and placed her face in his palm. "If there is an afterlife, I really hope that I can go to a place where I don't have to think about these troublesome things anymore. Whether it is the observer or the inheritor, I will leave it to others. I will just bring all of you to a small place and live a simple life." The little angel was silent. "Afterlife. This life is not over yet. What's the point of talking about an afterlife?" Yes. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. "What's more, an afterlife? Don't you know what an afterlife is like? From the beginning to the end, his life and his reincarnation process did not have the words a good beginning and a good end. He carried two kinds of order and carried a heavy burden on his body. Even if it was just a dream, he was unwilling to let go. He carried all of it on his body and staggered forward. He carried this life, these countless reincarnations and countless lives together. If I'm not crazy, I'll definitely make this Yuan realm tremble because of this heavy reincarnation." Her hand gently pressed on the face of a guy who was talking to himself and suddenly fell asleep. The little angel sighed softly and murmured softly, "Afterlife. The future, our future. In what form should it be?" Time passed by unwittingly. A month, 65 days, was not considered long in normal times. However, for the Yunwan continent at this time, this month was the most difficult month in history. Even though there was a small creations barrier that protected the other lands except for the origin land, the darkness that pervaded the entire world prevented the sun from shining on the land for a month. Every day, when one opened and closed their eyes, they could only see complete darkness. They could not tell whether it was morning or night. If it were not for the night watch, they probably would not know how long they had lived for. Well, it sounded serious, but in fact, when one looked at the sky, they could still see the dim shadow of the sun hidden behind the dark clouds. They could more or less determine whether it was day or night. On the other hand, the The Yunduan continent that had been shrouded by the non-order energy for a month was almost dead. Although the small creations barrier isolated the non-order energy's direct influence on this area, the environment, the Yunduan continent's rule power was still under the control of the non-order energy. It was already very rare that no one had suddenly died because of the non-order energy. However, the plants on the land, as well as the wild beasts and magical beasts, had all lost their vitality. They were shrouded in the non-order energy environment and were affected by the non-order energy. For a long time, other than the life forms with a higher level of life, the rest could not withstand it. If this situation continues, well, let's not talk about a final battle. Just by wasting time, the remaining areas that have finally stabilized with great difficulty will fall into another kind of panic. Before the battle starts, all the lower-level life forms in the Yunduan continent will slowly die. Moreover, I feel that it's about time that someone discovered this situation. I'm just afraid that they will spread it to other places. In the ice region, Jihan Xiao could not help but sigh as he looked at the entire Yunduan continent. Finally, he looked at the Gangyuan continent. The aura of chaos in the Gangyuan continent is getting stronger and stronger. I can feel that it contains a very terrifying danger. Hearing his words, everyone who had already finished their task and gathered here felt their hearts sink. They stared at the Gangyuan continent with gloomy eyes. It was a situation that made them gnash their teeth, but they could only continue to gnash their teeth. We're all stalling for time. We all need time to complete some things. Hui slowly walked forward and waved his hand to project the Gangyuan continent in front of them. A huge energy barrier enveloped the entire Gangyuan continent. Outside, it was the energy tower array that they had spent a month to strengthen. That would be the first line of defense. However, as for how effective it would be, this was hard to say. Looking at it like this, it's really useless and aggrieved. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. The aggrieved tone in his voice made everyone grit their teeth. It was impossible to just wait for a month. They had to settle all the ancient relics, deal with the power of order, and arrange everything. They also tried to attack the Gangyuan continent's barrier. However, after attacking for 2 days, they returned without success. Let's wait a little longer. I feel lucky that we didn't tear the barrier apart that day. We scratched his head in distress. I only agreed to that operation because I was a little anxious. Without Feng, we couldn't do anything. Some words should be said in reverse. For example, although they were only entrenched in the Gangyuan continent and seemed to have surrounded the Gangyuan continent, in reality, the situation should be reversed. They could temporarily stabilize the situation and prevent anything from happening. As for attacking, well, that day would come, but they would have to wait for a while. They had to wait for the person with the strongest spear in the void to come out. We turned his head and looked behind. I think it's about time. Based on Feng's impatient personality, he should be ready after forcing himself for a month. We're also fully prepared, Jihan Xiao said with a serious expression. In the next second, his face collapsed and he smiled bitterly. We've been fully prepared for 20 days. Now we're cooped up in the same spot and growing mushrooms. Everyone sighed. Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. His eyes flickered as he looked at the Gangyuan continent. Xing Lu and the others were guarding the line of defense. They were only waiting for someone to come out and shout for the entire army to attack. Then, they would work together to tear down the Gangyuan continent's barrier. Feng! He sighed. Compared to worrying about the passage of time, he was more worried about whether Feng would break himself or something. It could not be helped. That guy was too scary when he played with his life. Time! He suddenly had a scary thought. After taking such a long time, could Feng be preparing? Just as he thought of this terrifying idea, the sound of someone running came from behind him. Everyone turned around and saw a little girl in a green dress running over in a hurry. She shouted, "Big brother, you're out." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that. Their eyes lit up with a blazing light. They took the guy who disappeared for a month as a signal. When he came out, it was time for the war to begin. Suddenly, their surging emotions made the world seem less oppressive. It was not the mood of waiting for the clouds to disperse and see the sun and moon. but the time to destroy the clouds with their own hands. They had been suppressed in this absolute darkness for a month. Now it was finally time to disperse it with their own hands. Hui stretched his arms and legs after hearing that. Divine power surged all over his body, and he was ready to go all out. Finally, everyone turned their gazes over and looked behind the little girl. There, the figure who had disappeared for a month was coming over with Jing Yuanji. The aura all over her body had become a little strange. It felt as if they were looking at a walking ancient relic. That sacred and ethereal feeling made them unable to stare at her. Yin Nuoxing nodded to everyone. At this time, the origin crystal could no longer be seen on his body. There were no obvious changes outside his body. The red and black mark on his forehead was flowing with light, revealing an endless aura of destruction. This aura that spread inadvertently made everyone feel frightened, as if they had seen the whole world collapsing and dying. Phone! Hui stepped forward and patted Yin Nuoxing on the shoulder. Looking at his appearance at this moment, his expression was somewhat meaningful. This aura, are you evolving in the direction of the origin god and the others? You can feel it so easily. Yin Nuoxing shrugged, then smiled at Hui and said, "Something happened. If I'm still alive after this, I'll tell you slowly. This month has been torturous for me. Can you not say such generous words before the battle?" Hui's face darkened. Yin Nuoxing chuckled and waved his hand. A teleportation array appeared with his feet as the center. "Let's go." "Hey, little girl, stay. What are you doing?" Yin Nuoxing, who was preparing to teleport, saw Jishuan, this little girl, hugging a big sword that was taller than her. She was wearing a long dress and armor that she had changed into at some point. She looked like a little Valkyrie. "I can help. Big brother, don't underestimate me." The little girl waved the big sword that she was hugging and snorted. "Big brother, don't forget what I am." Yin Nuoxing threw a bewildered look at Jihan Xiao. The latter laughed bitterly. "Don't look at me like that. I've been persuading her for half a month." After saying this, Jihan Xiao turned his head and muttered to the air with a distressed expression. "Girls are disobedient when they grow up. Children are at odds mostly because the father didn't manage them well. I'll educate her again another day, but it's too late to beat her up now." Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yin Nuoxing was also speechless. His appearance was a little rushed. Now that he was making a ruckus, the seriousness before the battle had flown away. Forget it. There was no time to do anything else. Chapter 1643. If one were to stand close to the dark barrier, they would feel that the entire world was enveloped by this thing. It encompassed the entire land of Gangyuan. However, in terms of size, it should be much smaller than the dark elemental barrier that sealed off small divine land. It was countless times stronger. The dark blue and purple mixed with black patterns on the barrier constantly changed its appearance like rolling clouds in the wind. The aura of energy coming from it was deep and abnormally deep. The rolling patterns and surging energy were like abyssal cracks that were about to devour people, causing everyone present to feel uncomfortable. Yin Nuoxing and the others who were often in contact with non-order forces were slightly used to it, but Jihan Xiao and the others, this was their direct confrontation with it. The last time they fought in the concept layer of rules was at most a warm-up. It was not as simple as the previous time when they assisted the energy tower in the defense coil. This time, they had left small divine land's barrier and directly used their bodies to feel the chaotic aura of non-order. It was daunting. The last time I saw that demonic shadow, I already had a headache. The aura that rushed to my face was enough to make me feel nauseous, but this. We looked at the non-order energy barrier that was only a few thousand feet away, staring at the mixed and twisted patterns, and could not help but shake his head. This is the normal appearance of their power. Perhaps it's only 1/10,000th of its power, or even less. Yin Nuoxing tidied her collar and walked up from behind to stand beside Hui. She looked at the huge barrier in front of them. It's the same level of power as the god of origin and the others, but it only has the spirit but not the form. Hui was stunned. "What do you mean? It only has the quality but not the quantity." Yin Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief. In other words, Even if there's a demonic shadow inside, it's the kind that's extremely weak. Its power is still very strong, but it's only hanging on to its last breath. Well, that's what it means. Do you believe that even with its last breath, it can still press us into the void and beat us up? You've already said so. How can I not believe it? Hui laughed bitterly and straightened his face. However, it's still very quiet so far. We're already in a hurry, but there aren't any waves. We are the attacking party. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him. There aren't many of us charging head-on. Most of us are at the back, preparing to enter the conceptual level of the rules for another level of battle. Even though we can pose as an army of 10,000, but in front of the characters from the mythological era that may exist inside, this kind of momentum seems to exist in name only. If you say that we are on the defensive side, it's normal for us to be noisy at the beginning. Wasn't it very lively a month ago? The enemy didn't even show up, but they already turned the entire cloud continent upside down. We could not help but smile bitterly. That was true, but he still felt that something was missing. This was a decisive battle where the entire army would attack. There was only the sound of the wind in their ears, and the only thing they could sense was the turbulence of the non-order energy. Such a small movement was still too quiet. They're making a ruckus as soon as the fight starts. Yin Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief. They could only chat for a while now. When the fight starts later, they might not even be able to find the center of the void. The wind mixed with a non-order energy breath blew past them. Both of them stared at the huge barrier in front of them. Waves of distorted and chaotic energy were surging on the barrier, and the obsidian energy was surging. The other party was also ready, and they could feel that it was not far from the time when they were ready. At this moment, they were just putting the first card on the table to tell them they're ready to fight. Bring it on. Jihan Xiao and the others who were ready at the rear came to the two of them and looked forward. Jihan Xiao said softly, "The troops at the rear are also ready to attack. Once there's a movement in the conceptual level of the rules, we'll immediately enter there to fight." The middle-aged man in the blue robe could not help but frown. Wouldn't it be better to attack the conceptual level of the rules first? Wouldn't it be better for both sides to fight together? Yin Nuoxing shook her head. Don't forget that we're at a disadvantage now. Before we have a 100 million guarantee, we shouldn't take the risk. That's their other nest. Even I'm not sure if we can attack the conceptual level of the rules first. Let's just play the backup. Right now, the conceptual level of the rules only has an advantage in terms of rules. It's suppressing our rules. Once the other party feels pressured in a head-on clash, they'll start to mobilize the power of the conceptual level of the rules. It won't be as simple as suppressing the power of the rules. Hui explained, in short, that's also an important battlefield, but it's only suitable for backup. Let's wait for them to make a move first before going there. If we rush in now, we might not even know how we died. We then looked at Yin Nuoxing. You really don't need me to stay and help? Let Jing Yuanji stay and help you. Yin Nuoxing rejected him again. No, just arrange for equal combat power on both sides. Once there's a change in the conceptual level of the rules, all of you will go there. I have other backup plans here. He pointed at his own head, and Hui instantly said, oh. Ming had already gone back. It seemed like they were planning to fight as husband and wife. If that was the case, he did not need to be so nervous. It's about time. Yin Nuoxing looked up at the sun. This action was actually not very meaningful. It was just a random opening. Let us take the lead. Jihan Xiao stepped forward and said. The front line will be left to you alone, right? I don't know what special arrangements you have, but just hearing about it makes me feel pressured. Besides, we have more people in the second battlefield. Removing the barrier should be, Hui shook his head halfway. Han Xiao. Oh, Han Xiao, you haven't seen this guy's power, but don't worry. You'll know in a few minutes. I'll let you see what it means to be a one-man army. Feng alone is comparable to a 1,000,000-strong army. This all right. Where's your girl? Jihan Xiao tilted his head and looked at Jing Yuanji. Letting her come here is the limit. It's impossible to bring her here, so I'll let Miss Jing take care of her. Hui grinned. After confirming that everything was fine, he tilted his head and looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was surging with different auras. He could not help but smirk. Feng, Are you planning to use that? Yin Nuoxing glanced at him. Didn't you already guess? What? What the F asterisk CK really? Yin Nuoxing said. Two armies are confronting each other. If there's nothing else, please don't speak. It'll affect the atmosphere. I was just guessing. I didn't expect you to really do that. Hui smacked his lips. How many years has it been since you used that form? It's been at least 1,000,000,000,000 years. You didn't even use it when Long Sky attacked Godworld. Being in Godworld, I naturally have enough power to replace it. Besides, I didn't expect this at that time, so I didn't have that much time to prepare. How could I use it? Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. Long Sky was already in a desperate situation when he changed his home. It would give him the time to slowly cast his ultimate move. This time it was different. This time, he had plenty of time to prepare. However, it's true that if I had the time to use this form when I was dealing with Long Sky the last time, I wouldn't have needed to mobilize the power of the entire realm of the gods to be able to kill him in the realm of the gods. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Yin Nuoxing looked at Hui one last time, then closed his eyes. The energy that had been surging in his body countless times burst out like a fountain. I'll go first. You guys follow me when the time is right. The moment he said that, Yin Nuoxing's body became transparent. A second later, he suddenly disappeared as if he had melted into the air. When he disappeared, they could vaguely see that more than 10 chains around his body had suddenly collapsed. Jihan Xiao and the rest were stunned. They had no idea what had happened. Hui knew that they were shocked. He raised his head and pointed to the sky. His tone was slightly agitated. Look up at the sky. This is the most brilliant moment that guy has ever had. Brilliant. That's right. It was so brilliant that it could light up the entire void. In the completely dusky sky, a ray of sunlight suddenly sprinkled down from the sky, causing everyone to stare blankly. The chaotic clouds that had been tightly surrounding the entire cloud continent for a month unexpectedly dissipated at this moment, revealing a huge hole. Pure sunlight fell from the big hole, casting a gorgeous curtain of light in the space, projecting the mottled sunlight into the entire world. And in the clear and pure sunlight screen, there was a mottled cross-shaped starlight. Its light itself seemed to be pure white and had a feeling of merging all the colors in the world. However, the shining light had a bit of abnormal darkness. If Tian Yangwang did not shine on it, they probably would not be able to see its shining light. When they looked closer, they saw the essence of the light. It was Yin Nuoxing. However, he looked completely different from before. Pure and brilliant white light overflowed from his body, dyeing his entire body into the purest white. It was almost transparent. The patterns that were engraved with the origin aura and the origin law shone from every corner of his body. As his body swayed slightly, a substantial light arc was drawn out. Behind his shoulder blades, the pitch-black energy seemed to be in between substance and illusion. It condensed into two wide streamers that were 10 feet long. They were like two huge azure wings that stretched out with the surge of energy. Although it took a long time to prepare, this is really, really exciting no matter how many times I see it. We cannot help but sigh. And because I've come into contact with so many things, the law, order, energy form displayed this time has a more powerful feeling. The combination of pure order and chaos, TSK, it's too contradictory. Don't keep staring. Oh, it's too late. When he turned around, he saw Jihan Xiao and the rest had lowered their heads and covered their eyes with a pained expression. We cannot help but laugh bitterly. What's going on? How did Lord Feng become like that? Jihan Xiao covered his eyes and couldn't stop his tears from flowing. He had only looked at it for a few seconds, and he felt as though his eyes were being cut into pieces. The pain reached his brain and spread to every part of his body. However, the pain came and went quickly. He only felt a burning sensation from his eyes to his neck. Law, order, energy form. Of course, I personally like to call it the complete liberation mode. The components that make up one's existence are replaced with the power of law and order. With law and order as the skeleton, one's body is made up of pure energy and all kinds of energy. In other words, Lord Feng is a mass of condensed infinite power of law, order, and energy. His every move can cause destruction. Yes, he's also fused with part of the god of destruction's origin law. This is even more ridiculous. You could do this? The middle-aged man could not help but gulp. He suddenly felt that the extent of his death last time was far beyond his imagination. How is that possible? We could not help but exclaim, we're not masochists. He's the only one in our world who can do this. Do you know that using this form on your body is equivalent to burning your life and soul 100 times more serious? Do you know the process of transforming into this form? Speaking of the process, he broke out in cold sweat. Well, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something healthy. Everyone laughed bitterly. It would be weird if they knew. Anyway, they could roughly tell that it was very scary. Hui forced himself to change the topic and continued to stare at Yunhua planet. The already dangerous planet had completely turned into a mobile source of disaster this time. This aura, this energy, this overflowing power that made Hui feel extremely terrible pressure. God knows what kind of situation this guy would be in after carrying the power of chaos and part of the power of the god of origin and then using this form. Judging from the current situation, having a 30% chance of winning was not an exaggeration. The only drawback was that it would take a long time to prepare. That was why Maple was still holed up in his room after collecting the origin relics. However, it only took him a short while to switch to this form. 2 minutes ago, the guy who was still talking nonsense to him was now floating in the air like a star. Even the non-order energy that permeated the air retreated 3 feet due to the unusually dense pressure. The world was still clear and clean. Inform everyone to look up. If there's nothing else, don't look away unless you don't want your eyes anymore. Let the energy tower recharge. Everyone, get ready for battle. A supreme will of energy burst out explosively. In an instant, it came from the sky and shocked everyone. As if they had received the signal to start the battle, they lowered their heads and made their final preparations. Some held their weapons, some sharpened their knives, some applied poison, some took deep breaths, some changed their clothes slowly, some put down their lunch boxes quickly. Wait a minute, it seemed like something had sneaked in. Buzz! All the energy in the world turned into a substantial cloud column and surged into the sky. Yin Nuoxing's frosty eyes stared at the huge energy barrier in front of her. She gently raised her right hand. The 2 dark azure wings on her back fluttered with a violent surge of energy. An incalculable amount of energy crazily gathered at a point above her head. The energy that had long exceeded the capacity of space tore the space and void into pieces like crispy pieces. When a wind of energy blew, a large piece of it would be blown away. The sky that had just cleared up was quickly filled with darkness again. But this time, it was a purer darkness. It was the colorlessness of nothingness and void. First, I'll break your outer armor, Yin Nuoxing whispered softly. Her eyes that were shining with countless colors reflected a crazily gathering energy vortex. Turn into dust in the void. The energy that had gathered to the point where it could turn both the void and nothingness in a history took shape in an instant. The endless energy condensed into a massive mass of highly concentrated energy that was at least 100,000 miles in size. The energy had a pure white transparent shell, and the core was a mass of extremely violent chaos energy. The moment the 2 powers of order were formed, they became extremely violent as they unleashed their destructive power without holding back. Every single energy shockwave that was unleashed from its massive size would cause space and time to wail as if they were about to collapse. Good Lord, starting with the star annihilation, are you planning to destroy us all? We looked at the big man shining with light above his head. Cold sweat broke out. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Everyone retreat. Convert 1/3 of the energy into defense. Don't just stand there and watch. That guy will even beat up his own people when he goes crazy." After the gigantic star was formed, it tumbled and fell towards the energy barrier below. When the gigantic star was formed, It produced a substantial stream of light that told everyone that it was falling. That feeling was even more exciting than watching a meteorite fall towards one's face. It was as if a sun was falling. Just the pressure that was crazily approaching was enough to take one's life. They could not be bothered to watch the heroic scene of creation as they retreated in fear. Jing Yuanji and the others were calm. They calmly turned the energy towers into defense mode, and then looked up calmly at the violent sun falling with a violent momentum. It crashed into the layer of non-order barrier, and a dazzling light burst out. An energy shockwave so intense that it felt like it could split the heavens and earth apart robbed everyone of their sight and hearing. Just the shockwave of light alone made everyone unable to even hear the rumbling of the energy shockwave. Everyone still had their eyes open, and they could still see some of the dark blue, purple, and black shards flying out and shattering amidst the world-creating light. It was obvious that the barrier had been destroyed. Maple, who was in such a life-risking state, couldn't even destroy the barrier with his first attack. If he couldn't even destroy the barrier with his first attack, then their vision would return to normal. The energy of creation and destruction was also poured out by extreme means. Originally, if this energy was allowed to freely release its power, the energy storm and energy light might last for more than 10 minutes. However, under someone's control, this 10-minute energy release was compressed into a short half a minute. Its power was indescribable. When their vision cleared a little, Hui immediately used divine energy to clean up the space in front of them. The first thing they saw was that the barrier had been completely annihilated. Not even a scrap was left. The land of Gangyuan that had been hidden for 65 days was finally exposed to everyone's sight. Before they could see what was inside, a huge black shadow blocked their line of sight. The distorted and chaotic form made Huey's eyes twitch. Behind the black shadow, there were more black shadows that looked like squirming ink. They looked really familiar. This is really an indescribably spectacular sight. Ji Hanxiao's eyes were also squinting hard. After the land of Gangyuan opened up, the first thing to bear the brunt was a group of gigantic, unknown creatures that were at least 10,000 feet tall. They had humanoid and beast-like appearances. Their limbs and gigantic bodies were twisted like a jumbled mass of meat. There were even more gigantic, unknown creatures that looked extremely disgusting and squirming. They were all like that layer of barrier. There were no detailed forms. Their entire bodies were in the shape of a ball of energy, a mix of dark blue, purple, and black. They were clearly three-dimensional shadows, but one could tell which one was opening its bloody mouth and which one was waving its limbs as it climbed out from within. The chaos manifestation looks even more disgusting. Huey's eyelids trembled violently. Compared to the Abyss Death Mist manifestation, the ones in front of him were even more disgusting. They were indeed cannon fodder that stood at the peak of non-orderly energy. Just their appearance alone caused 10,000 points of mental damage to all life in the orderly world. Ji Xin, who was valiant and high-spirited just now, almost vomited. She cried and vomited at the same time. To the little girl, this scene was too impactful. They looked like they just formed, Ji Hanxiao said, while suppressing his disgust. Most of them were killed by the aftermath of Maple's attack. It's a basic skill, Hui said casually. He looked towards the depths of the land of Gangyuan, and his expression gradually turned serious. There was an area in the land of Gangyuan where an energy whirlpool was condensed towards the sky. The scale was abnormally huge. The non-orderly energy that was so dense that even he felt disgusted was gathering madly there. The non-orderly energy that originated from the bottom of the cloud continent was also gathering there. Maple, there's a gathering in the depths of Gangyuan. I know. I already felt it that day. On the day of the destruction order, I vaguely felt that there was a point that was rapidly condensing chaotic energy in the land of Gangyuan. Yin Nuashing nodded faintly. And now, I can see it directly. Looking at the chaos manifestation that did not intend to take the initiative to attack and instead used its body to form a wall and set up a defensive formation, Hui let out a long sigh. All right, the target is clear. But looking at the formation in front of us, I'm afraid we'll have to sweep through everything. All right, you really don't need help? Look at the formation in front of us. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you say you need help, there's no need for that. You just have to move with me until the concept level of the rules is activated. Yeah, don't be so arrogant at this time. You still need our help. Do you want to make a plan or something? Don't be so long-winded. Let's just go straight in. Yin Nuashing snorted softly and swung her long, pure white hair that was 10 feet long. With the 2 azure wings behind her as the center, a group of magic circles appeared in batches and surged with energy that broke through the seal of the void and the rules. The number of magic circles blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The energy ripples that were constantly spreading allowed the power of order to instantly gain the upper hand. Once again, tens of thousands of magic circles rumbled and concentrated the energy shockwaves that could wipe out the entire cloud continent on the ground in front of them. Everyone's vision was once again drowned out. No matter what method they used, they could not determine whether those chaos manifestations were dead or not. But looking at the situation, well, they should not be able to survive. The bombardment of energy shook the earth, causing Hui to suddenly become alert. The guardian shield and sacred sword shone with the light of attack. The great sword pointed forward. Everyone, open up a path from the flanks. Don't block that killing god's sweep. Under such circumstances, charge into the range of his sweep. We'll meet again 10,000 years later. Chapter 1644. This was a world shrouded in darkness. The energy of chaos and order filled every corner of this world. The dense and pure aura of chaos repelled every existence in this world. The aura of chaos and order was everywhere. However, there was a layer of barrier that preserved a huge piece of land. Compared to the three-dimensional space of the entire world, this piece of land that was preserved only took up less than 1/3 of the entire world. That was already an extremely rare thing. In another direction, the aura of chaos was fading slightly. The power of order suddenly rose from a small reaction to an extremely high level. It even pierced through the clouds of chaos that blotted out the sky and earth, forming a huge hole as if it was the eye of a storm. However, although the power of order had the upper hand in this place, the non-order energy in the surroundings could not be ignored. This was not like standing on an isolated island in the middle of the sea. Instead, it was like looking at a small pool in a vast continent. This place still belonged to the non-order domain. It was already extremely difficult for the power of order to forcefully open up a domain of order that was not too stable. Looking down from the hole, the scene that appeared inside the hole was not as calm as the eye of the storm. In a huge area, there was a dense battle. Every flare of energy was caused by the collision of multiple powers of order on both sides. The scale was huge. The largest flare of energy covered half the area of the eye of the storm. The frequent flashes of energy were like the explosions of new energy, causing the sky, earth, and space to tremble. Countless powerful energy explosions occurred again and again. On the surface, the power of order was gradually pushing forward, leaving behind a large area that was not completely purified. It was gradually shrinking the defensive line of the wellspring land, constantly destroying the non-order energy. It would not be easily extinguished until one of the two sides was completely wiped out. At the moment, it seemed that the power of order had the upper hand. That was normal, gathering all the high-level powers of order that could be mobilized in this world to charge into one battlefield. It was normal for them to have such results before the generals of the non-order side showed up. However, one should not forget that the other battlefield had not started yet. The enemy had not really shown up either. The ones that appeared here were some of the more exquisite high-level cannon fodders. Well, they were not cannon fodders. The power of every chaos spawn was very powerful. Unlike the abyssal death shroud spawns that were suppressed by sheer numbers, the power of the chaos spawns was very complete. Some of them could even use weak divine authority and divinity. The divinity of chaos, in simple terms, was an attack command that specialized all sorts of powers. They were much more powerful than the abyssal death shroud spawns that had lost their minds. However, it was unfortunate that they had encountered a certain fellow who had not opened up a large scale for trillions of years. He was recklessly unleashing his power here. 90% of the countless traces of broken walls and fences were left behind by him. The two powers of order and non-order were still fighting on the broken land after the warriors from both sides had left. However, the latter was obviously unable to continue the fight. The energy towers that were left behind along the way had become something like a stronghold, spreading the influence of the mini-world creation barrier to this place and leaving the power of order behind. It was just an emergency measure. It would take some time for the non-order power to be eliminated. However, the energy that was rooted in the land was much easier to deal with than the spawns that were moving around. Scorched land. Jihan Xiao suddenly muttered softly. He picked up a piece of debris that was obviously some kind of building on the ground. He could not help but sigh. He turned around and looked at the green cloud land that was connected to the Ganyuan land. He calculated the distance in his heart. There should be a city in the Ganyuan land at this distance. Now, it seems, it has already turned into ashes when the two powers of order clashed. We pushed the divine power forward and took the time to respond to Ji Hanxiao's words. It might not be appropriate to say it out loud. However, when the Ganyuan land was sealed, we already knew that all the beings of order would. Ji Hanxiao let out a long sigh. He was also mentally prepared. It was just that he still had a little bit of hope deep in his heart. After all, the entire Ganyuan land had at least hundreds of billions of lives. If all the lives were counted, the number would be tens of thousands of times more. They had completely disappeared within a short period of a month. Not only that, they had even become the enemy's power to deal with them. How sad. Just get used to it. Huey's eyes flickered. He turned his head and said calmly and naturally, "We're already used to it." The words that Feng once warned everyone, I'll also give them to all of you. This is a war between order and chaos. There are only two camps at the beginning of this war. There are only two outcomes. It's either they die or we, who represent the world of order, die together. Being purified by the power of order is also a form of relief for them. Even if we can't save them, we should at least let them go in a more dignified manner. Well, that might not be the original words, but that's the general idea. War, this is war. This is a war that can't save anyone. They, who have completely become the claws of chaos, can only be purified by the cannon fire of order. Even if there are people you used to know, even if they're family and friends. However, because they're family and friends, they have to do it themselves. No one is willing to become the claws of chaos and become a monster with the lowest level of consciousness. That's why we said before, all the so-called justice, the so-called redemption, the lofty aspirations, the boiling of blood, these things will not appear in the war between order and chaos. There's only slaughter, destruction, and death. The empty talk about, well, that is not allowed to appear here, is just a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, there was only the rumbling sound of energy. The atmosphere was so gloomy that it was as if they had entered a silent world. He let out a long sigh of relief. He sent out his holy power through the shield and the greatsword, turning the area into a golden pure land. After waiting for someone to leave enough energy towers behind, he lifted his spirits and continued to move forward. Have you ever faced a friend who is transformed into a monster? No one knew who suddenly whispered that sentence. It made the already depressing atmosphere even heavier. Everyone looked at Huey's back that was shining with golden light. Their gazes were complicated. Yes, Huey's footsteps did not stop because of this. He smiled faintly. It's not just me. We've all done similar things. Even if we're lonely and don't know many people, we've also stood on the battlefield and killed our compatriots who belong to the Order camp. Perhaps not knowing anyone would lessen the psychological burden. Feng is like that. In the countless worlds in the void, there are less than 20 people that he's really talked to and seriously got to know. So every time in a head-on battle, he's always the calmest and coldest one. Unlike me, who actually knows a lot of people. Sometimes when I inadvertently see a guy from tens of thousands of years ago, or someone I once had a cordial conversation with rushing towards us with the aura of chaos, I can't help but sigh, ah, it's this guy. I haven't seen him for so many years. I didn't expect to have to send him on his way when we meet again. How unlucky. There are many similar things. We heaved a sigh of relief again and ended the topic lightly. Although he forcefully suppressed his emotions and could not have too many emotions in order to prevent it from affecting the direction of this deadly battlefield, he did not like to talk about such things endlessly. Even the joke with a faint teasing tone earlier was only a symbolic laugh from him. Jihan Xiao and the rest could not laugh at all. With just a few words, they could feel the cruelty of this level of war. It was a tragedy that they had yet to adapt to. The things that they used to deal with and fuss about in the past seemed to have become the trivial matters of humans in front of this level. Looking at the chaos derivatives that filled their line of sight, their gazes were a little dazed. It was as if they could see the faces of some people that they used to know inadvertently appear in front of them. Shoo, come back to your senses. We used the Guardian's sword to knock on the large shield. Sacred energy turned into an invisible impact and spread out, waking Jihan Xiao and the rest from their dazed state. When they came back to their senses, they saw the former's serious expression, which was the opposite of the half-serious half-smile just now. Don't expose your weak side in the domain of chaos. They'll take advantage of it. Sorry, I was distracted. Jihan Xiao slapped himself hard, took a deep breath, and quickly came back to his senses. Your adjustment speed is not bad. Hui waved the large sword in his hand and drew a few golden energy waves. Let's continue forward. The main force has been taken care of by foam. Before our battlefield appears, we have to at least take care of the flanks. Furthermore, this speed of advancement shouldn't last very long. Hui calmly looked into the distance. His gaze passed through the energy fireworks shining in the sky and looked behind. The chaos derivatives that we've encountered so far may seem large in number and fill up the entire space, but they're actually just a group of wandering soldiers. The real main force is still behind us. We're about to reach a boundary. Jihan Xiao's gaze trembled slightly. He seemed to understand what he meant. There seems to be a very prosperous city in the Gangyuan ahead. If all the lives inside, everyone's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, it would be a disaster. That place might have already become one of the chaos derivatives' main camps. If they continued to calculate, it would be even more terrifying. There were hundreds of cities like that in the Gangyuan. Furthermore, as mentioned earlier, the number of lives in the Gangyuan was at least in the hundreds of billions. That scale, boom. It was as if a comet was crashing into the ground at a speed of 10 million miles per hour. Everyone turned to look at it. Beams of energy light that were tens of thousands of miles long descended from the sky. One could see a formation that looked like a silver-white moon shrouding this part of the world. Beams of pure white energy light turned into huge blades and fell to the ground. They moved at an irregular speed, leaving deep scars on the ground. Everyone, retract your formation. Feng's about to unleash his ultimate move. Those that don't want to be involved, back off quickly. After Hui finished speaking, the energy light pillars that seemed to be a prelude to his attack suddenly froze in their densely packed positions. Then, the millions of formations simultaneously emitted sounds of energy gathering. In just a moment, they opened up and bombarded the ground. Every energy released by this form of yin nuashing contained a dense aura of destruction. Any small energy explosion could blast 1,000 feet deep crater on the ground. The white shockwave would wash the ground within a radius of tens of thousands of feet, either destroying or collapsing it. There was an unlucky giant manifestation that was caught in the middle of hundreds of energy shockwaves. Each energy shockwave carried enough destructive power to destroy it 4 or 5 times. With just one flash of energy, the giant manifestation flew up and plunged into one of the descending energy pillars. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. It was just a coincidence that it was so unlucky. After all, we looked up and saw that Foam was not even lifting his hand as he walked forward with millions of formations and unleashed endless attacks. He knew that this was a new round of wiping out. If they were not here, he believed that Feng would have already unleashed the Order of the Origin of Nothingness. With a round of indiscriminate attacks, the Gang Yuan would have been turned into a Gang Yuan. Well, half of it would be gone. The manifestation would be gone along with it. Hui suddenly held the Guardian's sword horizontally in front of him. A thing that was originally 3,000 feet tall, but was now a pile of black mosaic, was pushed forward by the shockwave. It directly stabbed into his long sword and was then purified into ashes by the divine power. He swung his long sword and shouted at the right time, "Attack freely. Continue to push forward." The people who had stopped to cooperate with Lord Feng naturally did not waste any time. They were all holding back their energy. Now that they heard Huey shout, they all used their accumulated energy and attacks to smash the ground in front of them. Lord Feng drove straight in. They took advantage of the flank and bombarded it indiscriminately. They could not wait to blow the entire ground into the sky. In the area covered by endless energy, the warriors of the Cloud Continent were also trying their best to cooperate with the warriors of the Celestial Realm and launch their own attacks. They were all burning their hair behind them, trying their best to use all their attacks as long-range attacks. They did not dare to move forward. If they took a wrong step forward, they were guaranteed to be drowned in the light and destruction of the endless energy bombardment in the next second. Not even their shadows could be seen anymore. However, their attacks were still very good. After all, they had gathered the most elite forces of the Cloud Continent. They had also been quickly trained by men. They used all their means: talisman arrays, talisman papers, magnetite, long-range punches and kicks. All kinds of strange fighting methods, energy attacks, materialization attacks, or pure physical attacks. This allowed them to explode with power that was not inferior to a corner array formed by energy towers. After all, they were not like the warriors of the Celestial Realm, who were all energy life forms. Even Lady Green, who liked to use her fists to pierce through the void, could use long-range energy attacks. With the help of energy towers, the power was even greater. The people of the Cloud Continent definitely could not use the same method to fight against the Chaos Spawn. However, the limited power they could display was already not bad. We felt that even if they suddenly entered another battlefield, it would not be too big of a problem. As long as they maintained this momentum, they had a good chance of winning. Speaking of the place where the battle had not yet begun. Speaking of which, they are really calm. Hui opened up a part of his divine domain, using his own power to disperse the non-order energy that had infected the area in front of him. He looked at the sky and said, "We have already been here for 4 hours, right? They still do not intend to use the concept layer of laws to pressure us." The middle-aged man's attack paused for a moment. Is it possible that they are bluffing? Or that they are already in a place where we can't find them? No, both of these are impossible. Our team's concept layer of laws is still paying attention, even now. Maple is also paying attention. If they want to use the power of the concept layer of laws and the power of the Cloud Continent to forcefully suppress us outsiders, that kind of movement cannot be concealed. So it can only be... Hui used the back of his hand to wipe off the sweat on his chin and replied, "Perhaps with the damage we have caused so far, it is not enough for them to treat us as a threat. Or perhaps we have not caused enough damage to touch the bottom line in their hearts." No matter which one it is, it sounds a little bad, Hui said indifferently. His eyes flickered as he considered the possibility of all the chaos spawns being thrown out as cannon fodder to stop time. I'm almost tired of reading one-sided wipeouts, Hui muttered softly. By the way, it was almost time to finish teaching the newcomers. Then next, Maple, there is an abnormal situation ahead. Everyone, temporarily halt your attacks. Radiance shouted, but before she could say anything else, she was stunned by Yun Nuoxing's sudden words. She raised her head and looked ahead. From the ground, there was a gentle slope that sloped upwards. However, probably because the ground in front of her was flat ground formed from scorched earth, as well as the potholes left behind by Maple's energy bombardment, as well as the chaos spawns that filled her vision, she had not noticed this slender and gentle slope before. Now, it looked a little like a short mountain, and its horizontal range was not small. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. One after another, energy bombardment fell from thousands of feet in front of them with a momentum that could wipe out the ground. Two-thirds of the mountain was blown away, and half of the slightly sloping ground in front of Hui and the others had been shaved off. After killing all the chaos spawns here, the energy reaction that was wreaking havoc in the world suddenly weakened by a lot. Everyone saw that Yin Nuoxing had dispersed her own attacks and descended from the sky to stand on the mountain. The entire world fell into a temporary state of calm. There were no more energy bombardment, no more attacks or roars from the chaos spawns. The entire world suddenly became quiet, giving everyone the illusion that the battle had ended. However, there was an even more ominous atmosphere ahead, causing everyone to wake up from their illusion. After leaving behind a divine domain for purification, Hui hurriedly rushed to Yin Nuoxing's side. Raising his head to look ahead, he could not help but be slightly surprised. After crossing the mountain, what suddenly appeared was a precipitous slope. The long and narrow mountain range was like a blade that stabbed diagonally into the ground ahead. Although the army had stopped moving very quickly, there were still many traces of battle left on the ground below. Further ahead was a plain that exuded an extremely oppressive force. It was vast and empty. Looking past the pitch-black and empty ground, then a city suddenly appeared about 10,000 li away. Densely packed, tall, short, fat, thin, ugly, and distorted chaos spawn stood in front of the city like an orderly army. Infantry, light-armored, heavy-armored, large, fortress-sized, and independent chaos spawns. All of them stood straight and orderly in formation. They were cold and strict. Just the formation alone amplified the aura of the chaos energy by several hundred times. What the hell? I dare to bet my head that the abyssal death mist spawns do not have this level of intelligence. We could not help but gasp at the sight of the chaos spawns that appeared like a regular army. The abyss death mist spawns had strengthened their commanders, which was why they were barely able to show the nature of an army. But in essence, they were still a bunch of hooligans who occupied a mountain. Once the battle was at its most chaotic, no one would be able to control each other. This problem was even more obvious after the commanders were eliminated. But these chaos spawns in front of him. As expected, the more life forms gathered in a place, the easier it is for such a situation to occur. Yin Nuoxing's voice came from the front and drew everyone's attention. A small magic circle gathered in front of his eyes. He seemed to be paying attention to other places. There are at least 100 places with similar situations. I haven't seen all of them. The aura of chaos is even thicker in the depths, and my vision is blocked. I can't see in. It seems that the cannon fodder has been used up. These are the main forces, the trump cards. Hui laughed dryly and muttered. His vision that was filled with divine power looked into the depths of the space. In those cities, there were armies of various sizes, and each of them seemed to have an independent energy barrier for defense. The barriers that were left in the cities have become their defense instead. Yin Nuoxing sneered and shook his head. Most of the chaos spawns that we have encountered before are just some ordinary chaos spawns that have nothing special. Perhaps they're just some small beasts or demons that have been distorted into that appearance by the chaos energy. As for those champions that originally belonged to the cloud continent, a group of chaos spawns came from the side with rolling flames. Scattered chaos spawns rolled and were annihilated in the raging flames. The small group of chaos spawns were blown up into a mess. Not a single chaos spawn was left intact. A gigantic chaos spawn suddenly exploded in the middle. A white-haired figure that was burning with flames descended from the sky and landed right in front of them. Phew! This side has also been cleaned up. So what's the situation now? Hui glanced at the newbie and pointed his finger forward. Xing LV quickly turned his head and gasped. The flames around his body froze. What? What is that? There's a reason why they have not expanded the battlefield. Yin Nuoxing patted Hui on the shoulder. His black azure wings and body were flowing with substantial energy. He looked at the neat army and then looked at the huge vortex that was still gathering the chaos energy in the distance. This level is not something that can be done with one or two indiscriminate attacks. Although I can continue to strengthen my power and then use the origin order to finish it off, now is not the time. If I start to increase my power now, how are we going to fight in the future? So, you want to use the cheapest way to finish the battle here. Hui nodded. He could totally understand what Yin Nuoxing was thinking. The enemy leader had not even shown up yet, and they were already using their trump cards. When they had no more cards to play in the end, they would just use a wooden club. But in the current situation, I think it's a little difficult. Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself and slowly took out a longbow made of energy crystals. Its entire body gathered countless colors as if it was made of glass. At the front of the center of the bow, there was a ball that surged with dark energy. It was like a crosshair. There's a way. Because it's not a trump card, it can only be used once. After that, it won't have any effect. We have to maximize the results of the battle as much as possible. He waved his hand and scanned the entire land as he spoke in a deep voice. Hui was speechless. Here it comes. This guy is not human anymore. Listening to his tone, he wanted to use this method to finish off the army of 100 cities. This guy loved to destroy the so-called hope. As long as it was the enemy, it had nothing to do with order or chaos. Chapter 1645. However, Hui did not know what Maple was planning to do. Although he knew Maple's form, he had not seen it many times. He had only seen it twice in his memory, and he could not remember what he did the first time. Therefore, even though he had seen Maple's form, he did not know what Maple was up to. He also did not know what his limit was in this form. He had only vaguely heard Maple mention it before. This had to be updated because that was the situation back then. The situation now was very different. Therefore, Hui guessed that Maple's strength might be 1 or 2 levels higher than his strength in the realm of the gods. The combination of the two forms might be able to defeat a battalion of primeval gods. He ran far away. Anyway, the commotion later would definitely be huge. He would not be able to escape. He definitely would not be able to escape. Although Maple looked very cold and serious at the moment, acting like men who was not considered to have facial paralysis, but was used to having facial paralysis, the corners of his eyes were slightly raised, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his sparkling eyes told Hui that Maple was definitely very excited. It was the kind of excitement that came from seeing endless explosions. There would definitely be a grand spectacle later. However, it seemed that Maple did not intend to attack immediately. He was waiting for the sporadic battles in other places to end. He planned to gather all his forces and push forward. Hui did not understand Maple's plan at the moment, so he simply stood aside and waited. However, he could see that Maple was accumulating power. He had been holding the longbow in his hand, gathering energy. Hui did not know what Maple was planning. Perhaps the Chaos Spawn had seen through their plan to push forward. The Chaos Spawn also moved a little. The chaos energy in this space was surging, gathering from all directions towards the city that was facing them first. Some of them blended into the chaos spawns guarding the city, while the others, well, they disappeared without a trace. They came out right in front of them, and then disappeared right in front of them. They still did not know what they were planning to do. The fighting in the area led by Order had completely stopped. The last high-energy reaction exploded 1,000 miles away. Not long after, Xing Lu brought the last group of people here. At this point, everyone had gathered here. As for the chaos spawns before them, well, they had gathered quite a lot, about a third more than before. This was exactly the same as the abyssal death mist. They were just as disgusting, and they were risking their lives to create soldiers in the gaps of time. Moreover, they were creating soldiers right under their noses. Everyone's faces twitched at the sight. Chaos spawns born from a mixture of reality and the power of rules. They are not that far off from the abyssal death mist spawn. However, in terms of chaos divinity, the latter is 10 times or even 100 times stronger. Hui straightened his robes and slowly withdrew his gaze from the distance. He then turned towards Maple, who was still gathering energy. The situation has changed. Do you want to think of another way? He muttered. Yin Nuashing shook his head and casually drew the bowstring. He had yet to gather energy. It's fine if they're gathered here. It doesn't matter if they're scattered everywhere. You don't have to worry about that. It's fine as long as they actually exist here. Hui scratched his head and shrugged his shoulders in question. Yin Nuashing did not answer. He reached out and stroked the energy bead at the front of the bow that was condensed from the energy of annihilation. He turned to look at the others and suddenly showed a slightly weird smile. However, he did not immediately say anything and quietly turned his gaze back. This was the interior of the chaos domain. Although he had opened up a domain of order, he was not sure if the other party could hear him if he said a few words. He was too lazy to find out. So long as he did not say anything, it would be fine. He did not believe that the other party could eavesdrop on his voice in the domain. Everyone has assembled. The battle situation is good so far. There are no casualties. Our combat strength is still sufficient. Lord Maple, please give the order. Jing Yuanji came from behind. Her clear voice reverberated in the place and attracted the attention of the people who first appeared here. When they turned around, they saw that the people who were scattered around at the beginning of the battle and were responsible for covering the flanks were all gathered here. There were so many of them. Each of them was surging with energy as if they were about to tear someone into pieces in the next second. There's no need to change the order. I'm just gathering all of you here. Yin Nuashing looked into the distance and said, after I attack, continue to attack according to your original trajectory. However, this time, the marching speed is a lot faster. Drive straight in, whether it is me or you. Mei Mao, Jing Yuanji's eyes flashed as they nodded. Understood. The second order had been given. Prepare to start the battle on the other battlefield. The other side seems to have assembled. Hui whistled as he looked into the distance. He could not help but say, it seems that your movement has scared them. The forces guarding the city are almost half as strong as before. And look, the chaos barrier protecting the city has been opened first. Well then, I will make my move. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. His hand that was holding the crystal longbow tightened slightly. He slowly took a few steps forward and walked towards the front of the mountain peak. A group of palm-sized magic circles slowly appeared in the space beside him. They circled around him and the space in a disorderly manner. The surging energy began to flow. The energy with the substance of flowing light overflowed from his body and turned into a clear and discernible energy cloud that surrounded the mountain peak. The colorful energy was like a ring that was released in all directions with him as the center. Ding! The sound of the bowstring that was made of crystal was as crisp as a finger tapping on a crystal. The longbow that was made of crystal was slowly lifted up in an arc. The energy that was spreading like a ring was suddenly restrained and stopped spreading. It began to converge from all directions and quickly gathered towards the energy bead at the front of the longbow. The hundreds of small magic circles that surrounded the longbow also collapsed and turned into a stream of energy that flowed into the bead. It was as if a gust of wind was blowing in front of him. The energy that was released from his body that was made of pure energy was taken away by the gust of wind. There were dozens of long energy light ribbons behind him. Yin Nuashing slowly closed his eyes. His mind reflected what he saw just now. The longbow that was pointing at the sky from afar made a sharp sound. A stream of chaotic light suddenly surged out. The weak energy impact turned into a gust of wind and was released. Everyone felt that the long arrow that was not fully charged yet, the arrow that was not even fully formed, broke through the air with a buzzing sound of energy. It disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye, leaving only the energy ribbons and energy flames that were thousands of feet long. That was a mass of energy that had not fully solidified. It was hurriedly condensed into a half-formed form before it was shot out by Yin Nuashing. Everyone was stunned. Bang! A violent energy explosion suddenly sounded in the distant sky. It ignored the rules and reached everyone's ears without any difference. A dazzling ring of energy suddenly exploded in the air. The mass of chaotic energy turned into raindrops that filled the sky and was sent to various parts of the wellspring by the energy impact. It drifted towards the cities that had become the lairs of the chaos spawns, the lands where the chaos spawns gathered, and the places where the chaos spawns were concentrated. Why is this guy so quiet this time? Everyone was curious. In such a short period of time, their impression of him was fixed as an explosive. It should have been an abnormally huge movement that would cause the entire world to explode. This time, it seemed every droplet of rain that fell was surrounded by azure energy ribbons. That was the energy of a formation. Every droplet of rain was accompanied by an extremely dense aura of the formation, as if they were raindrops formed by a formation. They fell from the sky and suddenly froze when they were thousands of miles away from the ground. Light instantly bloomed along with the surging energy, turning into a formation that encompassed the entire city. The huge formation core pointed at the ground below. Every inch of energy pattern surged with a huge energy movement like a waterfall slapping on a boulder. Tens of thousands of raindrops separated over the primal ridge, instantly forming tens of thousands of massive formations that encompassed the vast expanse of the primal ridge. The formations rumbled and gathered energy above the cities and chaos barriers. Through the formations, he looked down at the entire land from the skies. His gaze passed through tens of thousands of formations and looked at the innumerable chaos spawns that raised their heads. Sensing the suddenly chaotic energy of chaos between heaven and earth, with a single thought, the formations emitted a majestic energy in seconds. Streaks of purple and red energy beams that were less than half a meter wide fell like tiny rays of sunlight, passing through the chaos energy barriers without any resistance and landing densely on the land below, cutting the city and the land into irregular pillars. The corner of Huey's eyes twitched. The shuddering energy beams were flashing incessantly. The dense energy beams carried dense energy, but were not obstructed by the chaos barriers. Because they were made of annihilation energy and were also non-order energy, they deceived the barrier's recognition and poured massive amounts of energy into the land and into the entire space. In just 5 seconds, the tiny beam became as bright as an energy crystal filled with infinite destructive energy. It was abnormally dazzling, and its brightness was still increasing as it illuminated the entire world. In just a few seconds, the tiny energy beams exploded with a bang and turned into energy beams that were tens of thousands of feet tall. The light that penetrated the heavens and the earth transmitted destructive energy that could not be released. The energy that was as vast as the sea surged into the ground like the land that had fallen into the sea. The energy from each energy beam converged and collided on the ground, tearing out a ferocious and man-eating abyss on the ground. From the inside, the entire region and the entire city was divided into pieces and swallowed into the abyss. Those manifestations were also torn into pieces by the shockwaves because of the sudden movement. They were sent into the abyss by the upheaval of the earth. Before the battle even started, more than half of these elite cannon fodder had been killed or injured. Boom, boom. Violent energy appeared in the domain of chaos. The aura of chaos skyrocketed to a level that was enough to suppress the domain of order in the blink of an eye. We could feel the other party's astonishment and impatience to salvage the situation. He could not help but grin and smash the guardian's shield on the ground. The domain of holiness suddenly expanded rapidly from a corner, pushing the approaching aura of chaos out of the domain of order. Maple, it's about to go crazy. Let's take this opportunity to kill it. We glanced at the domain of chaos that had become abnormally violent and suddenly shouted excitedly, "Wait until I'm done with this attack." Yun Nuashing closed her eyes and continued to overlook the entire land that was covered in energy. She shook her head to calm Hui down a little. Looking at the entire land of Ganyuan, she suddenly sent out an energy order. "Let this land burn." Energy that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly burst out from the ground and the abyss. The extremely dazzling light made it seem as if the earth's crust had cracked open and the Earth's core was exposed on the surface of the Earth's crust. The mottled energy that soared into the sky lit up the sky from the bottom of the Earth. That was the vast energy that was injected into the entire land of Gangyuan through the magic circle. As everyone watched the large area of the land in front of them sink, crack, and then burst out with endless destructive energy, the dazzling energy in front of them was suddenly covered by an even more intense light of destruction that soared into the sky. The monstrous destructive energy erupted from the entire land of Gangyuan. This time, it really overturned the land. Every drop of energy in the area that was illuminated by the light was ignited and turned into an accomplice of destruction that tore everything, including nothingness, into pieces. Such a violent scene. It was as if Gangyuan was being swallowed by a massive sun. As expected, this fellow's every move was huge and incomparably violent. There was only the scene of an explosion. Who said that his movements this time were small? He really blew Gangyuan into the sky. With such a degree of saturation bombardment, let alone the chaos spawn, even Gangyuan would be gradually disintegrated into pieces by the destructive storm. In the end, it would turn into dust and be annihilated in the void. I'll destroy one of your trump cards. This way, we'll stand on the same level again. The entire domain of chaos fell into a state of silence. Even the wildly surging presence of chaos was stunned. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and slowly drew out the nether void sword. Magic circles appeared around her, condensing from the size of 1,000,000 miles to the size of 1,000 miles to 100,000 miles. From now on, both of us have a 50-50 chance of winning. Everyone, get ready. Charge with me. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Putting on an incomparably solemn expression, they adjusted their state of mind again. Brandishing the weapons in their hands, they looked at each other before turning their eyes to the glowing figure standing at the forefront. With the brilliance of energy retracted, he was no longer unbearable to look at directly. However, everyone still felt an unshakable power. Fiddling with the nether void sword, Yin Nuoxing took another deep breath and suddenly opened her eyes. Light flickered and her body turned into a ray of light. The domain of order expanded abruptly. The energy moved along with her body, turning into a long arrow and shooting towards the deepest part of the domain of chaos. Everyone yelled in their hearts and quickly followed. The vast energy riot continued to produce energy anomalies in the domain of chaos. The various destructive energy anomalies caused by the violent energy obstructed the detection of both parties. Regardless of whether it was them or them, they had no way of detecting each other in this chaotic energy scene. This was their chance. The long arrow formed by energy tore apart the natural defense condensed in the domain of chaos. A large group of people flew past in midair. Jihan Xiao quickly lowered his head to look at the city that was completely engulfed in flames. His gaze trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. At a time like this, he could not think about anything else. The only thought allowed to exist in his mind was to bury the enemy in the void. Boom! After crossing a layer of mountain range formed by a vast sea of light, the dense chaotic energy on the ground in front of them turned into a wall that rose from the ground and blocked everyone's path. The chaotic energy swept towards them like a tide and a rain of arrows. We, defend the front. Everyone, move according to my orders. Charge with all your might. A huge amount of spiritual energy spread within the range of the long arrow. Yin Nuoxing shouted at everyone. Hui raised a guardian shield and instantly blocked the front. Among the large group of people, some of their expressions suddenly changed. Jing Yuanji's pretty face also changed slightly. She quickly said to Yin Nuoxing, Lord Feng, please be careful. Everyone did not understand why she suddenly said that. What made them even more puzzled was that about a quarter of the people suddenly left the group, including Jing Yuanji. They all rushed towards the sky and tore apart the nomological defense between heaven and earth. Jing Yuanji used all her divine right and divinity to prop up a chaotic space barrier to protect everyone. They rushed into the conceptual layer of the nomological defense together. Everyone looked at Yin Nuoshing in confusion. Before they could say anything, he suddenly waved his hand in front of him. Arrays of tens of thousands of feet in size spiraled forward. Intense energy instantly condensed. Attack with all your might. Jihan Xiao and the rest did not hesitate. They raised their hands and condensed the maximum amount of energy they could unleash. In an instant, the destructive attack of tens of thousands of heavenly gods of origin was unleashed. Mixed with the energy torrent condensed by Yun Nuoshing, it became a destructive wave. In just one exchange, it drilled a huge hole in the chaotic giant wall. The arrow formed by the order domain crashed into the giant wall fiercely, taking away a part of it and bringing everyone through the wall. After crossing the giant wall, before everyone could relax, a huge and distorted chaotic body appeared in front of them. Jihan Xiao was about to condense his energy to attack when a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Team 2, head to the conceptual layer of the nomological defense. Listen to Jing Yuanji's orders and set up the order domain. Stabilize the position. Jihan Xiao instantly realized that almost a quarter of the people's expressions changed at the same time. Then, they rushed into the sky. He understood why that team suddenly left the group. So this was the arrangement. I wish you all the best. Jihan Xiao shouted at Yun Nuoshing. Under the surprised and confused gazes of the remaining half of the people, he also left the group and headed towards the conceptual layer of the nomological defense. Holy shock. We had just figured out what he had done when he immediately heard another order. When he came back to his senses, he quickly glanced below. The chaotic body that was formed in an emergency was being suppressed by the remnant energy of the destructive energy phenomenon. The chaotic energy had also hurriedly adjusted to deal with the suppression of the order domain. In less than 2 minutes, the power of the chaos domain would be restored to its maximum level. The chaotic body would block their way again. Withdraw all your senses back into your bodies. Good children, don't look at things you shouldn't look at. Hui roared at everyone. He threw the guardian's shield forward with his left hand and held the guardian's sword with both hands. His entire body glowed with golden light. Visible holy power surged out from the void along with the golden light. The heavenly god of origin's energy was unleashed to the limit at this moment. It turned into a storm that condensed on the sword in both hands. In less than a second, the energy was completely gathered. Hui used all the energy he could gather in the shortest amount of time and slashed the guardian's shield that was charging at him. Clang! It was as if the sun had collided with the wall of the stars. Of course, there was no sound like this. The light that was comparable to the explosion caused by the collision of the sun and the galaxy suddenly exploded in front of everyone. The light was so bright that it could make the world fade. Everyone who caught a glimpse of the light felt a sharp pain in their eyes. They could not help but cry out. There was something wrong with this guy. This was not a shock. This was an energy nova, the level of energy that could directly cleanse an area. The golden ring of energy exploded, spreading across the entire cloud continent in an instant, spreading the power of the divine and the power of order to every region affected by the energy. The unstoppable divine power even wiped out the thick black clouds in the sky, and the chaos spawns below all fell to the ground as if they had lost all strength. Those that were less than 10,000 feet in size could not even maintain their original forms, exploding into a cloud of smoke and vanishing into nothingness. The entire chaos domain was about to recover, but it was smashed to the ground again. Even the aura that all living beings hated had weakened by more than half. Team 3 now. Everyone, enter the concept layer. Before the faint effect of the energy nova-level shock on everyone could fade, the remaining half of them had a voice in their minds. Everyone's expression froze. After a moment, they put on a determined and strong expression. But now that they were temporarily blind, they could not gather. Each of them used their own means to tear the barrier of the concept layer and plunged into it. Behind the tear, there was a burst of vast energy impact. Although it was only for a moment, we could still see it clearly. The destination is right in front. When you get there, go to the concept layer. They need your power there. Without you, they can't suppress it. Got it. Hui hurriedly responded. Only then did he remember to look up ahead. The huge vortex of chaotic energy was right in front of him. At this moment, all the chaotic energy had entered a state of semi-paralysis. In fact, he did not need to accompany them on this last part of the journey. It was just that he was not at ease. Maple probably knew that he was not at ease, so he asked him to watch him enter the core of the chaotic domain before leaving. That would be another distorted scene that separated the real world. The distorted domain was the core of the enemy. What would happen in there and what they would face, except for Yin Nuashing, probably no one knew. Bang! The arrow formed by order energy suddenly collided with the solid space in front of them and exploded into energy particles. Yin Nuashing and Huey's figures instantly froze. They had arrived at their destination. Although they could not see anything in front of them, it was just a blank space, as if nothing existed. Hui swallowed his saliva and looked at Yin Nuashing. He said calmly, "Maple, then I'll send you here. You're always so adventurous. Come back alive." Yin Nuashing sneered. She patted Huey's shoulder and said, "You're the one. Watch the concept layer carefully. If you can't suppress it in 2 hours, I'll despise you." TSK. Hui rolled his eyes fiercely. He turned around and rushed into the concept layer. Watching as Hui disappeared before his eyes, Yin Nuashing also took in a deep breath and slowly walked forward. This time, the space that shattered the domain of order didn't erupt with any power to stop them, allowing them to enter as they wished, as though it was welcoming their arrival. Chapter 1646. It was as if he was walking in a quagmire. His body was being resisted by the power of chaos, and his footsteps were restricted. Light no longer existed, and there was only darkness in front of him. It was like the darkness and nothingness before the beginning of the world, the realm of chaos. Yin Nuashing did not know what was inside. He could not guess what it was, and had never seen it before. This should be the thickest power of chaos that he had ever faced in his life. It was comparable to the god of origin, and it was a life that had existed since the beginning of the Great Origin Realm, just like them. By the way, this was what she had told him after their last hurried meeting, even though the process was a little rough. A faint light appeared in front of him, and Yin Nuashing turned his attention. This faint light was still unable to capture his figure, and he was immersed in the darkness that rejected light, so he could not make a sound of surprise. Just a thought flashed through his mind, and he began to walk in that direction. The thought of moving forward appeared in his mind, and the vision in front of him began to change. The faint light was approaching him bit by bit, and it began to expand. The surrounding scenery gradually became clearer. He could see that he was walking out a long passage, and there was only a chaotic scene outside the passage. Nothing existed. The moment his vision left the passage, a flickering white light suddenly occupied his entire vision and expanded violently. When the white light dissipated, Yin Nuashing put down his hand that was covering the light and looked ahead. Everything had taken shape. The light drifting in the chaos. This is the real realm of chaos. Yin Nuashing murmured in his heart. The thoughts of moving, changing, observing, and so on that were just thoughts. Commanding that thought to come here was just a process of entering the domain of chaos. At this moment, he had truly stepped through the process of entering the domain of chaos and arrived in the true domain of chaos. It was a dark space that lacked light. It was a very large space, and the surrounding ground and walls were made of some kind of metal. The walls were made of an unknown material, and there were lines of blue and green patterns on the walls. These patterns also showed no signs of modification, as if the ground formed by the metal was cut into thousands of irregular regions. The surging light was the only light in this dark space, and it released a light that made him feel uncomfortable. Even though it was just a ray of light, it carried the aura of the chaotic energy. The entire space was like this, and it made him feel very uncomfortable. A realm of chaos that distorts reality and directly shapes it. The king's palace. No. Even if the realm of chaos was formed with the king's palace as the center, there was no trace of the king's palace here. This was a space that was forcefully projected into the real world by the chaotic energy through distorting all the laws and order of the real world. The king's palace had probably been distorted into this scene by the chaotic energy. It was a strange space, a real space formed by thoughts, chaos, and energy. There were many huge cylinders around the space that did not seem to be for decoration. They were placed around the space like pillars, but they were not connected to the ceiling of unknown height. The deeper into the space, the bigger the structure of the cylinders. The blue and green patterns on the cylinders gradually deepened in color. There's a bad aura at the top. The little angel whispered in his soul, "Perhaps the enemy is up there." Yin Nuashing nodded. He could also feel that the aura of primal chaos was slowly coming down from above this space that was filled with a strange aura, causing this already strange space to look even more oppressive. "Welcome, Heir the Origin." His eyes that were sizing up a little turned cold the moment he heard the voice. He quickly put away all irrelevant emotions and slowly looked up. In the middle of the huge space, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. The figure was half shrouded in the aura of chaos. He could only see the size of the figure, but he could not see its specific appearance. It was a shadow-like thing. "Although it's a little late, we finally meet here." The voice of the chaos shadow was filled with noise that could not be recognized by the senses and ears. It was like the echoing noise that was often heard in the void, the sound of countless things being destroyed and left behind by the laws. "Come, let's have a good talk." A low rumble suddenly came from beneath his feet. The ground trembled. Yin Nuashing glanced at the ground beneath his feet from the corner of his eyes. A square pillar that was cut by blue patterns was buried underground. It was lifting him up towards the depths of this space where he could not see the top. What a good match. Whether it's for them or for us, it's no wonder that it would think that you are a rather interesting character. Could it be that you have something to do with the origin? Or are you like us? The figure floating in the middle of the air spread its arms and slowly landed on the huge pillar that kept rising. In the depths of the space, there were even more huge pillars on the walls. Those so-called walls were actually pillars of various shapes and sizes. The deeper one went, the fewer pillars were of the same height. The walls were receding bit by bit to both sides, and the space became wider. Withdrawing his gaze, it still could not see anything. Yin Nuashing looked at the person before him and said softly, You people, what are you?" "People call us chaos, equating us with chaos, just like how people mistake them for order. However, it's just a matter of concept." It slowly descended, and the aura of chaos swirled around its body like a spiral, like a dark flame that kept flapping. And just like how they have never denied it, you can also think that we are chaos. Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes. "Nonsense, it doesn't seem like it. Its symbolic meaning is the same as the heavenly god of origin, and its position is described by the void as some kind of agent, such a kind of existence. However, us, it is indeed the same as the heavenly god of origin, a collective of chaos, with them as the center. Just like that demonic shadow, there are actually many things like it in the void. Your existence has attracted the attention of the void and our attention." There was a hint of interest in its voice. Yin Nuashing could feel a sense of disgust lingering on his body. Its attention fell on him, and it was observing him. "So, as a temporary representative, I ask you this question on behalf of us. Are you willing to give up your identity as order, transform into chaos, and act out this drama with us?" Yin Nuashing furrowed his brows. Why do I have to make such a choice? Is there a reason and a need? You just have to answer yes or no." Yin Nuashing pursed his lips, crossed his arms, and said faintly, "Please allow me to refuse." A black light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, blocking his vision for a moment. Yin Nuashing was slightly startled, and the figure in front of him had disappeared. When he was about to use his senses to capture its existence, he suddenly felt its presence 1 meter behind him. With its back facing him, it seemed to be laughing faintly, and its voice was echoing with a complicated sound. As I expected, this is very normal, and also very normal. However, order or chaos is just a kind of standpoint to you. Using it as a guide, the result will eventually lead to the same place. This void will also exist, but in a different form. Why would you refuse? I'm very curious. In the era where they have already passed away, struggling and hanging on in the cracks, is it for the satisfaction of deceiving themselves? Or do you think that the idea of being born for order and chaos is the opposite? Would you also have the same thought? Yin Nuashing looked ahead and said faintly, "It has nothing to do with that. Standpoint and whatnot, that's all. As for why," he turned his head and glanced at its back. "It's just that you guys are late." What a simple answer. A dull sound, like the sound of a ship that had reached the shore and was forcefully stabilizing itself on both sides of the dock. As the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled, Yin Nuashing felt that his ascension had stopped. Right above him was still a blurry white light, and he could not see anything. The surrounding walls had retreated to a place that was at least 1,000 miles away. The place where the distorted laws were born from a dream, the meaning, forget it, there's no point in thinking about it now. As he thought about it, he slowly pulled out the Nether Void sword. Since the hostility had already appeared, there was no point in saying more. If that's the case, it turned around and glanced at Yin Nuo planet. Suddenly, it seemed to laugh coldly. Its body slowly floated backward. The aura of primal chaos suddenly surged. "In the name of primal chaos, we will treat you as our enemy and eliminate you." Looking back, a cold light with destructive power reflected everything in this space. The Nether Void sword swept across the platform with a huge wave of energy. Yin Nuashing's eyes shone with a solid light, and his body instantly melted into the void. No one could see his movements clearly. It seemed like he was just gently pointing at the space, and the tsunami-like wave of destruction exploded in the next moment. The presence of chaos around his body swept across the space behind him like a whip, but he suddenly lowered his head in an instant. His palms suddenly stretched out in front of him, and the destructive power of chaos appeared. The dark clouds suddenly surged in front of it. The moment it came into contact with the clouds, they turned into colorful energy of order and wrapped around its left hand, causing it to fiercely turn around. The first thing it did was launch an attack behind it. Over there, Yin Nuashing's figure appeared from under its whip. His body, surrounded by two types of order energy, shot out in a dazzling burst of energy. His two azure wings trembled, and hundreds of spell formations overlapped on them. He fell like a meteor, and a Nether Void sword in his hand fell with destructive power. Bang! The great sword slammed into the platform, shattering countless fragments of laws and space, scattering them in all directions. Smoke and dust filled the air, and his figure suddenly appeared outside the smoke like the black cloud. Just as he raised his hand to command the chaos energy, the light flowing around his body suddenly paused, and a destructive power covered in chaos energy suddenly surged out of the smoke and dust, turning into a thunderous pillar of energy that shot towards his face. The whip around his body appeared next to the pillar of energy, and the latter suddenly froze. With a strange sound of energy vibrating, it suddenly disappeared into nothingness. The energy is ineffective, or is it some kind of energy command attack? The smoke and dust suddenly scattered, and Yin Nuashing quickly walked out with the Nether Void sword in hand. He frowned as he looked at the Chaos Demon and muttered to himself. His two energy attacks were useless, and he couldn't sense any destructive energy. It was as if his attacks had been simply canceled out. How surprising. It looked at Yin Nuashing, who was walking out with the Nether Void sword, and spoke with a voice that was mixed with noise. "Are you really blessed by the origin, and not one of us? The power of chaos in your body is more powerful than theirs. You even fooled me for a moment. I was born from the void of order, at least I can be sure of that. But if you want to go back to the past." Yin Nuashing held the Nether Void sword in his right hand, his eyes cold. "Sorry, if I have to go back to the past, I don't know what I was at that time, so I don't intend to pay attention to it for now. Hee, is that so? It laughed carelessly. An intense sense of danger suddenly appeared in Yun Nuoxing's mind, and his eyes widened. He quickly raised the Nethervoid sword, and the energy of order surged wildly. In an instant, the Chaos Demon's face suddenly appeared in front of him, occupying his entire vision. He didn't feel anything during the entire process. It was as if time paused for a moment, and the Chaos Demon used that moment to appear here. You can use the power of order that you're so proud of to kill me. The Chaos Demon reached out his hand and placed it on the Nethervoid sword. The power of order that was about to explode suddenly went berserk, and the power of the origin surged out of his body uncontrollably, gathering madly on the Nethervoid sword in front of him. Bang! The collision between the two order energies ended as soon as it began. A destructive force emerged and then was annihilated. An unreasonable force suddenly descended upon Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing's vision blurred for a moment before he was sent flying by the huge force. In just an instant, he crashed into a wall that was thousands of miles away. TSK, that wasn't a good fight at all. Yun Nuoxing pursed his lips in annoyance and used his upper body to dig himself out of the wall. He was literally slapped onto the wall. From the moment he attacked until now, well, he didn't understand at all. He didn't know if it was because it was his first time fighting a battle of this level, or because he was in the domain of chaos, or because of the power of order. Either way, he was still confused after 10 rounds. Slowly rising from the dust, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand, and the Nethervoid sword floated around his body and circled around him. He then took a deep breath, and all the energy he could control in his body began to boil steadily. It's just a shadow. If you're here in your true form, I'll start flipping the cards. But now isn't the time. That's right. That Chaos Demon was just a shadow, and probably not in its true form like the one in the graveyard of gods and demons. However, since it appeared here, and the domain of chaos was here, its true form might be in the depths of this domain, but it was fiddling with something there, and not in its true form. You're quite adaptable. You can even wield their power like it's your own arm, but it's a pity that this isn't your power. That mysterious energy whips came from thousands of miles away, slamming heavily into the wall and rapidly closing in on him, attacking him from all directions and trapping him in the middle. That feeling again, the energy that was surging suddenly stagnated as if it was affected by some mysterious energy, and he couldn't control the energy in his body well. It even interfered with his pure energy form, and there was an unusual feeling as if his body was here, but his soul was out of control, a feeling of paralysis. It probably did something and thought that he was greatly restricted. Those few heavy attacks weren't that fast, and he could easily dodge them. But the problem was after that. If he was chased around and attacked for no reason, he would be annoyed to death. Whether it was the energy attacks or the physical attacks, they were just right to make him feel a little pain. Overall, it was very disgusting, and he didn't know if this was one of the tactics it was using to stall. Looking at the huge whips that were coming at him from all directions, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh and suppressed the other origin energies that were surging in his body, leaving only 1 or 2 energies. And then, boom, the dazzling red and black energy burst out from the huge wall with a destructive force. The dazzling light illuminated the dark space as if the sun had descended. It raised its head and looked at the red and black energy ball. Suddenly, it turned around. A barrier made of chaos energy appeared as it pushed its palm forward. The purplish-black cold light that cut through the void with endless destructive power landed heavily on the barrier. The power that was several times stronger than before shook the hand that was holding the shield, and the scene that appeared behind the Nethervoid sword stunned him. Dozens of overlapping magic circles were shining with the light of order. The power of order was so condensed that it even felt a little apprehensive. Energy, shut up. Just as he was about to do something, Yun Nuoxing's figure appeared from behind the magic circles. She let go of the Nethervoid sword, and the power of dozens of magic circles gathered in her right hand and punched out with a force that was several hundred times stronger than before, and a destructive power burst out at the same time. Hundreds of small magic circles roared with a uniform destructive power, and a vast red and black energy exploded on the spot. He was sent flying, and the chaos energy in his body rippled as a result. No matter how fast the attack was, part of the energy was still interfered with. Otherwise, the attack would not have just knocked him back. "Don't you like to interfere with my energy?" Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath, and the overlapping magic circles behind her scattered and arranged themselves in a net shape in the space behind her. The size of the net expanded from the size of a palm to tens of thousands of feet in just a few breaths, and the other energies that were suppressed in her body surged wildly again. An invisible, strange feeling came from this space again, and Yin Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. This time, she clearly felt the essence of the strange feeling that was suppressing her energy. It was a power that limited the opponent's power of order. In other words, it was an order to attack. The number of times she used it was not particularly high, and it was only effective when the opponent's power of order and order was a certain distance away from her. Obviously, its command attack was very effective against her. A few simple commands had taken out half of her energy and limited 90% of her energy attack. However, Yin Nuoxing was mentally prepared for this. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent habitually used its command attack to suppress her energy, and she was distracted, Yin Nuoxing roared, and the energy in his body boiled. He summoned all the magic circles that were hidden in the void, and before the opponent could suppress her energy in time, he immediately used a huge amount of energy. It was an energy attack that only worked for a split second, and because it only worked for a split second, she used the move that she was most familiar with and could use as a focus attack. In just a split second, 1/3 of the magic circles that covered the entire space lost its connection, and the number was still increasing rapidly, and it was also desperately interfering with her energy. Creation of the void, chaos, falling stars. Less than 2/3 of the magic circles that could still move suddenly burst out with all their energy, and endless origin energy mixed with the power of order gushed towards the figure that was still floating in the air. The destructive energy that came from dozens of directions blasted towards it, and it was in a difficult situation. The light of chaos on its body surged rapidly, and before it could form a barrier of chaos, it was pressed into the bathhouse of the void by thousands of energy beams.